Hello, everyone, and welcome. You join us just ahead of our semi-finals against HD Haven. Last week, we had a mostly swift and sound 3-1 against Team Ablaze, and quite an exciting series. This time against HD Haven, Team are looking to take another victory so we can head on to the finals, and hopefully after that to Div 1. So, Gizmo, talk to us about this match. Everyone, and welcome.
Oh, sorry, I got sound open from the actual live stream. Oh my god, that scared me so much when I saw that come up on the other screen. I was like, oh, I've done the audio wrong. Don't worry, it's all good. I'm just an idiot. But this game, it's looking pretty good. We have played Haven a few times. Sometimes it's been a bit of a slaughter. Sometimes it's been a bit closer. I think this time it's looking a slight bit closer. But I still think I have the art to come out of this, which is very impressive when we consider the last time we didn't make playoffs, and this time it could be making finals. So great best of 5 ahead, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I remember last split we were maybe complaining about the balance of the two groups because one was maybe a little too weighted the other time. This time it's us, like the old Korean saying, that we are the one that makes these groups hard. And I think it was thanks to HD Haven taking a series off somebody else. They were able to secure first place in this group, which gave us the matchup from last week. So I think it's fair to say that HD Haven taken the upset win, I think, against Team Chonk. Sorry, Team Chonk took the win, but they took a game off Team Chonk, and Team Chonk are the one of the reigning teams in the bracket at the moment. So yeah, it's fair to say I think HD Haven are maybe the best that they've been so far, at least in terms of recent performance.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you want to scale up towards these playoffs. And by the looks of it, they've been hitting the mark, right? If they've made it this far, they've surely improved vastly since the last time I saw them. And yeah, I mean, do we want to talk about the games previously now before we get into it? I think I got some screenshots of previous games.
Yeah, sure, we can bring those up.
We'll run with that. Look at the production standard. There we go. Oh, I forget how good I am sometimes. There we go. So this is the previous stats of when we played them last. As you can see, Zephyr popping off on that top lane. Fiora at the time, pretty broken, but still is broken. So maybe we'll see that come out. Maybe they'll respect ban based off of these previous games.
Yeah, that was one of the points I wanted to talk about, right? Is that, yes, this is several patches ago, and of course the patch has been updated today. So there's going to be maybe some changes. I think this one was quite tame. I don't expect this patch to influence too much, but who knows? But of course, the bans may have progressed since then as well. Like our priority on the Amumu's changed, so I don't think to expect the Amumu in some of these drafts. I know it's in the next game, not maybe so much this one. But of course, as well, the things like the LeBlanc and the Akali with buffs as well. Harry might be looking to get his hands on those. And not that he did anything wrong with that Lissandra in that game, I remember. But yeah, so I think for me, the bans is what's most likely to change or most interesting change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the buffs recently have really been, improving. Oh, sorry, just a league message. I thought they were starting. No, don't worry. They're just talking in the chat. Yeah, bans obviously have been changing a lot. I think since priority has dropped slightly. Though we do see J4s in a lot in this tournament anyway, just simply because they're easy to mechanically play and insane duelists, right? So maybe we won't see them. Maybe we'll see some transitions over to something a bit more aggressive. Maybe we'll see a Zed or a Talon for a change. Or maybe we'll just see them again. Who knows? I don't know what to say about this top side because I think that Fiora is still just the beast of the top side, and carry tops are still just an insane meta that we're in. Because the top laners cry about that tank matchup so much, and then now you've got so many tank destroyers in that top lane, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think it'd be a great game. I'll just put the other game on now so we can get a comparison.
Some additional perspective, yeah.
Oh, that Syndra game though. Oof. You gotta respect the Syndra, and that was it. Yeah,
solo lanes taking turns to carry.
They played the Lissandra into Harry, and Harry played the Lissandra back. That was I remember this game. This was a classic, and obviously the Amumu jungle. I don't think it was really that meta. I think it was just more as like a flex pick. Do like it, but I think that you give in a weaker bot laner then with the Rel Kai'Sa combo. I don't think Rel's as strong as you'd expect. I
think in the combination where you're taking the Amumu and the Leona, you're then forcing Mars onto something like maybe the Rel that's lower in the tier. But instead, you kind of traded the Amumu jungle, which is not the same as the Amumu support at the time for the Leona. So you're kind of putting yourself in a muddy draft there.
Yeah, I mean, they could just force him onto that Alistair. We saw him have a few hiccups on it last week, but it worked out pretty well. Our title does still say Yar versus Blaze. Is John in chat? Can we get someone to change that, please? But yeah, honestly, I think that if you're going to focus anywhere here, I think you've got to focus the bot lane of Yar. If you're Haven, you just apply as much pressure as you can towards that bot side, and just hope that you you do enough then to destroy the carry top side. Because I don't think you can contest mid, and I think if you go in top, you can have one strong member against the rest of the Yar. And it's just not going to work out well for you. So hoping to see a top side focus from Haven here. Sorry, bot side. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
I think as well, right? Like, it's not to say that our bot lane is exactly a weak point. I think they've been fairly stable. Yes, they haven't performed to the same level as maybe Harry and some of the games that Zypher have, and especially Snilly, right? They're very much carry-orientated performances and players. But I think it's possibly because it's the quiet lane and because of Mars's influence around the map. If you watch the minimap, he's often moving quite quickly into the other lanes, into mid lane, and working around with Slinny. That if you're pushing in that lane, you then don't have to deal with the second jungler of the team, right? I think in the same kind of circumstance, if you're making sure as Haven that you're not conceding these lanes too much, or at least if you're playing quiet like our bot lane would typically, you're then not giving too much of a leader an advantage that you can't then come back in a mid late game where maybe the gold's not so easy.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so I'd say the reason why I would say focus bot side is just simply shut down the Mars roams. Also, we have seen Yar's top side be focused quite a few times, and I don't think it's made that much of an impact. We haven't seen many games where they've really heavily focused this bot side. And I think when they have once or twice, it has been the downfall. So hopefully going forward, they'll be able to work out a thing. But we are up into draft now, so let me just change scenes because it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
In the meantime of the long time, we can remind people that this is a best of 5 series as well. So before the 2 screenshots were a best of 3, best of 5 is going to be quite a different look. I feel like it felt like a very different look after our previous series because, of course, Ablaze took game 1. I think we have. Oh no. Okay, we have a missed ban. A little bit yikes. It's all right. They have many more bans to come. They've got at least 3 games.
It's just the first game. It's just the power move. It's the ego. It's the mindset going in. We don't need that ban. We don't need it.
But of course, I was just going to quickly remind people of the Blaze draft with the double flex of the Cassiopeia Tristana. And that very nearly won that game. Thanks to the 50-50 on that Baron. That could have been a 5-game series instead of...
It could have been over, I think. I mean, the Cassiopeia was just popping up in that game, and it would have really put him in a position to carry through. And yeah, that would have been mental. Are they actually just next ban? Did they not ready up or something? Okay,
I'll wait to be informed.
Are they just are they doing it all in messages or something? Okay, this is completely new to me.
Let me just contact. I'll get some information. I don't believe the fizz is too uncharacteristic. We've seen it before. It's not in the previous bans.
Apparently, they didn't have bans because they're using subs. This was not something I was informed. Were you told this?
I might have missed that information. I'll be honest, but it's not something I was told directly.
Yeah.
Unless it was a recent development in case people were late, it might be.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Well, I guess we're just not being told anything, so that's perfectly fine. Looks like they just banned out the Ivan. The Morgana was prevalent in the last game. Ivan, obviously, an insane jungler if you haven't played against him. Obviously, the fact that you can give multiple buffs away is pretty crazy, and the shields, and you always get the fun of playing with Daisy. Samira locked in first pick. Okay, that's an interesting one. Samira
screams carry comfort.
So Samira normally a champ where you play when you think, oh, that draft allows me to play it. This time just for blind. Okay, so if you do win on this Samira now, you've got to be feeling very high going into the next game. My personal counter to Samira, Pantheon. She just dashes in, instant stun, instant blow up. She can't win wall a Pantheon who's just jumping at you. So, there you go. Even if he's stabbing you with a baguette, you still die. So, we'll see what they follow up with. Xayah, obviously, we know that's did we get correct on the pronunciation? Zandia, or was it? Xander, awesome. Yeah, it's yours preference playing this
Yeah.
this and the Camille top side. I wonder if they're gonna play anything with Camille to make a combo, maybe J4 Galio or something like that. Either way, a nice pick. Looks like we're getting the Tom Kench again. We did see that previously when we looked at the other
Yeah.
games. What's going to be the next pick here?
So yeah, I'll quickly talk maybe about the Tom Kench thing because it's something that showed up even in the last series, right? And it um, very nearly solo kills. It's a weird pick. I remember my friend came back from quite a break with the Tom Kench changes, and he felt like it was just the same impressive champion it was before. It's just doesn't feel like a
Also,
niche pick anymore. It's just that power.
I feel like it's just more so. It's just an impressive pick, right? It's just out that
Yeah,
bot lane. That's the problem with it. It was just too strong in the bot lane, so they had to move it
yeah.
up. And now he can't devour without using ultimate, which makes it harder.
Mm.
I would like the Blitzcrank here. It does look pretty good into the Tom Kench. Remember the grey health. If you use the Blitzcrank ultimate, it gets rid of all of
Yeah,
it. It is a very good counter. It also works against like Set. My other counter to it is obviously Pike because you can shield, but the HP
yeah.
still doesn't execute. I wonder if that's going to be a flex between Lux support and mid lane. Lux support can work with Samira. I wouldn't say it's the perfect matchup really, but if you hit that route, she still gets the dash through and
Mm.
the passive on it. So still very good. Trundle here picked up. That could be a support or jungle. Normally it goes towards jungle for Slinny, which opens up the Camille Trundle pillar combination where you can put the pillar down and the Camille can use a E off of it to hit someone. So that could be pretty fun to see. But are we going to see any more bans come through, or was they only miss the first three? So
Well, we have 15 seconds to find out. It seems you are going to be pinching that jungle pool. I assume that's what the pivot was here. They take the Trundle and they take away the next two picks. It does seem like we have bans this time, so Haven favoring to ban out that mid lane. Not too surprising, I don't think, to us too.
yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a shame that they can't get their full bans out because I think it would have
Yeah,
been if they're able to win these games, I'm sure it'll be a great boost for them going to the finals. But if they lose them, I'm sure it's going to be like a pivotal thing for them, being like that's why we lost. And I gotta say, if I was playing in this tournament, I'd probably be a bit upset about that as well. Like you've got so far, and then just because you had to use a sub, you have to give up 3 bans. That just seems
mm.
a bit over the top, really. But yeah, it looks like they're just pinching Harry's pool here, get him out. But little do they know that Lysandra is open still. Look, it's just going to be the Leona pick for the support probably again. Yeah, makes sense.
I am shocked.
Well, I'd
Not as
love
shocked as
to.
Freak was when they locked in Renekton for Game 4 of Gen G, but it is what it is.
I'd love to see the stats on how many Leona games Mars has played this tournament. I think it's pretty much been uh, Leona
Well, it's
and
like 50% Leona, 50% Amumu, right?
well, I'd say 49% Amumu and then 1% Rakan. Uh,
Oh, I did have one card.
yeah, so yeah, it looks like
I don't think there's anything else.
Nautilus Samira. That is a good bot lane. Suppose you want to pick the Nautilus into the Zaya, who can just ult away your ulti, but either way, it gives you a lot of pressure, and if you do land
Yeah.
that hook, that Samira is set up for a lot, but Leona, you can just stop her in a track, so this is going to be an interesting fight bot lane.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're
I know there is interaction, sorry, with Nautilus and Leona, where if you're able to time the hook within the Zenith Blade, she's unable to follow up with the Q. And so she's rooted for as long as that you're rooted, and she basically doesn't travel anywhere, which is quite nice as Nautilus. I know there's an interaction video that Core JJ had if people were interested in finding out the exact time in the other Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean it's a great thing to know. I will say that the important thing is the fact that they have that pro because obviously the problem with like these hook champions is that if you dash in, your ADC is so far back that they can't follow. Great thing about Samira
Yeah.
is all of a sudden I dash and I'm there, and all of a sudden I do more damage because I've got these the passive on them. So
Mm.
yeah, it's gonna be a pretty a high death bot lane as long as you opt into it as well. So I fully expect GR just to go look. They've got an impressive bot lane here. Maybe we just send Mars to roam the whole game, just leave it open, let the Xayah farm under tower, completely just take the Samira out of the lane, because late game, if you can just land the CC on her, she's just not going to be useful. Rather we have a 5 minute wait now for the spectator thing, but one pick we didn't talk about is the Shyvana.
Yeah, that's where my eyebrows were raised at. The Shyvana. I have no real idea what to expect from Shyvana. I know from ARAM, full AP is an absolute menace. What to expect within Summoner's Rift is very different.
So full AP Shyvana, anyone who's played against it knows that it just pretty much one shots your ADC and your backline with one E. But the important thing to note is that it requires ulti. It requires ulti, and to get ulti, you have
Yeah.
to have Fury, which means you have to ulti like minions. It's like a Gnar bar, but it's just worse. So you have to charge it up before a fight. Yes, you might be able to one shot someone in the backline, but you are still squishy. This could be a full AD Shyvana, which I'm sort of doubting because they've only got Lux as their AD source, but it is still viable. They would be able to fight the Trundle with the press the attack build, and it does do a lot of damage over time. And you're not reliant on that ultimate or that fear. But is that going to be the thing here? Do you go for the damage over time, or do you go for the instant one shot? You can maybe blow up that Syndra, blow up that Xayah, and all of a sudden then your team fight is open for the rest of it. Or
Yeah.
do you just want that beefy frontline for that Samira?
I feel like both builds are kind of fair, right? Because if you're taking AP, you're basically playing Zoe plus, right? But it's all of for 30 seconds. So you have 30 seconds to just try and obliterate as hard as you can. And like similar to the Narbar, as you mentioned, right? You know when it's Mega Gnar, you don't want to fight that. You're just gonna let that one be. So if you can get your Shyvana to peek and hold ultimate for the right time around those drakes, you can then start the Shyvana passive. Alternatively, if you're that fighter one, you can fight whenever you want as long as you're stacked, right? But of course you just have to be prepared and ready to do that. So you're kind of leaning into two different playstyles. I'm super excited to find out, especially with runes as well, what Shyvana's going to go for.
Yeah, you also touched on it there, right? The Shyvana passive with the Drakes. Every Drake she gets lots of stats from it. So
Yeah,
is she going to prioritize those over doing maybe Herald? Because I know personally I'm a fan of getting the first Herald over the first Drake just simply
yeah.
because of the snowball effect. So does this sort of explain Haven's early game plan here? Just saying, look, we're going to go for every Drake we can just to try and boost the
Yeah.
Shyvana. You guys can just take Herald and everything else, and we'll meet you at the end of the game. Is that what we're going to see here, or are we going to see them try and get this Herald instead? They're going to try and snowball the side lane because if you get that Herald, where are you going to put it? Because you can't put it top on that Tom Kench because the Fed Tom Kench, though tanky, is not going to carry the game. A Fed Lux, I'm sorry to say it, people who main Lux, but though you can one shot people now and then, it's not a team fight winner. You have too much CDs, so the only place you can put it then is bot lane. And as soon as you get to that point, then you just know that someone's going to be sitting bot lane just waiting for you to put that hell down and just stop you in your tracks. So it's going to be an interesting game to see how the pathing and everything works. Uh, is there any lanes you would like to see influenced heavily early levels?
Definitely. Well, before I remember Slendy spent a lot of time helping Zypher out on Camille before some of these matchups. And I suspect Camille with that true damage is going to be um, probably one of the best matchups you might be able to find into a Tahm Kench. I'm not very well versed in my Camille or my Tahm Kench, but I get the feeling that that one will be close for her. I suspect maybe you take Grasp or something healing in terms of Camille, so you're able to sustain with this Q. But I imagine, of course, like you mentioned, the pillars onto Tahm Kench is probably the best way you're going to get to abuse that lane. Again, of course, Harry maybe not even needing help. He has had some killer performances on this Syndra, but it is very much similar style mages, CC damage. That simple. It's that pattern. So, of course, the bear player is most likely to win that one, but it's like I said, most likely doesn't mean always. So perhaps if you want to get your Syndra ahead and start, with your Herald advantage, move around the map, breaking open is the best place to look. So you kind of mentioned it before at the very, very start of draft, before we even talking about it, the fact that we
Oh,
have these carry top and mid laners,
is that
perhaps they're like normals where we'd like to see.
not working? No. Wait then. Let me try and see if I can get this video working. For some reason my game scene's not working. It's always fun when this happens.
I know there's been quite a few interface issues with this patch. I was playing ARAM yesterday and the kill feed was oversized. Some of the names would not turn off or would be presented in weird places. Some visual effects on the little legends were misplaced as well. Tristana Bomb was appearing underneath towers, but we
yeah,
are onto the rift on my end.
yeah, I'm trying to get in now, but my Streamlabs is not allowing it to work. Is it still black screen? I think it is. What is going on here?
So go ahead, take your time to figure out. I'll just describe for the audio what's going on so far. So
I'll
1 minute
I'll
into the game, we've had Haven uh, roll on in as a 5-man, get a ward in, shallow to the bot side jungle. Of course, it's been exchanged for on the top side of the map. Red chickens have been spotted out as well. But no real action otherwise. Standard starts as well. Shyvana starting top side, with Yara on bottom side will be starting as well on blue for Slimmy. We do have Haven camping in that bottom front bush with their Samira and their Nautilus. Take some time to move the players onto the right side of the map, or positions in the tab as well, because of course it wouldn't be Bounce League without having to move your players into the right positions. Okay, and there's a hook there, straight onto Zandiar. He's going to get the Ignite down. Mar's going to answer that one with the stun. Going to get rid on the back end, and Zandiar just dropped to half health, getting into lane. Bit of trading top, a bit of trading mid, as you'd expect, just getting those early corrupting potion stacks to good use.
I was still not
How are
here,
you doing?
but your screen's black on mine as well, I think, on the stream. Yeah, your webcam's gone off as well. So, literally just a picture of me here. Sorry guys, I'm trying everything again. This might just have to be like a restart or something, I think. This. Okay. And we're back. Oh my god, I don't know what I did, but yep. My PC did not like the problems with Streamlabs, and Streamlabs was like, nope, I'm out of here. So I decided to close it down. So, well, we got it back up, and yep. Can you fill us on, what we missed?
Okay, so I had half my eye on what's going on. They were able to secure a kill on the bot side with the Nautilus. They had early they sat in the lane early and they were able to hook them upon entry. That led into a second hook, which got Zandiar killed, which is why Nautilus is up 1-0. And then Tempt did gank, I believe, from Yoon around that first Drake, which they did secure, transitioned into that bot lane. But Zandir and Mars were able to turn that one around and picked up 2 kills on their opposing lane. And at the moment, we are seeing the Unlimited Force coming straight into the back of Lux, who spent most of her spells in rotation, sadly missed her ultimate and gets punished for that one with Mars roaming early. And that pretty much catches up with where we are right now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take your word for it because honestly, I had no idea. My league crashed, my Streamlabs crashed at the same time, and I finally loaded back in. So, yep. Hopefully, this will all go perfectly well from now on.
We got the hurdle out the way. We had the hurdle for the first game in terms of bans as well. So this one's a little lumpy all around player side stream wise, but we should be Gucci. Speaking of lumps, Zypher going to get choked and licked up and gobbled up and spat back out under the tower. It's going to flash the other side here of Yoon, but he's going to be flash followed instead, and that's a kill there on the Shyvana.
Yeah, great play there. Just punishing the overextension of the Camille there. Just catched him out of nowhere.
Stacking wave as well, being able to answer him there. Sure that he doesn't get that wave under the tower. Makes him play either. Just good punch there from you.
Yeah, just well played there. Just stops the overextension. Looks like they're starting Herald up in the top side as well. Because of that play, the wave has frozen against the Camille, so that's fine. They can just leave that wave. Actually, it might crash slightly. Yeah, maybe the Tom Kitchen needs to leave soon, but either way, they get that. It's a great flash there from the Scat of the Week. Very much needed.
Yeah, getting caught there with the pillar right next to you as well. We're just going to get dunced down with the damage.
Do they know? They spotted him on the wall going in there, so they could be looking for a collapse here. They should be able to find him.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Hit your Samira the other side of the wall. Might have to use the Crux to get over. We'll have to see how much Slaney can do. Gonna dash straight over the wall. Gonna get the pillar down. Try and create some distance. But the dragon descends upon Slaney, and that's a kill there for Savat. That's not who you want it on. Harry having to flash out as well to prevent any follow up. But that's a lie. There's follow up all over the place. Double flashes over the wall. Double kill also for Sintra. Zypher on the other side of the map, taking too many tower shots, has himself out of there as well. So that's a win there for Haven.
Yeah, a great ward, just being able to spot out the Trundle going in for that red buff. Maybe just overextending just a little bit too much, but Harry trying to come to his aid, but there's a time where you just got to say, no, he's dead, just leave him be, and for that you get punished. Yes, you got 2 flashes, but you also died and gave over 2 kills for it.
Yeah, and not to mention a flash yourself, which makes yourself yankable. The Herald comes down. I'm not sure how that one got taken away, but it did, and it's been put into the mid tower, so that's Blade there for Beak. Speaking of Beak, he's going to get Zenith Blade and locked up. Harry just about dodging away from the missiles there is going to get the kill. Sadly taken, I think, by the aftershock of the explosion.
And that's what happens when you have no flash.
The other side. Oh, it might be the Tom Kench that's in trouble instead. It's going to start looking at Slaney. Has the level advantage, but Mars is in the vicinity as well. Press the attack comes down. Zenith Blade going to connect again, looking for that Shield of Daybreak to connect next. The aftershock.
He's looking for the jump.
Sunlight burst. Gonna get the stun. Looking for the jump, as you say. Yoon in the vicinity hasn't got the Dragonborn passive assembled, and there's the Zenith. Oh, sorry, not the Zenith. The Scout of the Week there instead, and the Pillar just to make sure that catfish is staying dead.
Yeah, the Scout of the Week there just to interrupt that challenge. I think Mars was holding the Q just in case, but then when it got so close to the Shyvana, he had to go for the stun there. Easy for the Shyvana, not Shyvana.
It's a lot of S's. A lot of S's and
Z's. The Syndra to land the Scatter of the Week. It is a lot of S's, but a great pull back there. But it's still threatened to be dived. I mean, I would have gone for that dive. They have they have exhaust coming up. Either way, I think they could have probably dove that. But yeah, show him restraint there.
There's a world where you force the ult of Zion, you just walk out of that one. Perhaps you don't feel confident that you're in the right place with the feathers.
That doesn't have ulti, right? That line's still there.
It's showing as the ult is up for me.
The line's slightly off for me. I think is that the same ready? I think there's a line slightly in it, so I think it's slightly off. It was like a couple seconds, but yeah.
Oh,
maybe I'm wrong.
There goes Samira. And there's a fish in the river that doesn't really want to be there. He teleported, but he regrets it. As he's just going to get picked up there nicely.
Yeah,
maybe my ultimates aren't showing. I don't think any of them are on cooldown.
No, I think it's just
mine's working. Slinny's ult's on cooldown.
Yeah, I think it's just Zaya's the way it's drawn is pretty weird. But yeah, either way, I mean that's massive for Camille in that top side as well. She's going to be able to get probably two plates on this top side. Tom Kench, no TP, no flash. It's going to be pretty dire in that top side now going forward. They do pick up the Drake for Yara as well. Overall, I mean, look at this gold lead that's come out of nowhere. I thought that that invade. I know he missed the start of it, but I thought this game was going pretty in Haven's favor. But I guess I've just flipped the script on that one and said, no, it's our turn to get to finals this time around. We're here to win.
Yeah, well, with 12 minutes on the board as well, there's 12 kills to match, and I think I've just been able to rotate members more often to the play. Yes, Haven have had definitely their share of 4 kills action. They might have another one here. Oh no, Cypher's just going to walk away from that one. I think, yep, just going to stroll with their scissor legs away from that. But yeah, it's not like Haven have been inactive. I think they've probably had the best early game I think I've ever seen them have.
Yeah, it's just a couple of times where they've just fought objectives where they didn't have the pressure to go on it. I think Shyvana was probably going into that bush, but is it going to make a difference?
Here, okay, the double knock off the Dragon descent here onto Mars, but the TP's coming in as well. Zandia looking to turn this one around, 100 on the feathers back. Samira staying alive, gets the ultimate down, but it's not enough. Doesn't get the reset here onto Mars. So Zypher's now in the vicinity as well, looking to lock up. Not a long time left on this Shyvana with the Dragon descent. Has used the E spell as well. Flame breath gonna get a kill instead for Zypher.
Yeah, for a second that looked really scary. Oh, Celine's going aggressive in this top side. Is he going to turn into anything? I don't think so, but
Doesn't quite look like.
Either way, that bot side I thought was going to get very scary when Samira was trying to do a Bee Gees impression and staying alive. But either way, just able to pick him out. So much damage out of this Xayah, and just burst straight through him. And the great TP then to follow through, able to turn around that gank.
And that's kind of been strength, I think, so far this game. Yes, they've made a couple of mistakes in the jungle. Yes, they got caught out in that bot lane, but pretty much every time that Haven have tried to force something into this bottom lane, it's come out favorable for Zandia, just being able to avoid the initial engage or just let Mars soak the damage and then be able to turn that one around with feathers. The fights just haven't been going long enough for Sam to get his damage out on this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just slightly off there. I think just dashing straight into the Jonas and just getting caught out there, but they're going aggressive here.
Yeah, I don't think they want to stick around because they don't know where the vision is. They get some information with the sweeper popped as well, but it's not going to deter them now from engaging here onto the Time Catch. The Zenith Blade not going to quite connect, and Deluxe Stun is going to prevent them from going too further forward, but Slenny with the Flash is going to chase that one down and take a bite out of that.
Yeah, and they herald it up in 30 seconds. Can they turn this into something here? Tom Kent's no TP. They should be able to push out top side, maybe push out mid as well, and then rotate it into this herald if they feel like it. But yeah, great play there. Nice roam from Mars again on this Leona, just doing work across the map.
With 80% participation, at least I think already, 10 out of 12 kills have been thanks to Mars.
Yeah, that's slightly more than 80.
I can't be bothered to do the maths. It's been a while since I've been at school to do those kind of statistics. Looking for something here is Andy. I think he's done the math and has this one total. It's going to get some extra feathers down there with that bonus damage of last patch. It's not going to be enough to find a kill.
Yeah, I will say, surprising to see this lethal tempo on the Xayah. Anyway, they're looking for a gank in his top side. Look at the Trundle Ghost just able to push it off, but Camille has a lot of start down.
Going in here with the tower down, knowing that Trundle's in the vicinity as well. You're just going to have to put the Dragon Descent and the Flame Breath down. Zyver's going to get gobbled up, but he's not really looking any worse for wear in terms of health. You now stuck in 1 versus 2. Does not really want to be here, having to flash away just for safety. Gets the Flame Breath on the exit, but not going to transition to anything that's tower and kill for Yarn.
But see, that's the problem with this AP Shyvana here. Look, if you're not ahead, you can't one-shot people, and that's their top laner, and you're doing probably about 100, 200 damage with each one of those massive E's. Whereas if that was against a squishy pet member, that could maybe do 400 or 500. You know, at this point, you're looking a bit weak taking those fights, and there's a point where you have to just say, we have to let you die as the top laner there, because you're not going to get anything in return. You're just going to add extra gold to them.
That as well, dashing in when the tower's already gone, knowing that Trundle was there. Your jungle spotted that one out, trying to gank. There's Camille under that tower. There's not really any play there for you to make, so it's a bit of an overextension. A bit of a lapse of judgment, perhaps, as well. Harold's going to go the way of Yar as well. I know there were pings on this dragon, not far from spawning now at 40 seconds, so it seems both teams are very much aware presence of the streak, being able to take lead in this streak stacking as well, preventing the Shyvana from scaling better, from blowing up your squishies as you were threatening, but of course as well making sure that with the double herald being able to stretch this advantage. It's an ocean soul to play for as well, quite powerful, quite potent.
Yeah,
something we love to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they want to use this herald mid or on one of the tier 2s, because tier 2s now give you a lot of gold, so it might be worth using it for one of those. I think you actually might have wanted to put this well, actually not this time because there's no TP on the Camille, but You can use it top and then pressure them to go have to catch that, and then you can get the Drake for free. But I think with the TP up on Tahm Kench, you don't want to do that. But they are going to concede this Drake anyway by the looks of it. That maybe they're going to contest, but looks like the Drake's going to go the way of Haven here.
Drake already down to 2k, slinging the vicinity, directed camera, taking us all the way over to top. Apparently there's more interest. Slinny able to get in there with the chomp and smite, I would expect. Steals away the ocean. There's a fight on the back end of this one. Martin's made his way in from the mid lane. He's going to miss the Zenith, sadly. Directed camera didn't turn away from that one. Overextended with the CC. They weren't able to find anything on the top side. Camille bounds within bounds there, going to get chomped and locked up, but with the sweep command connecting the longest range auto attack I've ever seen. Sammy's going to try and find something here onto Harry. He's going to find the one kill, hasn't got the ultimate yet to reset, looking to get that S rank stuck here at D. Zandia looking to chase this one down, has the feathers to engage within this bush and the sweep. Yeah, just going to put the feathers in the back of Samira there. I'm not too sure what happened with the rest of the fight thanks to directed cam, but I believe that's the victory.
No, I think that's Haven favored in the bot side for sure, right? They picked up 2 and lost 1. I think you take that. I think the kills, one of the kills went on to Samir, one of them went on to Lux. You're feeling pretty good about that, right? You get to share about the Drake smite, but overall you're able to get those 2 kills on the back end. Yes, your Tahm Kench is losing top lane, but I don't think you could have done anything about that anyway. And yes, this Camille's going to scale more, but you need the Samir to get those kills to be able to be that late game threat that we all know that Samir to be in solo queue. Nice flash there by Zephyr.
Having a bit of an issue clicking on the wall there, I think. Just flashing away, as you say. Nice flash, good reaction. That a little bit of an issue. Hook here onto Slinny, not really a lot of threat in the vicinity. Gets 2 knockups here. Zandia already down to half. Slinny down to half now as well. Oscar's being the one that's turned on to. Feathers coming out here from Zandia, just keeping himself safe from the massive beam.
And that's a massive cooldown burst. Massive cooldown burn.
Damage. Massive cooldown, as you say. I do quite like to take Ultimate Hunter on Xayah when I do, just to make sure that I can have that cooldown at a luxury price. Speaking of luxury, you're going to be using the ultimate here, Dragon descending. I'm just going to use the hookshot to get away. A bit of an awkward one to chase. Camille definitely not bursted in that sense. Very gankable champion. Just going to walk out of that one.
Yeah, Camille no flash. Well, she doesn't need it. That's why people go ignite normally. But look at this engagement from Mars here. Nice ulti.
The hook just a little shy of the wall. Almost Spider-Man his way out of that one. A fine attempt, but sadly just shy. Going to get taken up.
And he left the kill. That's the important thing. He left the kill this time. Getting the Syndra so far ahead there. That's massive.
With his initial tower down as well. 3 towers here to 0 yard. Looking still with the Herald to make something happen. Like I say, going to save it maybe for something on these sidelines. Just Slinny in the vicinity of this play here as well. Cypher looking to get something. Is digestible from Tahm Kench, but I don't think Tahm Kench can win this one. He's going to get pillared out of the Abyssal Dive. He's just going to get slapped around a bit. Double press the attack and plus grass.
Yeah, I mean, Camille with no mana even then can still burst through that. That's just the item diff there. Yes, Tahm Kench is tanky. You look at the items he has, so heavily tanky, but Camille just shreds through tanks, and that's the problem with this pick.
Yeah, with the grass max health damage and the Divine Sandra max health damage, as well as the true damage on your Q, that Tahm Kench is not looking so tanky, but here's Union here again into the mosh pit that's going on. This Samira going to get value out of this ultimate. Going to get a 4-man scatter the weak on the backside. Harry trying to keep his members alive. Mars looking to be the victim. He's going to use the solar flare to keep himself just about out of range. Yun with the fire breath soon, looking to put that wall down, give some vision, give some idea of where to split that one. He's going to get locked up at the cost for it. The flashing away here from the unleashed power is just about going to keep him alive. Big with the shield as well, just for safety. Tower taken there for Yar. I think a 1-for-1.
Yeah, surprisingly lucky there. I think the Samira could have done a lot more damage on that back end of that fight, but the great scatter of the week coming out from Harry. 4-man scatter of the week. Do you know how rare those are? A crazy play there. Able to stall her in her tracks and then just able to let everyone else just walk out of that fight. Otherwise, I think that could have been two members given over to Haven.
Yeah, with those shutdowns available as well. If he was onto Slinny or onto Zandia, that's quite a bit of gold you're giving over. The gold lead now at, well, about 8k, so it's not looking too healthy for Haven, but I feel like there's definitely means for them to get back in, just with the amount of CC or burst potential that they have.
Yeah, and this time they're not playing against the Jinx, so they don't have to be that worried.
Yeah, indeed, of course. Jinx is very good at turning around games, as Yar found out, with a bit of a sloppy ending to one of their games, able to give a game back to Ablaze last week. Looking to improve on their mistakes, maybe make sure that these leads stick a little harder and a little stronger than before.
Looks like Haven has the inside track to this Drake. Are they going to be able to keep them out of the choke points here? Seeing some pinks towards Baron.
Last time.
They're giving up Drake for Baron here. Oh, not nice blast code.
Zypher with the blast cone, looking to hook shot out of there. Uses it a bit prematurely, perhaps, unable to get himself around the wall. But with his passive, Hextech Protocol's going to be quite happy just to absorb Yoon's ult there. So they're going to trade Drake for Baron, it looks like. Unless they're going to.
They have to know. They have to know. There was a control ward on it. I don't think they can get there in time, even if they tried though. I gotta say, great attempt by the Samira there, just hitting that blast going to push over the Camille, but you were some insane macro move by Yard just to be able to get that Baron, trading it for that Drake.
Yeah, Haven very much committed to getting these drakes. We mentioned that Shyvana will be prioritizing these quite heavily, perhaps a little too heavily, as Ya are able to recognize the opportunity to take Baron and make sure that they have to add to the Camille in case of a steal. And so Dragon traded for Baron. Ya looking to close this game now quite swiftly with a 9k gold lead.
Yeah, and though Baron is good if you get the gold and the XP, right? But if you're not able to push it in, maybe break their base open, what does that say? Because you could have been one dragon off of Soul Point here, an Ocean Soul that is game winning. This Baron might not be the game decider here. It could just be, well, it might not just be a way to push at all. And by the looks of it, they're not pushing very much with it so far.
Yeah, it looks like they've just taken a reset. They've started to establish some of these waves, but I think Haven are doing a pretty good job of answering them so far. They do have one last outer tower. You can see the Yarn members moving onto that side of the map. They have this vision wave set up in the river from the Drake that they have to also get through. Mars might be a victim here of the Fog of War. I'm just going to drop some deeper vision down to make sure that they're safe to play in this vicinity. The Tom Kench's top side, but they should also know his teleport is available, so they're going to walk this wave in. They have the cannon minion here, Baron buffed up. Mars going to be eliminating some of these red wards. Harry, not in the vicinity, but does have the teleport should anything happen as well. You can see the Tom Kench moving really first. Seems like Harry's looking to get pushing that top side instead to threaten several lanes to make plays with later in case this one maybe goes a little sour or is answered. And speaking of answers, Zandy are going to have to answer the Lux ult there with his feathers, letting them fly.
Yeah,
and the minions also dying.
And Luxalt is up every 30 seconds at this point, I believe. So that's gonna be pretty crazy. Nice flash engage here going in.
Big flash engage here, and the flame spit onto Zandia as well. They're going to be locked up 4 versus 3 in this fight, or 5 versus 3 in this fight. Samira looking to get in there, does so with the flash, able to connect here onto Zandia, gets the solar flare all the way around. Zypher going to be the next on the menu. Sandvet trying to keep himself alive and does so. Picked up here. The dredge line just a little short as Harry TP's in late. Mars not even there. I'm not sure what's going on here, but this engage here from Haven going to eliminate some of those Baron buffs and pick up some of those Baron.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden your Baron is not looking too good, right? You were 8k up before Baron, now you're only 7k. You lose your members. You lost gave over 700 gold towards this Samira. That's going to be very nice to be able to pick up this Lord Dom so early on the Samira is going to help so heavily. If anyone doesn't know, Lord Dom's completely broken item at this point and will just shred through their front line. So really looking scary. And I'm surprised. Yeah, trying to push that tower when you see 4 of them there, when you are only 3. You know, you're 3. Yes, you have an 8k gold lead, but as soon as there's 3 of you there, all of a sudden the gold's even, but they have more abilities, more cooldowns to use at that point.
Yeah, I just don't think they were expecting the engage from Haven. I think they were looking to back up as it were, but Oscar being able to pull the trigger there and enable Samira to get into that backline, just eliminate Zandiel, make it a 5 versus 2 and just wash the board there. I'm not too sure what Mars was up to. I suspect he was trying to answer some of the vision around the map, and I know Harry was TPing into that one late, so I think Yar just caught maybe a bit sleeping, a bit unaware. Zandiel getting chipped out to start with. Not a great look. And of course, those Baron buffs and shutdowns now given over. Bit of a tricky position to be in. Probably going to have a quiet couple of minutes unless somebody makes a huge error.
Yeah, I mean we got Drake up in a minute 30, right? And if you're Team Yar, are you thinking that you made the wrong decision here? Because you could have been the one off Soul Point if you had won the fight that you could have opted into. But instead you got that Baron, and so far you weren't even able to take the T2 out of tower. You died for it, gave over a load of shutdowns, and now if they get this, they're one Drake off Soul Point.
Yeah, of course, and as well, not going to really let it out my sight. There's Shyvana strength with those dragons is pretty huge. Has the bar available for when that fight comes. Going to be looking to stall that one out. Until then, well, speaking of stalling out, Oscar looking to use this block of the Isolari to survive. Zenith Blade going to connect here onto this mirror instead. Looking to follow up here with the Solar Flare does so. Looking to get their ultimate stand there. It's not going to get much time with the Scat of the Week to follow that one up. Yoon going to be caught on the backside. A third Zenith Flare pick here. Yoon going to be walking away from that time. Has the tower to back them up, but still, yeah, finding a pick in that jungle.
Yeah, great pick there. They have to go for the vision to be able to contest this Drake, and Moss just played around it, able to find the route on onto the Nautilus, who went for, I think he went for a hook and miss and ended up going to a wall. Either way, he was too far overextended that they punished it, and Samira came to his aid, but you're joining him in the death realm there.
And death realm as well. Say hello to Mordekaiser whilst you're there, and to Yugi's grandpa. Whilst Yar are looking to put the rest of Haven into the Death Realm, they have now taken their 6th tower and looking at the base ones and the inhibitor ones. Zypher looking to get some damage here, and Tom Kench halves him quite comfortably and just walks away from there.
Yeah, you just back off and go to the Drake here, but yeah. See some interesting builds coming out here. You know, the Spirit Visage on the Camille, bit interesting. I know they have a little bit of AP there, but you have a lot of AP on your team. But look at that.
Oh, and here's the dive in from Yoon, but the Drake's already gone. The damage there from Luxalt, not to be missed either. Notable, but not enough. Maybe looking for something more, Haven. They have the vision. They know that they're waiting the Zen Pixel Brush, but that is overall Ocean Soul and a kill. Sorry, not Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul point for Yar and the kill.
Yeah, really well played there, forcing them to have to try and commit to something there. But the Zaya Feathers coming back straight, just one shot. Yes, Zaya went down on the other side, but if they're dead, they can't throw another Q, another E at you and try and one shot you. So great play there. He had to pick up that Drake, but they should be in position here to start this Baron soon as well. The rest of the ways are pushed out, so are we going to see this attempt started up straight away?
Yeah, Zypher wasting no time pushing that midway there.
Oh, look at that ward.
Sure that they have that priority. Wards all over. Just on the outside there by the fruit as well, spotting out that people are on this one, so the Haven members are going to be able to respond. They're going to get the TP in as well. Harry looking to scatter the weak. That is an opportunity window if they can find it before that one comes back up. Slowly down to half, so they're going to peel away from this one. Mars getting caught here. Sam going to get that passive stacked up, trying to get that S. There's a Luxalt here, straight onto 2. Unfortunately, not here of Zandia. This is a good opportunity. Solar Flare whiffed as well. This is a good time to pull the trigger as long as you can get there. He's stacking up there on Wolves that passive. Now walking into the river are Haven.
Even a split.
To find an angle, but it's Miles who finds it first. Pulls the trigger of the Zenith Blade. The hook lands on the backside. Going to get 2-man knock up. That's the backline being knocked up. Harry pulled into the Zonyas. Going to get the first kill into the river. Yar looking to pick up the second one as they find a fight advantage on the other side of the map. Zandy are back to full health just about. Mars looking to find another Zenith Blade. Finds Yoon as well. Sliny putting his teeth into the dragon there. That tastes nice. That dragon meat. Going to collect those dragon bones for that.
Yeah.
Clutching out a fight in the river.
Oh, that's just
I mean,
dirty.
he's doing so well.
Look at the ulti already coming back up. But yeah, I mean, we saw the narrative that we talked about earlier with the Shyvana not being able to get that Fury, not able to have that great scout of the week there. But is he going to be traded back?
Looking to trade that one back, as I say, Flash is forward into the binding there from Lux.
Camille's gone for it.
Going to be Dragon, Baron way of thing. Flashes again into another binding. No Hex Tech shot available. The hook shot, sorry. Waiting for that time. Time catch the vicinity as well. Thinks better of it. Perhaps going to get licked on the other side of the camera. Not quite sure what angle they want to take on that skirmish, but Baron Fuyar.
But yeah, during that fight, Shyvana did not have enough Fury to press the R button, and they were split in two different. They were both split on 2 different angles there, so they couldn't attempt it really. And when Shyvana did, if Shyvana had 60, I'm pretty sure she could just one-shot the backline of VR. But obviously, you have to hit minions or jungle camps to be able to get that before you can go in, and there wasn't anything close enough for her to hit. So tries to go in, tries to make something happen, and get CC changed before she's able to get off that R button, and overall just loses the fight off of it.
Yeah, I think that's great recognition there from Mars as well. Recognizing an opportunity without the Solar Flare to be able to find a Zenith Blade onto the key target and secure that fight, trying to split. Well, Haven's approach coming from 2 different channels, they were able to find fights on their right sides to make that one theirs. Now with the second Baron looking to improve on their mistake from the first one. Not looking to really let this one go too much longer, as we mentioned. The later this game goes, the better it's probably going to be for Samira, and the longer time they have to give over these bounties, which they most certainly do not want to do again. But their goal lead is still looking healthy.
Just contested vision, I think. This will let them be able to push between mid and bot, just a 4-1. Simple but easy. It looks like they're sending 3 members down to the bot side to deal with this Camille, so maybe they should be able to get a push in the mid side, but they don't know it, so... Ooh, flash engage here.
Oh, flash engage, as you said from Celine, putting the pillar straight down here onto Samira. Dashes forward and then having to flash back out. Not the great look you want. Zonya's here out of Harry again, going to dodge away from the Luxord, but Mars going straight back in. Yun with the ultimate this time. What can he do? He's going to get the spit down, the depth charge straight there onto Zandia yet again. They're still tanking up this tower, and it seems to be mostly going okay. Zypher engaging on the back of Mars's death, hoping to avenge his comrade.
No one else
Going
is
to get
there.
picked up on the backside. Nobody else is there. They got the Baron minions in on the bomb side, but they haven't got anything in the top side. Going to look to trade that tower instead. Zypher's still alive, actually. I've been able to have this monologue, and he's still doing okay. He's still alive. He's still alive. Still going to keep himself alive for a while until that hook comes in. Zandia are going to be taken out as well. Going to look to trade his life for the Inhib is now slain. He's going to try and escape through the top side. Harry on half health, just going to flee away from there. So they're pinging straight onto the Ocean Drake. They know what they can get out of this one. Going to try back a kill here onto Lux's Slimmy, and a pause just to give us a break and myself a breather to try and catch up with what chaos that was.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. It was all because Shyvana actually had 6 this time, able to dive straight back in. Just press 1E onto Xayah instantly, 25% HP, not able to walk up to that player at all. Yes, Camille was able to last so long, but you know why? Look at the items. We've got 3 magic resist items on this Camille, and only magic pen boots on the side of Team Haven. They need this magic pen to come through, otherwise they're going to be in trouble going forward. They need to start getting magic pen to be able to deal with this, because if that's a big team fight there, the Camille was able to last out. But because the tower's still there, because the Xayah was taken down so low, they weren't able to follow up. And overall, I'd say that's a massive play there for Haven, because they're able to get these massive shutdowns. Yes, the Singer's still got hers, but for the rest of it, they are able to get loads of these shutdowns. They got 1 vital members, and they got the tankiness to come back into this game.
That as well, you've staunched another Baron at the exchange of an inhibitor, which for the price of the, as you mentioned, the bounties is going to be super important. And with Ocean Drake, 28 seconds from being on the cards, a soul point as well, I'll remind people for Yar, that's going to be a very welcome set of gold for Haven. I will mention quickly that it looks like a top lane DC, which doesn't really explain why Zypher was able to live that long. As you mentioned, it was probably due to the MR. Goodness knows what he could have done if he wasn't DC'd, assuming he didn't DC during that fight.
Well, it's also the lifeline active of the Moor, right? That gives him so much time to sustain in that fight, and I don't blame him for picking that, because the only AD damage on the side of Haven is that Samira, and if Samira's dashing into that Camille's just going to one shot her. So it makes a lot of sense to prioritize this magic resist. I'm surprised at the way that they have done it. I maybe would have preferred seeing maybe a Wit's End on the top side instead of a Moor. Spirit is not too bad. It gives you the HP and the healing, but yeah, maybe not the best build path there. But either way, the magic resist is showing up big here, right? Like that time, it must have been 30 seconds of just being able to stand in.
It felt like 30 seconds. I could have done work on my ethics in that time that Zypher was still alive and still had the opportunity to cast what else was going on. I do not hate the synergy that Visage has with the Hex Drinker, because of course it gives you lifesteal on the back end of it. So you get a little bit more value out of Spirit Visage for that. He's got the Grasp as well as the Divine Sunder healing. So in all, high synergy, maybe not the most efficient individual items, but as a collective, definitely put to say.
Yeah, it worked out for him, right? And he was able to survive that long. I will note, I think that they will... I mean, Drake's up in 30 seconds, right? Dostlini and Zephyr won't be up. Zandia might be able to start walking down there, and either way, Mars is there. So do they want to try and at least poke them off of this? There is 3 members there. Maybe, no, 4, sorry, of Team Haven that should be there. Someone will have to clear that bot wave first, and top wave, so it should be 3. So is Mars and Harry able to push them off of this in 30 seconds time? I don't know if they can.
Yeah, well, you have to assume that Oscar's going to beeline straight over there. He does have a little bit of an issue with mana and no real control wards. It looks like we're going to find out, because we should be about ready to get back out of this pause. But as I was saying, Oscar, without vision and without mana, you would normally want to send him over. You can see on the minimap 2-3 control wards in the vicinity and the scuttle vision around that dragon. Mars should be up in time on the Leona to get some vision down there as well. So we'll have to see what way the vision contest goes first. Looks like we're
getting back in.
Resuming in 2 and in 1. So we're going to find out what's going to happen with this vision.
Well, there's going to be another pause in 3, 2, 1. No? Okay, don't worry about me. There's normally
pause this time. Apparently something does get fixed for everything else that breaks on
Harry. That's the contest done. So that could have just won them Drake here. Yes, they could still attempt it, but now it's a 3v2, and look at the minion waves to the side of Yar. Look at that top wave that is pushing in. It should be I think it's getting destroyed by the tower, but it should push back in on the next wave anyway. And that bot wave is pushing into that inhib as well. And they got that bot tower as well.
Not to mention the super minions walking their way down mid. Samira is now alive, so she should be able to clear them. Oh no, sorry, she's in mid. I'm a little bit lost after that pause. They are going to pick up that Ocean Drake regardless, just able to burn that one down before Yar members are willing to commit or find themselves walking in.
It's a necessary step there, but you did just lose another Nexus tower there for that third Drake. So if you're not able to get the soul here, this is going to be pretty upsetting for the team of Haven, who have given up so much and still able to come back.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's better than giving over the soul. All in all, unless you're looking to play for that Elder, which is really almost a comeback mechanic, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, but it's scary. An Ocean Soul is always scary, especially on the side of VR. I don't think this is one we can give over. Maybe it's a Cloud Drake you can give it over, but this time I don't think it's worth it.
No, not with the tankiness of the Leona, and of course Zypher especially. I don't need to bring it back up. I'm sure we'll get plenty of time to talk about it the next time he's not dying. Slinny as well. Not to be underestimated, tank with the Dwan Sunder and the Titanic in tow. Looking to make them put to better use than the last fight. Not really going their way. A bit of miscommunication around that tower, as you mentioned, breaking that one down in the pause. So I'll have to see if Yar can cleanly close. I feel like that's been maybe a little bit of their bad habit or their crutch so far. They can get their leads and they can do pretty well with them to grow them, but closing them is a very different matter for Yar.
Yeah, for sure. We saw it last week in the best of 5, right? It was very hard for them to finish out, even with their heavy gold leads. But so far, looking better. They have thrown slightly, and this game should probably have been over like 10 minutes ago. But I mean, you can either say it's Yar's fault for not finishing out earlier, or Haven's respect for being able to keep themselves in this game that much longer. And I mean, Haven able to win the last team fight, so is Yar a bit scary for approaching the next one here?
Yeah, and of course they're splitting up as you should, being able to threaten multiple inhibitors at once, able to get the bottom side one as well as that mid one already been taken down. We're starting to see an engage trying to pressure them now that they have the pull on the bot side. They're going to look to get the Tam Kenshir, going to flash away in and away from the Luxman ultimate. So we're now looking at 4v5. The Dragon Descends looking to get something back before it's too late, trying to engage here onto Zyphers to split them up. It's 4 versus 2 on the top side, and so they're going to use the Whirl of Blaze, trying to keep himself alive, and pulls the Inferno trigger, finally looking to get something back. Gets the kill here, it does Oscar onto Trundle, going to get the massive bruh as the Night Harvest procs across 3 members at once. I love that noise, it's so satisfying. Sadly not enough to get anything, but they do trade kill for kill, but not before all their inhibitors are taken.
Yeah, imagine if they prioritized the Void Staff next instead of getting the Codex and Kindle Gem here. That would have been a lot more damage that would have shredded through them there. But either way, it looks like they're able to force you off of this. They're going to have to attempt this Baron again, but you did just lose 3 inhibitors on the side of Haven, which is sometimes it's nice to get the extra farm, but it also means that you're probably not going to be able to attempt to go to this Baron here. So looks like they're going anyway.
We'll draw everyone's eyes to the summoner spells of Yar. 2 TPs available. I'll draw my eyes across the other side as well. 2 TPs available there. So with 3 open inhibs and double inhibitor minions walking into your base, yes, as you say, it's great farm, but if you're having to answer farm, you can't be answering this Baron, and of course the TP's available as well. That's a pretty big risk. Expect they might be looking for it. If you look on that minimap, there's a lot of red coming in. Yeah, the recalls are going to have to come in as well.
And I just opens up the free Baron here. You can't stick around and contest this. Maybe you save Shyvana just to try and get a Miracle of Steel, but if that happens, you lose a lot of your damage from the fight that they can just walk in afterwards with. So it's a no-win situation here. They have to go back and collect this farm. That is a lot of gold, but Baron gives you more, and Baron's going to be able to on the next push, make that so much harder to clear. And they lost the tower. They lost the tower.
This is the right choice for Haven. They've lost the tower regardless of the members there in the base. Not everyone, I don't think, backed in time, respecting the threat of those minions. That's Baron there.
The other one's so low.
The third one of their game, but for something else, that tower is also low as well, as you mentioned. Now in the clutch time and the crunch time for Haven. Bar is available for Shyvana. Make note, 16 available now for Samira. 3 items complete. as well. Cypher now bringing this bottom wave in with the double Baron buff up. In here, Vitamin and Selene looking for
Nice
something,
flash.
flashing away to Sanvet. Going to get the double lockup as well. Here comes the Dragon Descent. Is this the final fight? Or well, it could be. There's a 3-man knockup on the backside thanks to Tom Kench and the Dredge line. Cypher going to be almost taken down and locked up, but there's a first kill here for Harry. There's a second kill here for Zandia with the GA available as well. He's going to get that one popped. Oscar going to drop on the backside. Flash, scatter the weak into the face of somebody else of Haven, and they will find no sanctity left in their base. Cypher going to be chunked down on the backside. This Shyvana, ever so important in this game, is going to be locked up and killed last with the minions in the base. There is no haven for Haven in game one.
Yeah, nowhere's safe at the end of that game, and I mean, going forward, what do you adapt going forward? I think I've still lost your ninja, by the way.
I can reset that one up for you if you still need.
But yeah, I mean, I guess you guys just got to stare at me. But either way, I mean, really well played there from the side. Well, both sides, honestly. Haven lasting a lot longer than they probably should have in that game, able to keep it going. But yeah, quite a decisive victory in the end. I mean, you look at the kill difference, 17 to 33, but that game was back and forth at some points. Yes, the gold lead was always in the side of Yard, but you know, Haven's comp, they didn't need much gold, but when they did pull the trigger, they were able to find a couple of those shutdowns and come back pretty heavily. But imagine if they were able to pull that trigger slightly earlier.
Yeah.
I feel like they waited just a little bit too late, and they just didn't get there.
I mean, you can see what happened when they did pull the trigger. The fights that they started were in the early game on the bot side, and that's where they were able to get that early game kills. They weren't able to get too much from it. I think y'all were able to answer it pretty well. But the first Baron got answered by a flash engage from Nautilus. The second Baron got answered by the engage from Yoon on the Dragon Descent with the Shyvana popping the ultimate and splitting that team fight up between the tower as well. So those winning fights for Haven started on their terms. I think, like you say, leaving it a little too late, maybe a bit of misdecision between are we hard contesting the Baron or are we going to answer the minions in the base? By stalling out, you lost a tower. Maybe that tower could have come up a little bigger in that fight towards the end. So Haven unable to pull the trigger, as you say, to start the fights they need, unable to keep themselves in the game, unable to bring themselves back into the game. They were very able to keep themselves in the game, but it was still your favorite throughout.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to last a long time, but they were giving over gold a lot. And I mean, though I missed the early game, they were up in gold when I joined back. So it's surprising how it went downhill pretty fast after that point. But they were able to make some plays happen, but they just threw their lead pretty early on. Given the gold lead, and it never came back to them, right? Yes, they were able to get back these shutdowns. There was a point where they were 8k ahead, and they lost the Baron, went down to the bot side. They lost 4 members, right? But even then, you know, they only came out of that 7k ahead. Like, the gold lead was always massively in the favor of Team Ya.
Yeah, and I'm gonna draw my attention to the fact that Mars had 20 out of 33 kill participation, the highest of any player in the game. I feel like Mars did an incredible amount of work in that fight. I feel like I said Zenith Blade connects far more times than really should be necessary. So I think shout out to Mars there being able to walk around the map and enable. We identified it as one of the win conditions that Yar have is that roaming of Mars being able to pair up with Selene and become that second jungler. Definitely pulling through on that side. No short, nothing short this time.
Yeah, Mars played really well on that Leona, but I gotta say, I think Zephyr was the main standout to me. I mean, had to draw so much pressure on that top side, and when he was even in the base 4v1, they couldn't burst through him due to the lifeline passive of Moore, just able to supply for that massive period of time. Crazy amount of time that they lasted, and what do you do in that situation? Do you now have to ban that Camille? Just ban that out? Just trying to avoid playing against it? Because I thought you need to pressure this bot lane more so, and when they did, they messed up the ganks and gave the bot lane a lead, and then you've then got 2 losing lanes on top of bot, and your mid is still is just going even. So, what point do you enable your team? Like, what point do you choose a different lane? Because you picked an enabling jungle to get these ganks off, and then you mess up the ganks, and then you're not able to be able to convert it into kills. Actually, it wasn't an enabling jungler, but it was a carry jungler that has the ability to enable. But yeah, so they were able to do so much on that pick, but they didn't get the early lead that Shyvana needs. They weren't able to keep the gold off of the bot lane of Yar, and it just snowballed away from them.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Haven can do about it, because there are definitely questions to be asked, at least within the draft. Of course, I will remind people they were unable to ban for their first three So I'm going to assume that they have their bans perhaps back for this one. Maybe I can check in the break. But as we're tossing it to a break, get yourself some water, get yourselves comfortable, because we will be back shortly for our game 2. And I'll promise you, there's no show of the action like this one in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. After game 1 of our series today, semi-finals best of 5 here for Valence, you are able to quite comfortably conquer that one against Haven. Now, joining us for game 2, we are straight into draft.
Yeah, and we finally have your webcam back, and hopefully this time we get straight back into game and no problems. We don't miss the first 5 minutes of the game, because that would be a shame to have that happen again. Uh, looks like Lexman is on the one side. They don't want to deal with it this time. Is there going to be the same ban problems that they had the first time around? I think there might be.
Yeah, very. I would expect there to be so, but I know balance rules are uh, quite potent. We've suffered them maybe a little bit before. I think against Haven in one of our first series, at least that I was a part of. I think both of the teams were late, so we just missed pretty much all of our bans for our entire series. That made all my draft prep quite inconvenient. Um,
Yeah, I feel like it's just a bit disappointing, right? Because they've like, obviously Haven have turned
yeah,
up here. They're really trying, and they can't really get an. I hate to say it, but you can't get a fair game without being able to ban the same chance, right? Because it just opens up the opportunity to get those counter picks. If you just ban out a counter pick for a
yeah,
champion, and it just seems a bit unfair, really. But I'm not arguing with the Valent League. They can do their own thing. Don't worry, it's fine. Either way, it's just a bit upsetting for Haven.
yeah, for sure.
Especially when they've made it this far and you're fighting for playoff contention here. You think playoffs wise, you should be allowed to sub, right? There's no way that you're not allowed to sub in a modern day where so much can happen in everyone's lives, right? So
Yeah. I know you declare your roster in advance. I assume that they had issues with someone's availability in that case, and they've had to use one of their subs declared and change that one around. So, yeah, probably just an unfortunate situation for Haven, and of course that results in an unfortunate situation within draft as well. Happens for
yeah, I
bit of a
mean,
pity, but there's nothing stopping them from winning without these bans.
yeah, I mean, if I was
It's
playing
just
against
harder.
them, I'd be encouraging them to use their bans anyway. I think it just
Mm.
makes it fair. I know we're fighting for Valent League, getting to finals. Is there a prize pool for Valent League?
I know winning finals gets you promoted to the division above, which there may be a prize pool for. I'm not sure about the division
Okay,
two.
well, either way, you're fighting for promotion here, right? And if you're not on even standings, it's a bit disappointing, and it just leaves it up on the side for yeah. Which, to be fair, they don't normally get, right. That's normally a pick that is pretty much banned out non-stop.
Yeah.
Talking about Zaya, have you seen the new build on her?
I'm not aware of a new build.
Okay, so the build is summon area into Eclipse and you go full lethality. And let me tell you, it does damage. Because obviously the Eclipse passive is that you get armor pen on every item you get and you just shred through
Yeah.
them. It's pretty much like the Lord Dom's build for crit and it just makes it better. Does a lot of damage. I like crit as well, but I think that this build makes it just a bit more fun. She does a lot of damage
Hmm.
and you don't need Gale Force really. So it works out pretty well.
Yeah, of course, she got buffed with her Q damage as well. I think it's
Oh,
20 at
this
each level, maybe a little bit more at level 5. So I assume you'd be maxing that one with your auto attack on feathers. That's a proc of Eclipse as well with a nice bit of burst trade.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's with the summon area, so you can always like whenever you land one of the feathers that goes to the minions, it automatically
mm,
pops the area, so you just get that poke
of
in
course,
lane a lot, which is really insane. I will say that the Samira is getting picked up again here. It did look like it had a couple pop off moments in the last game, but obviously the biggest downside to Samira is as soon as you get CC'd, you're out of the fight, right?
yeah.
And though they were able to find those picks back into it, it is a Samira at the end of the day, right? And she just dashed into Leona, Camille, feathers from Zaya. There's so many things going on here that you can't win Wool with that broken ability that just ends up getting you killed. Maybe I'd rather just see a pivot towards something like maybe just go like a Twitch and an Ardent support here because at this point you tried the Samira, it was looking pretty good, but it just didn't work out for the best. Oh, the
Yeah,
LeBlanc.
the Smira started off well with the Nautilus. They were winning that lane, but again, just being able to answer those other lanes because their lanes were otherwise winning, right? Zypher being able to transfer his
Oh,
lane advantage into their bot lane as well and recover.
I like the Poppy pick here.
Today's game. I do like the Poppy as well.
There is two dashes on the side of VR already, and we do know that they like to play engaged support, so that'll probably be three at least,
Mm-hmm.
let alone with the jungle pick here. So a pretty big pickup here will help them into the late game, but that's two massive winnable abilities that they have on their team. Do they need another one? Please give them the Yasuo as well. I could get the win rolls going.
Yeah, I will mention as well. I do quite like the Thresh here blind. Very good answer to most of the sports in the meta, things like the Leona, and of course the Camille and LeBlanc as well. If you have a well-timed play, can really put a stopper on their day and keep their Samira safe, as you mentioned. That there's a lot of their CC and a lot of things looking to attack the Samira in a team fight, being able to mitigate the opportunity to get onto that Samira could be quite potent. Poppy to the same effect with the ground.
Yeah. So I was saying about my original first counter to Samira. I'd like to share with you guys my new tech at the moment, and it is called Vex Support. It is completely and utterly broken. Samira, as soon as she dashes in on you, you just press W and you fear her and one-shot her. You can one-shot any ADC, so if we see a Vex support here, I don't know if Miles plays it, but I think it'd be hilarious to see. I don't know if
It is
Vex...
available as well since we're a patch past Vex's release, so it could be in the cards.
Okay, they're just banning out their own champions. Oh, look, they're hovering the Vex. They're listening. They're in.
Oh, cheers, guys! I love it. I love this fight.
Thank you. Uh, Next time, I just want to hover maybe a Riven. Just show me some random stuff. What about a Jin? Just hover some champions for us. Just let us know you're here. Yeah, no, but I gotta call out my mate who was the rank 1 Jin. So if I get that hovered, I can tag him in it. So it's for the best. Looks like they picked up the Vex here. That is a pretty aggressive bot. Like, as a mid laner, that's gonna be able to be one shot. If you cannot lock down this Vex, it's gonna be pretty hard. The one problem with Vex is when she does land, when she gets that instant fear off, after that, then you can catch her, and she has to wait so many seconds before she can recast that ulti.
So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this Vex, not just for y'all, but for myself, because I've not played Vex yet. I mean, I know what she does, but I can't describe it, so I'm going to have to quickly catch myself up with Vex spell combos and spell names when we get into game.
Sorry, we don't need the names, but it's fine. Like as the resident color caster who plays Vex, I got the brief rundown.
You got the rest down, safe.
What happens is when the bar goes red, she fears on any ability except from her ulti. The W does a lot of damage when she lands. It's a small one around her. Yep. The Q is the one that goes like it's like a little arrow thing that's like sort of
it's
sort of off.
Slower than fast, right?
Yeah, and then the E is just a massive like area of attack, like a Ziggs bomb, but just instant fears. So that's basically how that champion works and is completely broken. The Urgot in the top lane, I love Urgot at the moment. Honestly, just shreds. Honestly, a crazy champion. I will like to give props to Yoon, the Poppy player this game. I believe they're the support for their team, and they've had to off-roll into this mid lane, not into mid lane, into this jungle for this due to the sub. And honestly, I think the Shyvana game was looking pretty good, and I gotta say, as someone who's been off-rolled, that's gotta be, it's good to know, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think jungle as well being one of the trickier roles, especially if you're not familiar with it, being able to put the rest of your team on your shoulders and cope with that, and especially in to the face of Slinny, who's perhaps at least shown to be one of the highest performing junglers in the division. It's definitely fair play. We'll have to see what performance Yoon can put up against Slinny again in this game. He's got one of his signatures, I feel like, Vego, and one of my signature hated champions.
Yeah, but Vego doesn't do very well into the Poppy normally, right? I say normally just simply because obviously we're not playing in the highest elo here with the perfect win cons, the perfect team play here. We are talking about a plat elo where anything can happen, right? Vego does get counted pretty normally by a Poppy with the being able to stop him with the E's and all the rest of it. You can dash him, CC chain him very easily. However, yeah, Slinny is probably a comfort on this Vego, right? We have seen it time and time again. And going into late game, this Vego, if he can pick up the right people when he kills them, he can just turn their Samira on them, the Vex, and that's just going to be crazy, right? And I will say, this is a very yard draft from them, right? No massive front line other than Leona. Then we're going for carry lanes and just playing it out like that, right? With a carry jungler. Normally, we see you either have like an enable top laner and carry jungler, or enable mid and carry top jungler. This game, yes, the Camille and Vego do enable each other, but at the same time, it's not like that you have like the clear ganking jungler and the clear like carry top. It's like they both can contribute to setting up the gank very easily, which is something that you don't normally see a lot, right?
Yeah.
And it excites me, right? Because if you see the Poppy Urgot, it's so hard to hit that E on the Urgot, so you're gonna have to need that Poppy up there to be able to even laugh that. So I feel like y'all have probably bested draft here early on, though I do really like the Poppy pick. I just think that the Samira is just out of place on the Team Haven.
What would you prefer to see instead, other than Jhin? Although I feel like Jhin probably fills this role pretty well, but less of a team fighting champion. I feel like Jhin is as a carry.
I feel like you just need someone who's able to stay safe, able to follow up on the back line, play front to back, because you know that like yeah, their team has a lot of dive, but at the same time, the way that Haven have been playing, they always like to play this front to back, right? If you give them like the twitch, so you go for that late game scaling. We know that aren't good at getting through that last. Once they're over that 30-minute mark, they start to doubt themselves, right? They start to like they struggle to close out that last
Yeah, yeah.
minute, right? Give them like the twitch on the enemy team or the jinx. You got that late game insurance there, right? You just go go farm waves, farm as much jungle camps as you want, farm 3 lanes and call yourself Uzi, whatever you want, right? And then late game, you're just that late game carrier that can spread all the damage across every single person and just shred through it because you haven't got that massive front line. If you were playing Twitch or Jinx here, you'd be laughing because you go, okay, as long as I can survive the initial burst of the Camille LeBlanc, late game, I just shred through them. And that's something that you just got to bear in mind, right? That is the way that draft. They draft carries in every role, but then late game they struggle to close stuff out because they don't have someone to walk up to that tower and go, look, I'll tank the tower. If they go on me, you guys can get the tower and then we can continue the fight afterwards. And you need that carry person to carry you through. If you have that carry ADC in the bot lane, it's like having a reckless in your pocket, right? You know he's not going to be super aggressive in lane, but late game he's always going to hit a certain item point and go, look, I'm online. I'll win this game for you.
Yeah, exactly that. I have to see what Sam on Samira again can do this game. Had an okay performance, but like you say, just got locked out and shut out of that game despite being given an early advantage thanks to picks like Zephyr on this Camille. And of course, Harry on a signature LeBlanc and Selene on a Vega is going to make this one a little harder, even with the adaptation of Poppy and the Thresh. So I feel like for me, my eyes really is looking at I'm not even going to pronounce that, but Urgot in this top lane looking to have a better time against Zypher now. No longer on the time Kench as we are loading into game 2 of our semi-final best of 5 with Yao versus Valence. I'm going to get myself sped up because I feel like I'm a little late coming in. So we have a 5-man stack yet again, this time into the bot side.
Well, the Vex is very good in these situations with the invade, but looks like Maz is going to spot them out here. They won't see him.
Ooh, Mars with the pings on the map as well. They're going to put those danger pings in. The hook is not going to find anyone because nobody's there to be caught. They're going to maybe go the longer way around. I feel like they're aware of the potential to be caught.
And that's just going to open up Slinny to be able to go for that topside red. They know that they just spotted 4 there. I'm surprised they haven't moved in deeper already. But yeah, Mars always likes to go for this like little bit of ward in that bush. So if they had done any research, I mean, the VODs are open on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter and Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Just give us all the follows, the subscriptions and stuff, and you'll be able to see this. And maybe you'll be able to counter him for that ward positioning that they do every game. But yeah, so they went for that invader. They get the vision down at least, but I think they might be looking to lose that top wave. I think Urgot's going to have to put ward down on his way there, but are they just going to turn and fight him here? I think they might.
Yeah, it looks like he might just get caught. Harry going to find him on the other side of the corner. Going to get shotgunned in the face first. Zypher.
Oh no, this is bad.
There's the sweep command slow onto 2. Slinny. The chain's going to stun him, but he's too close to his tower now. But he's going to have trouble getting back into that top lane. Might just have to. There's no way you can walk around this. Yeah, you're just stalling time here. I got Harry going to be the one with the priority as well.
But you pulled off the red buff for that, so you're gonna be missing out on that. And look at what Poppy's doing. She's going straight for that red buff. She knows that you're not there. You're taking hers. She's just gonna go straight over and counter. You're gonna be behind on tempo here. Camille's missing CS. Luckily, Urgot's missing it as well. He's still waiting around there, worried about the Camille going in. But yeah, that's gonna be a massive. That's gonna be a cross. Both the jungles now will be creating a cross map, right? Where Viego will have the whole top side of the map, Poppy the whole bot side, which is probably to the betterment of Haven, right? Because they need to pressure this bot side, get that Samira ahead, go into that late game. Look at this. I think we're getting a gank in the top side here anyway. Direct cam comes in a bit late.
The miss comes down. Direct cam is a bit late, as you say. It's landing, taking a tower shot as well, just making sure that Urgot is even further behind in this lane.
But yeah, look at the CS that's gonna change here now. Look, Poppy's already on chickens. Viego's walking up to his blue now. He's a bit slightly behind, and Poppy's gonna be able to go to the bot side and maybe even gank on the 3rd wave here.
Yeah, of course, she'll have the whole of the bot side and her other bot side to complete as well. So Slinny maybe even behind a couple of camps, not being able to fully clear that top side.
Oh, she's gone back. He's
not that time on top.
Not going for the Krugs. No. A bit scared of that.
Fair enough. Even though she does have priority in this bot lane, a bit of a shame. I would like to have seen that one pushed, but as you mentioned, right, not being a jungle main as a support, you don't want to have that risk. You're doing pretty comfortably already within this game. Just going to take the safe option, return to your own jungle.
Look at the pressure that was created by Even though I think that the play didn't work, a great hook there.
Oh, a nice hook there. Nothing else is going to transpire, but just a nice angle.
Look at the CS difference that's happened top just simply because of the way that Zephyr positioned himself to push the Urgot around. Already 12 CS lead in that top side.
Indeed, I don't think there's a wave up there really for him to catch. He's going to be sat there at 9, so a 10 CS lead in the end. And I highlighted it coming into this game that I was hoping to see a little bit better out of this Urgot than the Tam Kench game. But I might not be given the chance, and a bit of an unfair one as well, as I forget another trade in there. He's even now on XP, well, probably still behind. I suspect I thought hit 4 first. Speaking of hitting levels, bot lane hits the level, threatens an engage, decides against it.
Yeah, they know that they're looking for that. They can't go to commit anything. Exhaust on the Samira here, remember that. They're able to defend themselves against all of this dive that's going to be coming for the late game. Is it going to be enough?
Indeed.
Can I only use it on one person? Thresh just pushing them.
Leveling bot lane at the moment makes it a bit harder to talk about the other lanes because I would like to talk about. Oh, never mind. I'll have to hold it as well because there's another engage here. Or got caught out on his own side. He's going to have to flash away as an engage here on bot side as well. But we'll jump back straight into top lane. And speaking of jumping, Urgot jumping straight back in. And that's first blood here for the Urgot. He's recovered this one indeed. Slimmy going to be having to get away from there as Yoon's in the vicinity as well. Going to clean that one up as well. Has the flash available to both of these players. Slimmy have flash away there. Yoon
Harry's roam.
Follow. Harry, as he says, going to get the flash in here onto you. And the chains connect blind into the bush as well. Going to connect that one up as well. The TP follow, just make sure that nothing else happens. Zypher getting back in the lane. So 1 for 1, but really first blood for Haven.
Yeah, first blood for Haven, but also, yeah, nice run from Harry to be able to pick something up on the backside, but he did just miss a wave mid. Vex is now backing off to get that reset, but yeah, you missed a wave mid. You got the kill top, luckily for it, but that could have gone a lot worse if they didn't. It's an interesting interaction there. The play didn't go off because of the passive.
Bit of a curious one, as you say. There's a flip there in the top side, I think. Oh, no, not quite. The red cam is loving these two other lanes. Not really too much happening in mid. I'm not too sure what really happened. Harry roaming, having to TP as well. So really just about a summoner advantage, I think, for Haven. Although it seems they've used the TPs as well in reply. So TPs down, which could enable this bot lane to get far ahead if something happens. Without the answer. You're looking to answer something here. Harry going to have to use the distortion prematurely, so that's a bit of mana spent, a bit of time away from this wave, giving Big a bit of opportunity. Push this wave in. Which reminds me, I was going to have a look at the name of Vex spells.
Yeah, but look, Poppy's just going to start this Drake. She's getting some vision on it, but it looks like she's going to start it. I don't think so. She doesn't know where Yone is yet, but the bot lane is rotating over to this, so this could just be a restart. They have mid prior, they have bot lane prior. They can just start this. They are looking for a gank mid, but it's going to be spotted up by this pink ward here.
As you say, spot out on the pink. Going to give Vex opportunity to get out of there, but also gives them first roam here onto the dragon. And Slinny, a little bit behind, is not going to be able to get himself into that pit. Harry, of course, being pushed in as well. No priority. You need the lane to answer that one. So first Drake is Havens. Looking to find something here on B because he's trying to clear out that ward. Flashes regardless, just in case those chains were going to connect. Samir in the vicinity as well.
Yeah, the flash not needed there, but
the hook. Just shy.
But hey, we now know that it's going to be a mounting or Ocean Soul Drake here. That's going to be pretty big here. So Haven getting the first Drake here, is already starting that Drake stacking. Is going to be feeling pretty comfortable about that.
Yeah, for sure. They did a good job of stacking Drakes in the first game. I believe they got the first 2, but the rest were then answered.
They got the second one stolen, but they did have prior on all of it. But yeah, look at the CS difference on the top side there. There is a double stack away from the crash, but they're still going to be at least 15 CS down. Yeah, actually, Zephyr
just a second ago.
Zephyr maybe taking a bad recall here. I think the wave might actually be frozen by the Urgot. I'm not too sure, but yeah, he might be able to recover some CS here. Either way,
in the wrong place as well. He's going to get caught out by both the members here. You're not really translating this into anything. I'm surprised he's not walking there, but it could just be a solo kill here for Urgot with level 6. No available for Slinny. That's it. That's the one. That's the dunk. That's
solo bolo.
A solo bolo, you might call that.
And now all of a sudden that Urgot is feeling comfortable in that top lane. Look at the itemization. There's no damage in that build really, and still able to shred through him like nothing, like a knife through butter. I mean, crazy how powerful this pick is, Urgot. And he's going to recall soon and be able to get that tank item. Well, obviously some damage items, but he's going to try and make something happen here.
It's going to be, as you say, something happens. Going to get the flip, the minion wave in Urgot's
advantage. Massive.
No mana, no fear beyond death as well. The grasp is going to be enough to clinch that one out in favor as Zypher gets the shutdown as well. Get the passive popped here on the Mimic. Harry looking for something. Even in the vicinity as well. Could get something here. Going to get the double distortion without that mana. Just about clinching that one. Solo kill there for Harry. Putting up clutch for the rest of his team.
Nice
Zenith Flayed is going to get Zenith Flayed. Well, that was perfect. I thought I misspoke, but it's going to be an opportunity here with the exhaust here for Savek. Trying to get in. As you mentioned, Slinny here. The feathers coming down as well.
Nice
Flash
slash.
not going to be able to connect the feathers. Savek going to get away. Just not quite dying there to the ignite. Going to get hooked and flayed back onto the tower. That's a kill there onto the Samira even. Slinny looking to get caught out on the backside of this one. Yun looking to chase him down. Rebuff available as well. Oscar with a lantern going to get Samira back in the vicinity. Looking for something. Can they find it? The hook is just wide. Not going to find either members between the goalposts there. But still, a play there again for Haven.
Yeah, really good at able to get this counter gank off on this Poppy. The enabler switching into this jungle, really helping them massively this time. Samira already 1 kill up in this bot lane and 18 CS. Oh, I don't know. Honestly, maths is hard sometimes, but either way, massive CS advantage here. They might even be able to look for a dive here. Actually, no, never mind. Slinny is coming behind them, able to maybe
get they might have overstayed, as you say. Slinny in the vicinity. Looking to flash W, does get it blocked perfectly by Sam. They're going to get the audacity through there. Oscar looking to be the target instead. No lantern available for the Thresh himself. It's just going to get locked up and dropped. Sam going to get out of that one at least. Yeah,
at least the Sam lives, right? That was a great position in there to be able to get the dash through him before he gets the ultimate off. Really well played.
Yeah, there's a bit of action here again on top side. Flashing away from the fear beyond death. Good job there from Zypher anticipating that one, making sure he's not going to get gobbled up and lose too much more, even with the level advantage.
He's going to have to reset here and miss it on this wave. Probably the next one as well. LeBlanc is roaming up here to try and make something happen, maybe save him, but can the Urgot just 1v2 here? It is a champion that is built like that.
Yeah, it is built like that, but he hasn't got the fear for the fear beyond death, and so in the vicinity as well. It's just going to be maybe a little too further forward. Could have stuck around and just got the plate instead. Harry getting a good room in there.
I think I would have preferred the Camille getting that kill just to be able to survive in that matchup, but just flash.
Flash respect here from Mars. Going to get the Shadow Surge in there straight onto the Leona. I don't know why that one escaped me, but Yun picking up that kill. Going to be able to translate that gold from jungle into those lanes again. Here's the second cast of the Shadow Surge.
Yeah, you're not going to take that in. There's no way. There's no way. You might as well use it though, because you have to, otherwise it just expires, right? Just get that cheeky 100 damage off.
We're going to get the fear on the back end of their distortion as well. The chain's going to command as well. Not connecting is that hook. Is kind of wide. Zandiel using the movement speed and W with this feather flying. Going to clear out this wave. Looking to get a little more as Harry. But yeah, free kill there onto Maz.
Yeah, and I feel like Haven this time around have been playing a lot better. They're able to maintain this gold lead. Last time they were already down about 4k at this point, so doing much better in this game, even without those bans coming into it. I wonder if we can have a 5-game series on our hands.
This one looking a lot more contentious and definitely in the favour. Back and forth going, as Andiar's going to be throwing the feathers out, not back and forth, but in, and Samvek going to be the one picking that one up. Going to get stopped during the Inferno Trigger, trying to dash around and get something out here, but not going to do so. Slinny able to pick that one up around this dragon as well. You're going to be walked out here by Zypher. It's the TP available if you wanted to get anywhere further, but he's going to get slammed into the wall first. There's something else as Harry hasn't got the most mana. Going to use the old distortion over the wall, not going to find anything. But a missing chains. Going to win that for TPing back into the top side of the dodge. Going to prevent some of this loss. Does lose a plate in exchange for that Drake, effectively. Might lose one in mid lane as well.
He's up in levels though because he got the kill, so that's pretty big. Oh, the Urgot misses that knock up. But yeah, I thought the Poppy would have been able to stun the Zara on the wall. I think it was just slightly short. Must have been like a couple of millimeters, but.
Flash here away by Vex, looking to connect the Hallowed Mist. Is Slinny not going to find it? He's going to walk Vex out of the lane.
Yeah, great attempt to punish the TP there from the LeBlanc, but Slinny's there to cover it, able just to walk him out and actually just burn the Vex's summons in return. But the Vex does have TP to get back. Looks like Thresh is overextended though.
In the wrong place at the wrong time, walking across all this vision to get a deeper ward in. He's going to get punished for it, going to get locked up, and the kill should be given over to Harry here. Mars doing
Mars take it.
Stick around for that one, doesn't take it in the end. That's 300 gold for Harry.
And yeah, that was just a couple of silly mistakes there from the Team Haven. They're just giving them back the gold lead here. And also, I didn't expect this, and Urgot did get those 2 early kills here. Zephyr, with the TP plays, able to pick up a few more. Is Poppy going to be able to punish him now? No, just a jump out.
With a hook shot at most range. Yeah, a bit harder to catch out here. But speaking of catching out, Yoon on the backside, not able to land the stun here onto Harry. Going to be caught up here with Cypher and Slinny in tow as well. Urgot has the Fear Beyond Death available if they can get someone low enough. Unable to get the press the attack proc here onto Cypher until just now. Harry going to be the one taking the tower and exchanging it in exchange for Slinny taking it. Not going to be using the Heartbreaker to stick around to pick up that passive that does get 2 kills in the top side.
Yeah, and it just seems to be better team play from the side of VR. Is Vex going to be able to pick anything up here? We have seen 200-year champions be able to do this before. It does have ulti, does have fear available. Versus landing hook.
Here from Oscar, trying to get the Vex into the play, but there are still members of Yar in the vicinity. Slinny going to be taken down here, probably by the Ignite. I don't think he can heal that one up. Going to flash to get in there to try and get something else out of it. Unable to do so. The Shadow Surge comes down, but the Vex is dead instead. Mars in the vicinity as well, going to help lock out Oscar. So the Vex being traded in exchange for 2 sound. Looking for something here, trying to get that passive up. Looking to get towards S. One away, going to get the Flash plus the Exhaust for the ultimate available. Going to proc the shield. Brettania are going to pull back the feathers and the Blade Well. Going to keep him alive for now. Both summoners burnt by both AD carries there.
Very close on the bot side, but top side, I think the Vex R just went wide, so they weren't able to get those resets and use the fear on the wave instead of being able to keep it for the team fight. I think it's like miscommunication between them and the Thresh there to be able to continue that play, but at the end of the day, Yard just picking up these plays back to back, really, and the gold lead is starting to appear quite heavily.
Yeah, it was quite tentative. I was going to make the point that the gold lead had been back and forth a couple hundred gold, but was sitting in favor of Yar at the time. It's now very much in favor of Yar, now a substantial 1k gold lead. Not insurmountable whatsoever, but of course it's not something you're looking favorably upon as a Haven fan. Speaking of unfavorable, as a Haven fan, Simley has found his way in, but there is a TP here to help out Sam. Going to get the Heartbreaker over the wall. That cooldown is very short. Looking for something in exchange. Vex in the vicinity now with the Lantern as well, thanks to Thresh. Going to be able to find one at least. Going to use the Lantern to get out of there, trying to break the range for Slinny. Going to get flayed out of the stun as well. Slinny going to use the Mist just to create some advantage, trying to get the reset. If they're able to find the kill onto Thresh, might be able to find a kill onto Vex as well, trying to get those ultis in. Uses the fear to create some space and just going to walk away. Slinny unable to find the second.
Yeah, but even that's not good because your Samira is the one with the gold who's ahead here, and you're not able to push that advantage. I think the Samira's 1k ahead, and you've got 1k advantage on the LeBlanc and the Camille on the side of ER. So as Haven, you need to be able to push this Samira's gold lead as much as possible. But at the moment, Desire's just matching him in every single point, and at some points just doing more damage in general.
Yeah, and of course the exchange, or the cost exchange, sorry, of Vex being down there in the bottom lane is that Mars and Harry are able to get some time into that tower, which does translate. We don't get to see a drop, even with the members in the vicinity. They are able to pick that tower up. So that's first tower on the board here for Yar. Looking to protect his tower here is Cypher, going to be popping the Hextech Ultimatum. Urgot knowing better than to stick around at that tower. Does land the Fear Beyond Death, looking to maybe flash, has it available to try and get that one. Puts himself in front of the minions though, unable to drop Cypher low enough, able to exchange his fight long enough for Harry to arrive and pick that one up as well. Urgot having a fine time in this lane, but going to get punished for the overextensions. Slinny looking to be punished maybe as well. Does have some fancy footwork to get out of that one. Just
a slight bit of greed there from the Urgot. You don't need to go for that. You'd already chunked them enough that you could get tower on the next wave, but looks like there's a pause here coming through. Maybe something happened. Maybe that's why they went for that dive. But either way, I think that was just a slight bit of greed when you were 2 kills up on this Urgot, and now all of a sudden you're 4 deaths and they have 5 kills on their team. Looks like it's just a DC and on the side of Haven here. I think it's the mid laner. A bit of a shame. Unfortunately, luckily they haven't started walking back to base yet, and they will have first move on this Drake here.
Yeah, I think now's a good time to take a second, maybe take some stock. 3k gold now, gold advantage now for Yar. Without the TPs available, might not be able to get their members here in time for something substantial. They do have 30 seconds, and Cypher, having just spent his 7 spells top lane, the nice big bounty there as well would be nice to have him down here. As you mentioned, take a look at the minimap. You can see that they have the inside track to Haven for this dragon, looking to get their second one dragon apiece.
Yeah,
hope you guys updated as to the lag, but it just seems that maybe someone's just going to refresh their internet.
Let's just take a look at the gold difference, right? Because this whole gold chart was set up by the cross map that was created during that level 1 invade, right? If it wasn't for that, I don't think Camille would be up in gold. However, the Urgot was able to get those kills back over, but through the ability of the ganks that came through, the LeBlanc roams and everything else, the Camille has now been able to catch up and is able to probably match this Urgot in the 1v1 pretty easily. There is a 1.2k gold lead for this Camille in this top side, and we all know what a Camille could do. We saw it last game against that Tom Kench. The same person wielding it, so it could happen again. Obviously, we know what Harry's LeBlanc is like. If you've seen any cast before, he loves to pull it out. But on the side of Haven, they had the cross map as well, but their bot lane, though is ahead, is not as rapidly ahead as the top side of So they're sort of struggling here because this Samira really needs to be popping off as much as possible into this matchup, going into late game where she has so many people on her, targeting her, where she needs to be able to get the survivability items to last. And at the moment, it's just not looking good for her.
Yeah, well, she is up on against the enemy lane of Zandia, but of course not up against the 5 and 0 solo laners of Harry and Zypher on this Camille and LeBlanc. And of course, so hard to play against a LeBlanc. If she's able to get into those side lanes and get herself a lead, it's then suddenly unplayable for the Vex and for your side lane. And you don't necessarily want to give up the leads like the Urgot had in those side lanes just to respect a LeBlanc going out of vision. So you are utilizing this piece well. And Harry, of course, very comfortable wearing their prestige skin. Looking to make something big maybe happen here, take a member out of that fight and just secure this dragon for them. It's not a game-winning piece on the board, but it could very well be if they make a fight out of it. Very favorable. Baron spawning as well. Oh, sorry, Herald. It just looked like... Oh, there's a big solar flare onto 4. Mars is starting this one up. He's going to get locked up and dragged out first, and the box is going to be put in place. That's a massive fear from Vex, and the Samira going to get all that damage down. I am lagging incredibly hard, but it seems like the lag has been fixed on the side of Haven, at least for now. You're going to get some trade back kills. Looking at the health bars. Triple here for Slinny. Slinny's doing the Slinny thing. He's going to get the kill here. Looking for maybe a Penta if Vex were to stick around. I don't think he is good. Going to get the lock up here onto Urgot and get a quadra kill on the back of that side fight. I am so sad I missed some of those frames in that team fight because it looked like a baller.
It's just a Viego diff going into that, right? You know, you had such a great play there, the great fear into the Samira ult there, but it was just Viego. Like, you can't lock that dude down. He's just able to switch between bodies, just non-stop ultimates there. Even though he missed the ulti on the air guy, he's just able to duel him out after, and they just secured the Drake. Craziness. A crazy quadra kill there from the Viego, and this is why he's feared on this pick.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Like, you can go from from nothing to just about anything, right? With Viego being able to pick up and get those resets, get those heartbreakers off as well. There's a lot of damage coming out of this champion for just about no good reason. He's weirdly tanky as well, being able to build the Divine Sunder and get that health across the fight. He's able to pick up a quadra kill for the benefit of it. Going to get feared and flashed out here, though. I'm able to find the access he wants into the mid lane.
That's the last of the mid lane.
Pick that one up with the Mimic. Croc as well. Going to pick up Zavit on the backside of that one. Unable to find a lantern out of that place. I've here. Fabian Death finds his way onto the clone, I believe, and he's just going to eat up that 25 gold for what is probably 120 second gold. We take those.
Yeah, 20 gold is 20 gold, but that just seems like a bit of an overextension there from the side of Haven. Honestly, just trying to make something happen there. Nearly able to get down the Viego, but he's just going to work that out. He has the rest of his team there behind him. And then Vex taking the lantern from the Samira, just dooming Samira to die alone. And yeah, just a bad fight. Just after an objective that you just lost, you just have to go back in and fight again. Like, just reset, try and farm some lanes, come back into it slowly.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close to picking up that bounty, but even then, I don't think his even trade would have been all of 800 gold picking up the Viego there. I don't hate the pick. I think he was probably a little bit out of position, a little bit greedy to walk up to that wave, but with his friends in tow, he knows he was probably safe enough to walk up there and does benefit for it all the same. As you mentioned, then perhaps an overextension from Haven without the right vision to punish that pick. But of course, if you get it, it is very much a way back into this game since the gold lead is growing, but still shy of being incredibly favouring of VR. But of course, it's where the gold is that counts, and that's a lot of gold here onto Viego. There's a Herald in his pocket as well, and 6 kills on LeBlanc. That this could be a very difficult one to play out going forward here for Haven if they make more mistakes like that one. And looking to make got forced into a mistake, or is Mars gets caught out instead. As I mentioned, he's changing out vision.
Hit the
blast
cone.
Flash for that blast cone. It looks like he gets out of that one nice and fine. Urgot gets out nice and fine on that one as well. In fact, it might be, yeah, they have to get out of this one nice and fine as the Shadow Surge comes out, I believe, from Vex. He's just going to get absolutely dropped on one shot within the Hextech ultimatum. There should be a reset here for Slinny. Going to dodge away from the Fear Beyond Death as well. Doesn't even land onto Zypher. And the connects here from Harry from the teleport arrives to pick that one up. And that's a double kill now, 9-2 on this Viego. With the Herald in that top side as well, might be able to make something.
Yeah, it's just the Viego diff. Look at that damage, just truly annihilates them with the ulti there. Also, I feel like the Vex is just using their fear, just not understanding how it works. But either way, I mean, you can't doubt the power of this Viego. Yeah, he might go down here finally, but Samira picks it up.
For the Samira, and that is pretty significant as well. Harry going to have to use the Distortiada here, but Zambe going to be the one following, using the ultimate here, trying to get a kill back Harry dodging away from that one. You have to dash forward back into the damage, and Zandia being able to pick that one up on the top side. Zypher able to pick up Yoon as well, and lets the Herald get a second charge. So what was looking on a good answer for Haven, there's enough gold on the side of Yar and enough members there in time to answer the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Samir going for that play there because that could have been pretty big, but yeah, Harry just able to stalk back and just miss out on it. But looks like they might be able to find someone here.
Great flash there from Zandia, as you say, to get away from the jump. Onogo gets the double feathers as well, just to make sure nothing else happens.
Yeah, so far I don't think we've seen the power of the Vex pick really come out. It's not really the Harley Quinn that we know and love from Suicide Squad really coming out. Not being able to get those massive fears in these team fights. Going the Leandri's build as well into this team. I much prefer Ludens into the into what's the one that gives you the extra damage against CC targets.
Good God. Okay.
Okay.
Never mind. We didn't see that.
Okay, Samira. That's a shame. Well, I guess we know how this game goes, right? Like there's no survivability.
With the 10-stack Darksteel, and he's just sitting on a dry bush. He waits for the carry to come along, and he just picks up his carry, and then the wave, and probably the tower next. So that one's snowballing really hard. A 7-1 LeBlanc is terrifying no matter really. It just so happens to be Harry.
Yeah, the survivability of this Samira, it really just isn't there in this game because yes, you have that wind pool, but you have so much dive on the enemy team that you're then choosing to go onto the Samira. It just, though the pick was doing well earlier, I just feel like it's just doomed going into this late game.
Oh, speaking of doom, there's a solar flare onto 3, and Slinny's in the vicinity to try and clean this one up. Does get feared to start out, unable to close this one too further forward. There's the Surge. Going to look to clean this one up. Surge straight there onto Slinny. Going to be locked up. Zandia, sorry, Harry in the vicinity to clean that one up. Zypher looking to go further forward in this team fight. The Feathers are still alive in the form of Zandia. Harry on the other side of the fight looking to get something, but it's coming up in the favour of Haven so far. Urgot going to be traded back first. Have it next on the menu again for Harry. Zypher going to be the one flying forward, unable to connect the hookshot wall down. Zandia going to be next in the close. Harry going to look to trade back here onto the Thresh. I don't think Thresh can win that one. Going to dodge stall back from the hook. Flashing here away from Yoon. Able to pick up the kill here onto Zanzibar, and that's a messy one, but it's a 3 for 3.
Yeah, a lot of shutdowns went over to the side of Haven there, but overall I think that you take that on either side because Yara are going to be able to go towards this Drake here, probably, but are they going to be able to do it in time before this Poppy is able to walk back down and the Vex is able there to pressure? I think they're just going to Fnatic Death push it in the meantime, waiting for them to walk up and pressure it.
Harry able to use the distortions, trying to find somebody, trying to get a cheeky recall off, trying to punish someone not respecting his LeBlanc. Did a pretty good job of spreading his damage around on those cooldowns. Has taken the Cosmic Drive to make sure he gets several rotations up during a fight. Looks like they're not going to rush this Dragon as they say too much further forward. They're going to be using their vision to try and set up for something bigger.
Not least though, for the Poppy. Love when that happens. But looks like we're going to get another 5v5 fight here, ready for this Mountain Drake here. We are seeing the Camilla out and the Viego off on a flank here. Does this mean that they're going to be able to fight and collapse in, or does this mean that it's going to open up their backside for an easy collapse?
We'll have to find out. Baron is on the cards as well, I will remind you. Going to get locked out here by the Poppy. The Zenith Blade unable to find something. Hook unable to find something as well. The Dragon is in Yar's court at 4k. Looking to make an entrance. Harry going to be able to push people out. There's no way to stop this. Leona going in for this time. The Shadow Surge is a little wide here from Vex, but they're going to get the engage and just absolutely drop Zandia on the backside of that one. Going to look to find Slinny on the other side. They're too split across these walls and across these fights. They can't find an angle in. Poppy looking to chase down here onto Vega alone. I don't think she could win it, but it is able to push that smite away. Harry looking to maybe with a double distort get over here and drop this Baron, but there is a 900 smite available. I'll have to see how on point it is. They have vision. Is smited away. Harry able to find something and does just about get out. The hook lands and props the passive. Is Sam going to go on the other side? Harry able to distort back and get blast coned in onto that one. Slinny going to be chased down here as well by Poppy. In the vicinity, going to use the Damascene Hammer to knock him up. Going to get the electric proc as well, but it's not going to be enough. And Harry able to evade death as well on the bottom side of that one. But still, a Drake and pretty much the fight there for Haven on the backside of a pretty 50-50 fight beforehand. So he might be in trouble here if he sticks around too much. Able to pick up a couple of chickens, but what do you say?
Yeah, we saw this last game, and we're seeing that this game, the Drake fight is non-stop. I mean, every Drake, they're just lining up to try and fight it every time, except from that one Baron call. And I mean, can you blame them? I mean, it's going back and forth so much. I mean, yes, there's a 4k gold lead on the side of Yar, but Haven had a pretty good fight there. They were nearly able to win it. I think there was just a couple of ultimates that went slightly awry. Otherwise, it would have been just a clear victory for Haven there.
Yeah, and they would be able to pick up the Drake as well, which makes them not have to suffer fighting for that soul point for the rest of the game as well. Yeah, unable to secure that point going to be quite crucial. Bit of an unusual look, but I think it shows perhaps some of the strengths that Haven have had coming in to this series against some of the others. I feel like before maybe they lose those fights, maybe they lose somewhere else on the map. Of course, still 3 towers down, but if you consider the fact that that gold lead, as you mentioned, is only 3 to 4k, you're looking pretty happy considering how the first game went for Haven.
Yeah, and if this is Haven with subs, I'd love to see what Haven without subs would look like. Because honestly, I mean, they're doing pretty well in these games. I mean, they're able to last so long and able to find fights even from deficits that are able to come back, and that's stuff that people can't do after playing together for ages. So, really, really excited about this roster.
Yeah, we'll have to see how excited they could get. They haven't got a Jinx, sadly, but we'll have to see what they can do with the Samira instead. Definitely still hyper carry available, but of course, again, LeBlanc and Harry very, very prepared to answer that Samira. We've seen before that Samira, even without posing a question, gets answered sometimes.
Yeah, looks like yeah, just gonna try and set up some vision here, ready for this Baron. But Maz is doing it alone here. They could just collapse him. Viego is slightly behind, but maybe able to catch him off.
Just going to get locked up and dropped out is Urgot on that side. Beyond Death going wide as well. Just a great pick here from Yar, utilizing the pressure and the vision on that bottom side of the map. Able to get their second outer tower as well. Makes it a hell of a lot easier to try and translate that into the last outer mid tower if they wanted that one. So the tower lead being the significant factor for Yar's domination in this game so far. It's not massive, but it is translating into something bigger. And of course, being able to control these side lanes and being able to collapse first is massive, especially when Baron's on the cards. And vision control is just so important. Is Harry going to be chipping down Samira, making sure that she doesn't feel safe? Beck's going to be caught out here within their own base, going to get the double fear off. He'll just walk out there and try and create some personal space, but it's not enough space that Zypher can't close. So then he's looking to make a bit of a gap here as well. Poppy trying to create some distance, dashes Zypher in. Hook connects as well as the Lantern. Going to find Samira into the middle of this play. Zypher going to wall dive back onto Samira, unable to close that one out. Poppy 8-1 picking up the kill. Samira looking for a little more, but you don't want to chew on that Vega alone. That one bites back. That one going to be able to pick up that mid tower in exchange though for that shot.
Yeah, and I mean, LeBlanc is just hitting this top tower as well. Maybe able to take that down before Urgot gets up. I believe he was slightly ahead of me as well, and I can't speed up my thing I'm trying to, so you might just need to pause for like just 5 seconds.
What time are you? Oh, I'm at 8:24. So how many seconds are you back?
I'm on 8:20. Yeah, just 5 seconds. I don't know how it sped up, but it has. Either way, I mean, the pick on the Vex there's just in the base is pretty crazy. Look at the Harry going super aggressive here, but that Poppy, if that gets to that ground, he's going to be in trouble. That could have been disastrous for him there, but playing to the edge of his limit.
Indeed. Playing to the edge of his limit. Zypher gets picked up in exchange for that one there. As we say, I should be now a little closer synced with you, and Haven able to get their first tower on the board to be a lot better and make it a lot easier considering the tower deficit they're in to be able to pick up this next Drake just a minute away. We'll have to see what else happens. They get the vision set up first, and we'll have the inlaid track.
They tend to always be first on these tricks, right? They always make the first move. They get down the vision, but last time they got a couple stolen, and there was 1 or 2 where they just fought before the fight went down and lost the fight. They always get the first load of vision on this, so getting the reset now. Is Yar going to come in and clear off the vision before they can get back there and defend that vision?
Again, it looks like they might be setting themselves up with Slinny up here on the top side to try and get their focus here for the Baron instead of that Drake if they can trade it. As long as they are cleaner about using it this game than the last, you shouldn't be able to blame them for taking that trade.
I mean, it's nice, but that's a mountain soul point here. So if that goes over to them, all of a sudden their backline isn't as scared of your LeBlanc with that shield constantly coming up, and the resistance is here. Yes, LeBlanc is pressuring this top tower here before this Drake, but it looks like they're just going to do the Baron call again. I feel like they've just seen the script for this play and are just rinsing and repeating it here. But that is soul point now going to be given over to the side of Haven.
Yeah, you'll have to hope to think that this Baron, if they do secure it, they might be able to translate. And you can see the Poppy already on the way up. All TPs are available. Zypher in that side lane. LeBlanc looking to create some pressure, make it difficult to approach this one. I don't think Poppy can get there in time. Might be able to with the flash. That is available. Smite is available on all sides. Going to be dashing in onto 12,000 health. We're looking to try and trade those kills. Smite is secured here for Slinny, looking to get the fight back, got the feathers available to pull him in if they can get further enough of the river. Unable to find it, that is an opportunity if they want it. Looking to back, there's a TP here from Zypher onto the flank. I don't think they're aware. Slinny going to use the mist, trying to create some distance. Sanvet on the front line, not going to be able to be safe as he's flashing over the wall away from Zypher, unable to get back into this fight. He's going to look to try and get something over the wall, but Slinny's following him all over, and that's a double kill now for Zandia, and that's just clean house for Yar, as well as the Baron. They have pings on both the top and bottom side. They have the TP available for Harry as well. They might just look to end if the time is long enough. 30 seconds across the board, 8 here for this Thresh. That could just be it.
That should be the end, but I'm honestly disappointed in Haven for even attempting to challenge that, right? They knew they had it controlled in the back of the pit. They knew the HP of the Baron. They should have just let it go, reset. They can survive. They can survive until the Baron wears off, and then all of a sudden you're a Mountain Drake up. I mean, to attempt to steal that there, I think was just a bit ambitious. I think this has to be game, right? They're coming up in 10 seconds. They won't last long enough here, so...
Yeah, Haven spending too much time in the fountain where it's safe is not enough time on the map to answer Yar's advance. They're able to pick up the Baron in exchange for a Mountain Soul point, not able to translate that one into any late game as it just ends as swiftly as that Baron was started.
Yeah, honestly, I hate that play. I hate it. I hate the giving up Baron for a Drake, right? Because 3 Drake stack is probably one of the most pressure absorbing things, right? Because as soon as you get to that minute mark, you know you have to go there no matter what. You have to fight it, especially when it's like Mountain and stuff like that. And yes, Baron is a great thing, but it's a short-term pleasure. It's short-term. Mountain Drake, long-term. And I always like to go for long-term pleasures in life, and that's why I'd rather have the Mountain Drake there, because it would help your team survive so much longer. And yes, yeah, I don't know if this was on purpose, but what they needed to do was to force a fight, right? They needed to force a fight.
Yeah.
And they needed to fight on their own terms, right? So they couldn't go to the Drake properly because the vision wasn't set up there. They didn't know that they reset, so unless they walked in as a 5-man, they let Leona tank here. They walk in properly and they're able to set up that vision beforehand, contest it at the right time. It would have been fine, all right?
Yeah.
But instead, they left it too late. Drake spawned. What do they have on the cards? They can only trade it for Baron, right? So it's a great call for them to trade it for Baron, but the bad call is when Haven tries to contest them, because you know that you have enough wave clear to survive. You know that Yar haven't been very good at pushing into your base with Baron previously, and they have struggled to do so throughout the whole tournament. So why are you trying to contest their Baron there when you can just give it? It's only 2k. Go Mountain Soul will give you more than 2k worth of stats late game when you get that soul. Like, you literally have to force them to that next fight, and you were winning those fights on your terms. Why are you fighting them on their terms?
I still think it's pretty well played from you. I feel like
It's
there's
well
quite
played,
a definitive call to leave the Baron at 1800 2k health, so that if the smite came down, you're able to still secure that one as soon as Poppy was in the vicinity, and being able to turn and make sure that the smite was out of the way first and create space for Selena to secure that one is fair play. But of course, like you say, maybe you shouldn't be putting yourselves in that position as Haven. Maybe instead you should look to play with the Lantern, trying to get the Poppy in, and maybe the Poppy out for the steal. You try at that one, but like you say, just give over and play for the soul instead.
I tell you, Poppy could have stolen that. If Poppy wanted to steal that, Poppy could have stolen it. But Viego can't match the Q smite combo from the Poppy, right? And Poppy went for the E on the Viego instead of going for the smite. The HP of the dragon was in smite range for the Poppy if the team all in behind it, because they had people on the back of the pit that could have done damage to it. The Vex could have done stuff over the wall to get it down into smite range if they wanted to. So I just think it's just a risky play from Yard that, yes, it worked out well for them in both games, but it's like, it's the idea of doing something over and over and getting rewarded for doing it. Is that something that you want to keep doing? Because we see it in pro play, right? With like the T1's idea about fighting every herald, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it works for you because the other team are stupid enough to opt into it. But as soon as you get against a team that cross maps like they have done previously, or a team that knows how to fight for herald properly, which Farm One did to them, then it just starts to go down the hill, right? And so far, if y'all keep doing the strategy, if it goes to finals next week, is the other team just going to know that this is what they're going to do, and they just pick a team that can just counter the Baron pit so much? Like, you just take a Kiana, and all of a sudden, then your Baron opportunities pretty much goes away, right? I'm happy that they were able to get the win here, but overall, I think that Haven just misplayed going for that fight after getting that Drake. They just tried to push it just a little bit too far when they were in position. They were back in the driver's seat for a while there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I think Haven had a very good look in that game, making it a lot closer than the first, especially. And in exchange for trying to get that sword point, they are now at match point against Team Yar. So we'll be taking a short break, and you can come back and join us here ahead of Game 3, which could be elimination for Haven heading into the finals. So we'll see you soon. Hello, welcome back, everybody. You join us as we literally jump straight into draft for Game 3
Oh,
of Valorant semifinals. Oh,
yep, straight. No, no, don't worry. I got
no,
you.
no,
It's fun.
we're all in. We're all good,
You went
and we're
black
all
screen
ready
again for a
for our
second, but
Game 3, as we say. Match point now for Haven as they contentiously perhaps through that last game
but
and made the
it's fun.
closing problem that Yarav had a little bit easier for them.
It's
And
fun
let's
because
see what the bands bring us.
we know that we know what Yar's problem is about ending games, right? Now, in my opinion, it's the whole thing of they struggle to push through the base and win a team fight after pushing to the base, right? Because they give up so much HP pushing in because they don't play tanks, right? So the only way the only way they end is by acing or killing the carries then outside of the base, right? Which is what
Yeah.
they've done throughout the tournament, and it works well for them, right? And I believe Haven have been listening to this, and I have said this previously. So for them then to then opt into a Baron fight, which was actually in smart range for them, and also was like not necessary for them to go for because they gave up Baron last time and then like made a came back anyway. I feel it was a bit upsetting, really. I feel like they could have come back in that one. Like I'm all for Yar winning, but I also feel bad for Haven with the no bans, um, my history with them, and all the rest of it. Like they've turned up big here, even with subs, and it's just like super close.
Yeah,
Uh,
and you feel as well. I feel like being able, if you had the option to take away the Camille, take away the LeBlanc, or have room to pinch away at Mars's pull, sorry,
yeah,
as well,
it's
could be
just
quite influential. And in some of these games, maybe if you don't have the Leona, maybe if you don't have the LeBlanc, the series looks very different.
well, it just guarantee picks, right? It's
Yeah,
just I think that this banning format that they've had to opt into is completely bad. They could have just like if they, I'd rather them have said you have to drop a game. Okay, I'd rather that because at least then the games that we went into would at least be fair. Because now their champion pools get pinched and the other teams doesn't, and I just feel like there's a slight balance area. Maybe someone who I hate to say this about the mod team for Valorant, but maybe they don't fully understand how how a draft phase works. There's obviously like a lot of entrepreneurs of the draft phase, like this is how you should draft properly and all the rest of it.
mm.
And removing 3 bans is complete and utterly massive, especially when they're the first ones.
I
Um,
feel like it's more massive as well than changing one. I appreciate that there is punishment or consequence for having issues, whether it's your fault or not. Um, but perhaps maybe not for all of the games. Seems
well,
very punishing.
it's just like we haven't seen Zaya like pretty much. I think we've seen like 2 games of Zaya throughout the whole tournament, and this
Yeah.
because it's normally perma banned, right? And we've seen 3 games of it today. Like that shouldn't. I'm not saying that I hate to see the Zaya, but I'm just saying it shouldn't be the case because of how the ban system works. And considering how competitive the games were before, when it was even bans, I just feel like it's disappointing to see this. Please stop picking Samira. Please, please, please.
It's very close to popping off at least at one or two of those dragon fights beforehand. Looking to try the third time the charm. This time Sam on Samira again.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all wants to make this like a fair game, because I feel like they're 2 games up in the series. If they want to be nice to Haven, they could have just banned nothing as well. Oh, bruh, the Blitzcrank Samira bot lane. How are you? Right, I understand the pick, right, but Blitzcrank does well into Thresh. That's the basics, right?
Yeah.
Not great blind. There's a few counters and all the rest of the stuff you can do. Doesn't work great with Samira. Doesn't allow extra CC when it lands. But Zaya, if a hook comes at her, she just ults, and all of a sudden, then your massive game changing ability goes on a 15-second cooldown late game, and you can't do anything about it. So it's a bit annoying. Rakan picked up instead into this matchup. I do like Rakan. Mars hasn't had the best best history on Rakan when he's played it. I believe he told me that he say that he's competent on Rakan, but not the best. And from the gameplay, I'd say that it's
Competent, not confident. Is
yeah,
that the
yeah,
line we're drawing? All right.
yeah. That's the CC line that I've drawn. Um, uh, no one will get that color caster joke there, but um, yeah, I think it's a good pick. Zyrakan, obviously a strong bot lane. I would wonder if they are going to opt into the new Zyra build. I don't think so, but we'll see how it goes. They are picking up the Lux on the other side again. It did work out pretty well for them, but obviously, you do have you have to leave open like the Syndra or the Akali or the Lissandra this time round. So We'll see how it goes
Yeah.
on the back end. Obviously, Zephyr still has a lot of his picks up here, so you can. Do you want to ban out the Camille because he's been playing that pretty much every game and popping off on it? So do you want to get rid of that so you can actually play a tank in the top side, or is he just going to pull out the Fiora then?
It's a rough one. Of course, Kale on the board as well as Cypher's other go-to pick. It gives them some of that later game insurance as well. That you said that maybe they've not been drafting towards so much Poppy. A fine respect takeaway did have an excellent performance here in last game on that one. So is the Camille going to be
Oh,
taken away this time? So Akali's on the board and he knows what he's picking into as well because the support's locked in. So you know the Slux is then locked in for
so
that mid lane role.
so all right. Based off my prediction ability, and if they're listening, they're going to change it anyway. I think it's going to be a Carly Fiora, just simply based off the team and how much I know them. However, based on the fact that we see a Rakan pick, I'm going to assume that they're playing something spicy. So it could just be anything, but I think Fiora Akali is the most likely.
Akali is the most likely. I believe in the Akali. I'm a little less confident in the Fiora. I'll have to see if your chips are well placed there. Oh, I do love myself some Talia. I played it the other day and it did feel very good, at least in support with the ultimate, and I imagine it does a hell of a lot more now with the buffs in jungle as well.
It's okay. It's not the best.
Oh, okay.
It's
Too
okay.
excited? Hit set the bar too high? Gut shot me?
So like the thing with Talia at the moment, right, is that she does really well in mid. Oh, it costs scale. Yeah. So Talia does really well at the moment in mid lane, simply because Kiana jungle is a massive thing. Without Kiana jungle, it's really not that good. So when you put it in the jungle, yes, it allows you that mobility between lanes, but it's still simply just not going to be that great. Obviously, you know the combo with the Kiana, right? You can put a wall between.
Yeah. You put the wall up anywhere, and you get massive
You can
supreme display of talent. The supremest display, you might say.
You connect it up to multiple walls, and then all of the walls you then get the stun as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got one of them right. I should have just known that Zephyr was going to play the kill, but I just thought they might go a bit too AP heavy there with that. But there we go. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind being wrong once. It's fine.
It's fine. Not hurt at all.
No, it's okay. He changed his pick because he listened to me. But talking about AP heavy, here we go. Haven just going, yep. We're just going, the A in Haven stands for AP.
Heavy AP, Haven, HA, seems to be the case here. I'm not quite sure where everything's going here. I assume it would be Lilia top, but I don't know if I'd favour that one into Kale so much. I suppose the movement speed, you can run the early levels down pretty.
It's Lilia top, Talia jungle, Lux mid, and then Samir Blitzcrank bot. There is some diehard Blitzcrank's jungle players, but that's only for Fox drop only, so I don't think that's going to be happening here. Obviously, we know where the Team Yars are because it's just a simple draft here. I am excited to see this as a pick. This could just be their first 3-0 that we've seen this season.
Yeah, it could be that as well, simply because we couldn't get a 3-0 before, since there are only 3 games to play. But it could be in playoffs our first 3-0. We have yet to see. Of course, they did drop their game last series almost to this one not looking quite so contested, but of course even suffering unfortunate ban losses as well. Could have made this one maybe a little closer, and of course they're not quite out yet. Maybe we can peer into the draft and have a look at these compositions to give us an indicator as to whether this one's going to be swift or we're going to a game 4.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say about Yar's draft is I think the Trundle's a bit out of place here, because though he's an enabler jungler, I feel like there's so many other gank heavy junglers that they could have used. Yes, he is the tanky side, but you can just play like a different sort of tank that could do the same thing. I think J4 probably would have just been just a much simpler pick there. Yes, Trundle Pillar is pretty big, but J4 EQ just does pretty much the same thing and damage, and they can use your ulti to lock him down afterwards. There isn't many people that you can use the ultimate on the side of Haven that will help you much, but obviously it is Slenny's. I think it's one of his like most comfortable picks, that the Viego and the Zin. I'd say they're his 3 power picks. He has played the J4 I think once or twice, but I think it's mostly the other ones. Obviously the Akali big pick here, just can burst through most of their team. I think the Lilia is going to be the interesting one, right? Because Lilia should just outrange Kale in the top side to level 6. Pretty big, right? Lilia, massive amount of movement speed, lots of damage, great engage with the sleep, right? And Haven do have that late game thing of, oh, a Blitzcrank hook hits someone, oh no, they're dead, or oh no, I hit a sleep, they're dead. Oh, Talia hit W, they're dead. You know, they have those sort of win cons, right? But at the same time, you look at the side of VR and you just think, well, that if you turn up to a team fight and one of those things just doesn't happen for Haven, they just get run over, and it's looking pretty scary for them.
Yeah, very pick heavy composition, you would say, in that sense. If you're looking for just one of the spells, catch one of the
Yeah,
enemies out of position or in the wrong rotation, then of course you can just absolutely obliterate them. But as you say, if that doesn't happen, you're going to get obliterated in the fight instead with the fully front to back composition and team fighting ultimates available. Of course, in Akali, there's no tanky member. The only issue really you have is that Blitzcrank with the knock up and the silence that you have to deal with. The rest of it, you should be able to skirt around quite comfortably, especially in the hands of Harry.
yeah. I mean, yeah, Haven have drafted a very heavy pick comp, but they have also drafted a jungler that can't apply that pressure that they need early on, right? Yes, Talia is an interesting jungler, right? She can do a lot of damage, can clear, I think, pretty well, but does get quite low. Sorry. But her ganking ability, if she just misses that W, it becomes pretty hard going in, right? Because I think you're gonna have to sit to this mid and bot side because Lily is not gonna have much setup before 6. And then, but then when she does get that 6, it's just gonna be Lily ult into knockback, and it's a lot of damage, right? So
For sure.
I feel like if anyone on yard just builds Abyssal Mask, I think the game's over.
Well, we'll have to see. Lanes so far have been very much in Yar's favour across the board, typically. If Haven are able to get themselves ahead, and with this pick composition, they could be able to snowball this ball out of Yar's range to be able to kick that one back. We'll have to see. Just about holding on to Rift, I think,
Yeah, don't worry.
for our game 3. Just want to check. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm in. Sorry, I was unsure if my loading in. Oh, we have skin synergy on the Zyra account. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, imagine that. Oof. Let me just swap it over.
Nothing out of extremes really for some of the spells. Exhaust taken again for Samira on this one. Not running with heal in the bottom lane, looking to maybe fall and battle a little bit more. Have to keep our eyes. Akali with the Conqueror is maybe the least usual thing I'd expect. Looking to have some longer fights, longer exchanges, trying to get something more out of those longer trades. But of course, Conqueror has been nerfed. Less adaptive stats available for the Akali out of that one. Full stacks.
It looks like it's just gonna be an invade. It is the Blitzcrank invade. It's so renowned that you have to do it. But look what Mar's doing. He's doing the exact same thing that he's done in the last 3 games, and he's completely unpunished for it. And they're gonna
Just
try to do the
catching myself back up at 4 times speed. I'm a little bit late loading onto it, but as you say, the late invade I can spot out.
they're gonna try and do this tribush thing. Like, so what happens is if there's anyone in that tribush, the Blitzcrank can hook him over the wall, trying to force the flash, but it just doesn't work there because we know what they're gonna do. Looks like they've got in here though around the vision. I don't think they've seen this, but it doesn't matter. Slinny's starting top, so they should just be able to steal away this red. But either way, I mean, it's just going to start a cross map situation again this game around, and it didn't work out too well for him last time.
It didn't too well indeed last time.
Oh no!
Out for them. As I say it backwards, a bit Yoda of me. But as you say, right?
They know now. Lex walked through the vision. They know. They know about the cross map. It's gonna be in trouble here going forward. Their red buff is going to be going pretty fast here.
I was going to highlight the fact that perhaps Liddy could take the option to start topside if they were going to identify the threat that Zypher could be under. Instead, it's going to be the reversal of that role. I think Zypher should be fairly comfortable. He's had a pretty good time of this top lane matchup throughout most of the series. As I'm going to be pushed back under the tower and a flash, a very early burn, but good respect there from the Hercos Scat getting something out of that one.
Yeah,
great. But also confirming, I guess, the Talia start.
Yeah, it confirms the Talia start, but luckily the Eternal hasn't moved over yet. He is starting to now, but Talia will have to go to this blue buff. I mean, we can test it afterwards, but no one else is moving, so it just seems to be just a free trade there. They will see him when he gets into that ward, but looks like Talia should be trying to focus the spot now with the Xayah flash down. They should have a timer for that ready and know about it, but look how slow she's clearing though.
Yeah, it's already making his way here. He's going to find a Lilia in the bush, going to get the chomp in.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
As you say, that is a lot of damage with the passive ticking as well. Putting Lullaby within vicinities, either going to have to step forward to deter that from going anywhere. So really,
that's pretty big.
Gets a hold, but not a camp, as you say, pretty big.
Oh. Blitzcrank took
Shy as
strong
well. You know, Zandia hasn't got flash as well. That could have gone somewhere had that one connected.
Yeah, just one of those hooks can be game changing in this situation. But I will say the Samira not really been popping off in this last couple of games. Does get those ultis off, but has been CC chained pretty heavily going late. But this time around, not a lot of heavy CC from the side of VR, so maybe able to last a bit longer in this game.
Yeah, you're very much looking at Mars to pull that one up and maybe a pillar as well. But outside of that, there's not a lot to really interrupt this Samira. Maybe the feathers, but of course she has the blade wall for that one.
Rakana is the main one, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation as a Blitzcrank, you should pretty much always aim for the Xayah where you can, because of course if Rakan wants to body block it, it's going to put himself exactly where Xayah is, so you just about guarantee one of them as long as it's on its mark.
A fun fact about Rakan's E, it always puts you behind Xayah.
Bit of a trade there, blade wall in exchange for feathers, no real problem.
But yeah, I'm pretty happy about the positioning of this, because if it pushes it out too far, they know that Talia was bot side and had that split map. But look at this aggressive play.
Attack, but like you say, it's a bit over aggressive as the minions are there. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we have a bit of action as well. Going to get the flip here onto one and the knock up in exchange. That's first blood this time for the Samira. That's what you want to see for your game through.
Yeah, that was a heavy force there. I think they tried to get the Talia W off of the. Ooh. Does Zephyr kill this? I think he does.
There's something here. Going to drop the walls. Going to flash in the bush in advance. Going to get the plating down, but it's just about going to keep him safe. And the Nimbus cloak movement speed for that flash is going to ensure that Lilia can get out of that one as well. I will highlight that there was a flash spurt in mid lane, I believe, by Selene walking in with the pillar, but nothing else came of it.
Luckily, Zala's able to catch his way. Well, should be able to catch his way. I think she misses out on Cannon and one other minion, but yeah, Talia coming down, punishing that flash early on. Hopefully they're able to snowball more. Blitzcrank getting this hook up.
Oh, Mars getting caught out by that hook, as you say, going to get knocked up and then going to get the double dash out of there. Just safe enough. Is going to staunch the backs, at least, of that bot lane, buying some time. They don't really want to stick around with the mana that they have. Slimy in the vicinity as well. Might get spot out on this ward first. They're going to be aware of this one. Yeah, Slimy aware of it too. Pops the sweepers.
You just got to sack the wave. Just sack it, just reset. Because that wave's going to be pushing into you anyway, so you can just reset and wait for it to crash at yours instead. Get your reset, spend your items, but looks like they're going to wait around. Trundle's coming in to help them push it in, which is only going to help the side of Haven, surely, unless they go for this dive.
And they do have item advantage here in the favor of Zion. As you say, Slay in the vicinity, going to soak some XP. They're going to look to crash it and get a double reset. Instead, looks like instead of diving, I'm not too sure what the call is here. So they're going to make sure try and get that one to crash, but it's probably still going to be picked up all the same by Samira. So a little bit of confusion, I feel like, trying to understand what's going on there from you.
Blitzcrank should have held that wave a bit further out. He has passive, he has pots. He could have held that out and actually got that freeze for him. But looks like the wave's going to bounce back in this, for the side of that's going to be pretty good for their Xayah, who's already far behind. But making a play onto this Kale.
Pretty good, Haven, as you say. Looking to make a play onto this Kale. That's a very wide stone toss there, but it's still enough for Lilia to be able to pick that one up with the sweep.
That's fine. That's just an ego one. That's just saying I don't even need this. Look, I can kill you without it. It's fine. Yeah, great punish in that top side. Just the Lilia doing so much damage, punishing this kill while she has to walk up to the CS before she's ranged. But Taya might be caught out here. Has flash to go over the wall.
Let's use the flash, as you say. Mars going to be a shot on that lockup. He's going to dodge away from the dash there. But Harry, with a multiple set of dashes himself, is going to find his way onto Akali. Oh, onto Lux. Sorry, she is the Akali. Going to get the ult in and out of that one. Just going to pick that.
Akali's on top of herself here.
For the shield. Akali on top of herself. I'm sure there'll be many people looking forward to seeing that one, but you're not going to find it here. Just a kill for Yara instead.
Yeah, nice punish there for the Lux, just stepping up. Just Harry knowing that he can't follow the Talia, but he can get on that Lux very easily, just wasting that Q slightly wide. And it's just a free follow-up from Harry there.
Yeah, good use and recognition, knowing the windows with the ultimate as well. Going to get that perfect execution. No real threat at the tower as well. Able to reset the aggro and get out of there with the second cast. Just a 3 set of 300 gold. Well played. Meantime, though, we can take a look at the god. It is Haven favoured. Sorry, I'm choking on my words. Haven favoured for now. About a whole K, which is the earliest that we've seen it. 2 kills advantage. That first blow in the bot side, remember, and that successful gank in the top side.
Oh, Blitzcrank maybe looking for a hook here. No, I'm just going to use the W out. But look at this wave clear from the side of Lilia and this top side. Just able to pretty much one-shot the wave. I wonder if anyone's going to make a play for this Herald coming from 30 seconds here. Trundle is around it, so maybe they will make a play for it after he does his wolves, but no support has decided to back and roam up to it yet.
Yeah, we've talked about Herald, at least at the start of this series, but I haven't spoken about it too much coming to this game. I remember it was pretty big talking point that we had about the Shyvana. And I believe all
Whoa.
4 of the Heralds so far have gone the way of Thing, but of course Hook's Land going the way of Haven as well. Going to force an Ignite and flash out of Zandia. Nothing too much else. There are members in the vicinity if you want to go a little further, but Harry on vision here, going to be caught between 2, I think, further up on the mini-map. So in the vicinity there as well. The director cam finally takes us there. It's in fact Lux getting caught out instead on the rotation, and that's another kill there for Harry, perfectly executing on the back of that one. Just a set of Oak Treads and a Dark Seal, by the way. That champion's perfectly fine with the passive buffs. Flash away from the hook does Slenny, making sure he doesn't get caught out ahead of this dragon.
So much action going all around all over, and it's just Harry picking up these kills on this Lux, just finding the place where she's overextended without this flash, with missing these Qs, these vital Qs. But either way, the side of ER have burnt 2 flashes, but they did get that kill on Lux on the backside.
Yeah, are granted 300 gold in exchange for that flash, as you say. They do lose control of this river, though. But of course, with that 300 gold in the reset now coming in from Harry, if he's able to make it there in time, might be able to get something. Bot lane has reset as well, so it's a little bit desynced, but if Haven wanted to take that dragon, I think they might have just missed that window.
Yeah, we have the Wolves build in the mid lane as well. Both of them buying boots very early on instead of according to the itemization. Does work pretty well into certain matches. Is the Lily going to look for R here? I don't think so yet.
Swan Seed connected, no Milton Lullaby, as you say. Just going to be using those lifting blows. Use the ult, but watch out, Eep's going to connect on the backside, and Eep is definitely what Zypher's saying, going to have to flash away. We're going to get it to auto connect. There's the Lily on the backside of that, so the solo kill for Lily.
Yeah, really flipping this top side around after they got the kill on the Urgot last time. They were able to, they ended up losing the lane in the end, but this time around, the Lily are just popping off.
Because the thing here is Haven's bot lane. They have the jump with that vision.
Slenny's here though.
I don't know. They know that Slenny's here is going to be able to put that pillar in the way and flash there from Oscar just about as quickly as you can ask for.
That opens up Herald on the top side. They know that he's bot now, so they're just going straight for it. Yeah, are pinging that they could be there, but yeah, that's a great move there from the side of Haven. They know that they're there. They didn't lose anything bot side except from that Blitzcrank hook, and they should get this. That was a bit ambitious.
A bit of a mana trade, very much in favor of Harry there. He doesn't even have mana. But as you say, the Herald's going to be the prize for that failed attempt, but an attempt of in play on bot side and the good reactions there from Oscar to make sure that nothing comes of it. I believe that's the first Herald that Haven have seen all series.
No, they got a first game.
What they could do with it now that they have the lead. Did they get one first game? I must have.
Yeah. So they used it mid first game, and I think this time around they probably want to use it bot or top this game. I think mid lane you don't want to get this Lux ahead really. Like at this point, the Lux is doomed in this lane, and it just has to wait till late to farm. So you can use it top, but then it's just going to help this Chaos to save the farm. So you probably want to use it bot to save this Samira, get her out of lane, open up this Blitzcrank for these roams.
Yeah, and speaking of those roams with the Blitzcrank, looking to find something here, but Flash is going to be spent across the map. Going to get the hook here onto Mars. Going to be the one taking out the tower with the Ignite as well, but Harry doesn't really care. But he might do now that he's taking a couple of extra tower shots. And that Luxalt, that final spark is definitely the final spark that Harry's going to see. The last light is going to be taken from his eyes, and that's the shutdown there for Lux. Just about surviving that dive as well. Very well played.
Yeah, great Lux flash there. Just flashing over the Rakan ult W. Looks like they're going to catch out the
Swell Seed connects as well as the Weaver's Wall coming in. That's just a clean up there onto Zypher. So 5-2 lead and a 2k gold lead just about stretched with their Herald available as well. Haven might be able to push that one a little bit further. First time we've seen them confidently in a lead all series long.
Yeah, and they look like a different beast here going into this next game. Even putting these plates over onto this Lilia here, really trying to push this advantage down. But that is a kill that will always come back late game. But when they push through, ulti is available. They're going to use it.
Yeah, there goes the Lilting Lullaby. There's a Trundle who's very much asleep under the tower, but there's a TP coming in as well, unable to follow that one up. Mars in the vicinity has no alternate on the flank, trying to look for something to happen. They're going to flash away from the engagement from Mars. Mars is going to die first. The KO is going to be pulled into the team, but the Aftershock is not really going to care.
I was going to go down anyway.
Might go down anyway, as you say.
Harry's making his way up
as well. It's now Harry's turn to look for something. Hasn't got the ultimate available. Has flash available as well. He's going to wait for the tower to go down first. That's first tower in the pockets of this Lilia, who is now pretty goddamn huge. As you say, Blitzcrank's hovering. Might be able to look for something. The Shroud comes down from Harry. The Swirl Seed's going to connect as well. Oscar going to look for something, but the tick is a little too short of the obscurity to find out where that one is.
And that's 2 plates over to Lux for that play. I mean, this looks like it might just be a game. This might just be the opening to game 4 here. Yeah, always having this problem with this game 3, but yeah, it's looking like they're stumbling in this top side, which has been so strong throughout the rest of this BO5.
Yeah, and it's a nice turn from what you expect, right? The way that the series has gone so far has been very much in the favor of Zypher. Might not be in the favor of Lux if Harry decides to bite this one off, but it is starting this fight on half HP. But no, yeah, like you're saying, right? It's a bit of reversal of fortune in this top lane. Perhaps it could have gone this way in the second game, but the initiating circumstances of Urgot being late to that lane was quite unfortunate. Yes, with 2 kills over, was then shut down 4 times, I think, by 4 different visits into that top lane. So
Yeah, maybe
it's
I
nice
should.
to see.
Maybe I should be.
It's hard to pronounce, man. There's no vowels in there.
Maybe I should be going to try and buy some chips again, like last time when they had to keep me here. But looks like a great hook onto the Blitzcrank. I think the Trundle Pillar actually stopped him halfway through. That was an interesting interaction.
That is a little bit odd. Perhaps the position of Blitzcrank disabled Celine being able to be pulled to the other side. I'm not sure. I kind of want to go back and see that.
No, you can interrupt the Blitzcrank hooks with the pillar, but I think that was completely by accident. I think he put it there to slow them down, and as he got pulled, he
popped up ahead of him though. So
no, he was behind. Like he put it up as the time goes, so he got knocked out of it. It is actually an interaction. Right. It's pretty cool.
Okay, that is kind of nuts. Unfortunate, of course, very unfortunate for Haven, especially if that wasn't intended.
I mean, if I'm Haven, I'm a bit annoyed about that because that looks like it was completely by accident. But if you haven't seen that interaction before, you must be so confused. But yeah, this is a frustrating one. But
I'm so confused, and I haven't seen that interaction before. That's great analysis there, as you say. But I think that should open them up at least to have first dibs on this tower, and maybe the drag to follow that has just spawned. Blitzcrank, scared.
Well, it has ulti.
Something here. Ulti is available. I'm not going to fish too hard for it. Once it does connect, but nothing else going to happen.
Remember, they do have the opportunity to use that Lilia R into the Talia W. That is going to be a lot of damage that they're able to pull that off, and they should be able to blow up anyone who comes their way with that combo. So, if you do get hit by any one of Lilia's abilities, you've got to be respecting that.
Indeed you do, and of course, I don't feel like these teams are as bad as TSM to let a 9-man sweep happen, so keep your eyes peeled for those lilting lullabies and peeled for Masters Engage, as it is just a short. He is competent on the Rakan, I'll remind you, not quite so confident.
Yeah, I wonder what runes he's running there. He should normally have enough movement speed there. I wonder if he's got Celerity open and Nimbus Cloak or not. I don't think so, just simply because of the movement speed that was there, but he just missed out on that W, just slightly short. Big cooldown wasted, but it looks like they're going to be setting up for this dive on the spot side. Zaya has ult, but Rakan does not. Hook lands.
Hook does land here this time under Zandiai. He hasn't got the feathers available. He's going to flash the other side of the Weaver's Wall. And with the Unite Tick and the Guardian Shield, he's going to stay just about afloat. And the final spark's just a little short of Zandiai, but it does find its way to Mars. So that's 2 summoners for 2 ultimates.
I mean, you take that. It's a shame that she doesn't go down on the back end, but either way, you should be able to get some poke on this tower. They should actually go down in the back end, but yeah, a lot of summoners used. Unfortunately, they weren't able to score that 300 gold bag, but they should be able to get this tower on the back end no matter.
And of course, they're very close to cracking that mid lane tower as well, which would put them onto a 3-tower lead. Take a look at the gold as well with a 5k. With a 5-kill lead as well. That gold lead's looking to stretch close to 5k now. Currently sat at a comfortable 4, just a little bit over 4.5. To see what they can do with it. Harry looking to change their fate. Engaging there on Deluxe, but very quick to get out of there, and the execution going to get him out.
They just set this
tower here with a couple of auto attacks. Yeah, that one falls. That's that 3-tower, and now that 5k gold lead. I was alluding to in quite swift succession. It's now up to Haven to close as cleanly as possible. Unlike Yart, and of course for Yart being able to hold on like Ablaze did last week, because this is very much not their advantage.
Yeah, that is second held up though, so they might make a play for that, but at the moment it looks like they're setting up for Drake, but Drake's not for 3 minutes, so they're putting a lot of pressure towards this bot side jungle getting that vision, but maybe should start transitioning that up to this Herald and get that to be able to push through these towers.
Indeed, and of course, they're still not really a team fighting team. We mentioned that Lilia can have those massive sleeps, and of course Samira can be a menace in his team fights. This first time that she's been somewhat significantly ahead of her opponent, and could actually get away with it. As you mentioned before, there's not that heavy CC, or at least not so reliable CC, to be able to interrupt the Samira this time. And with the 2 Drake lead, and now maybe a second Herald in their favor, they might be able to find fights or picks that are very much in their favor. They have that snowball that we alluded to with this composition. If they are able to get ahead, they could just pick and blow up apart the side of Yar. That's been the story of this game so far. Oscar looking to continue that
Blitzcrank.
trend. Zandiel, no flash available. Going to get the silence in the Gale Force first, but in the meantime, we're going to be taken up to the top side. The charm misses. Going to get the knock up in the pillar on the backside. Going to get the flash to follow with the ignite. Going to use the lilting lullaby to try and get out of there. Does get the drowsy, but does not get away with their life. The final spark Sujin connects onto 2, and the flash bolt here from you is going to find another kill with the electrocute proc as well. That's Slinny going down in exchange for Chris.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Letters.
The waivers will comes down as well. This is not a letter, but well, it could be a letter of goodbye. But Cypher is the one that's writing it this time, looking to turn it around. Has no ult available. Going to get the World of Blades, and that's kill onto Samira in exchange. You're looking for something here, but if there's a Blitzcrank hook available, Sam's feeling himself. He's going to flash forward. He's going to get rooted, but he's going to get the final trigger off on that one. Going to get the sweeping blade on the backside of that one. So Zandy are just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Going to get killed for that as well. For free.
Yeah, Zandia just thinking that he's able to take that, but that's even though Samir hasn't been strong the rest of the game, you're not doing too great on items compared at this point, just based off farm, I think, and the tower plating. So really thinking that you're on even standard when you're really not, just able to really just smurf on him, Sammy, at that point, and yeah, just shred straight through him, and Haven looking in a good spot to finish this game out, really.
Yeah, they're in very much a strong position with the lead they have already established, and now a Herald in their back pockets as well.
Oh,
Should
no,
be able
they
to
picked it up.
Oh, thank God somebody noticed. I did not want to be the one to cast that. Thankfully, have the Herald in their pocket. Somebody did notice.
Someone did that to me in a ranked game yesterday. I was so frustrated, and it's the worst thing to happen because you can't really blame them, but you have to blame them. Like, really, it should just go to the person who killed it in their inventory, but yeah, it's annoying. Surprised that it went onto the Lux there. I think the Lux is probably the one person you don't want to put it on, because she's not really going to be like side laning or anything like that to apply that pressure, but either way they have it, she's really good at pushing waves anyway, so you can just push a wave and leave, but maybe they can just push a wave and put the Herald down. Looks like they get the first rotation on this Drake again, though, so...
Yeah, first rotation on the Drake, as you say. I will mention that perhaps losing the opportunity for those blue ones in a pick composition for as long as you hold that Herald. So the sooner the better for them to pop this one. Going to find their third Drake. So yeah, caught. Well, I was going to say sleeping, but I'll hold that one for when Lilia next ult. So yeah, caught. Maybe unawares, unable to find the picks that they normally do on the back foot. Not really prepared to find the angles they need to come back into this game. The Herald, sooner rather than later, is exactly then dropped into that mid lane.
Yell's topside farming, just trying to get to that level 16 mark, but...
Has TP available if they want to use it. He's going to recall in exchange. You're going to concede that tower again. There's only so much you can concede. Y'all know this as well from the way that they win their games. They're going to have to look to turn at some point. The Herald's going to get a second charge.
But they're not going to be able to
get tower. Comes down and the Blitzcrank's wide. Oh, there is a pick there onto Mars, and that's most of their engage gone. Harry look for something on the backside. Has the Shuriken flip available? The little by connects here onto 2 on the back of that Swirl Seed. Sandel's just going to get blown up as the Zypher is coming down as
open
well,
now.
Looking for the game 4. It starts with this inhibitor as well. Haven looking to make sure that is not safe in this series either. That Blitzcrank hook was ever so short of finding a kill. I expect they're going to take that inhibitor and they're going to leave happy for sure.
Yeah, and now they can just rotate straight into this Baron, maybe clear that topside wave just to stop that from being able to get pushed out. But yeah, I mean, great teamwork there. I think it's just Lilia pick is just actually just popping off for them, just getting that engage every time. Every time he hits anything on anyone, the person's going to be instant dead when they come out of it. Just so much follow up on that pick.
Yeah, for sure. And it all started with this early game. I feel like being able to get that first blood on Samira, being able to answer Yar's proactive plays has definitely come out of their favor. And with their pick composition, they've been utilizing it extremely well. Continue to find these picks, and Yar unable to answer it appropriately are now going to lose their first Baron of the series.
Yeah, and Dragon Soul's up in 3 minutes, so can they push us? Maybe they hard focus bot here, get this bot tier 2 and just retreat then to Drake afterwards. That would probably be my play to go with here. They can leave Lux just to push this wave mid very quickly. She's going to take a slow reset. I wonder what she's going to go into here. Is it going to be Magic Pen or is it going to be Death Cap? Oh, sure,
probably Seraph's, right?
Oh, please just get some Magic Pen.
Okay, no, yeah.
Please get some Magic Pen.
On the menu. Magic Pen may be next on the menu after that, but of course we're going to have 3 minutes of this Baron to see what they can do with, hopefully better than Yar. Yar had not the best streaks with Barons, as you mentioned, in this series so far. Had to take 3 of them to take game 1, and it took a Baron fight kind of coin flip to win game 2 so swiftly. So see what Haven can do with it.
The important thing to note is Harry is still strong on this pick, and
Harry, exhausted, is going to get locked up inside of the Shroud with the blade while Samira trying to get out of there. Now in a 4 versus 3, they might look to turn this one. The final spark going to connect onto all 3. That's half their health bars gone across the board. The Weaver's Wall going to connect. Take them very, very far in. Maybe the wrong place as the engage comes in to try and deal with Talia, but the Talia blows him off the backside. Harry going to have to flash away from the stones. Another rock is not going to connect this time. There's a TP here now from Lilia. I keep making that mistake to go and say his name, bless him.
Kale's level 14 here, should be coming to 15 soon. That was a really nice play that I think I probably would have taken that Talia wall in as well, just to try and go for that play. It was super close. Harry just managing to have flash just to avoid that on the back end. Blitzcrank flash hook goes wide though.
Flash hook is wide, as you say. The pillar gonna try and interrupt, so it looks like it was intentional, maybe the first time. Trying to get out of that play. Very impressive, but impressive is also the push for here onto this inhibitor. Harry looking for something here, has not got the ult yet available. Cypher not yet 15 or 16 either, but does have the Divine Judgment. Maybe looking to push in. They still have the Baron buff, I will remind you, but it is a 5 versus 4.
1 minute to Drake.
Too long. Talia is on the way, and she is very fast as long as she hugs that wall. Pillar down again. Mars locked up here. He's just going to get final sparked and blown out. That's most of the engage gone. Samira flashing in with the final Inferno trigger onto the backside. Going to get damage across the 3, but it's going to get locked down on the backside. Zypher, as you say, Kale going to flash forward, picking that one up with the pressing attack. Looking to chase a little bit further.
TP flank.
Low on health. There's a TP flank, as you say. Talia looking to get back into the vicinity. Weaver's Wall's not available. The hook is going to use the pillar to lock Kale into this fight that she did not want. Going to get ignited. Probably dropped out on the backside. On the top side, Harry looking to get dropped as well. Is dropping someone else in exchange with the ult that came up just about in time. Yeah, she's been clutching that team fight defense and on the base. Talia looking to survive and just push that wave, but nothing was going to happen.
Really well played by Yard, but I feel like that was just a mistake from Haven there. Just really committing so many resources there to kill that Ricard, and Zephyr comes in, just completely walks straight through them because they have no CC to stop him at that point, and he's just able to pick up so much. Then when he does get CC, the Lux is too busy trying to fight the Akali to be finished off, to open up the Blitzcrank to help peel her afterwards. And yeah, they just walk back through afterwards. They get these shutdowns. Now, the real question, can Haven still secure this soul on the back end of that? Because Tala is there. Looks like are focused towards this top side. If they can get this, they might be able to. This game's not doomed for them. They're not going to get that massive gold swing that is famous for the game 3s.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be close. It looks like, this Drake's just going to go straight over. Ocean Soul now in favor, and it's going to be Elder pretty much on their cards. So they have all of 5 minutes left to try and survive.
Kale 15.
To this one, Kale is 15. 16 is one of those magic marks for Kale as well. Just see what they can do about it. Put my objective timers on. That would help. So yeah, 6 minutes till the over. Red buff.
Hit 1 CC on him. Swole Seed's down.
Oh, the Weaver's Wall is going to lock Zypher into this lane, and the Lilting Lullaby is going to be dropped in contention with that one as well. As Divine Judgment comes out, but it's definitely dead. The final spark is again the last light, maybe for Yar. Could be game, as you say, 5 versus 4 now with the Ocean Soul. They can take their time with this one. Going to play around Harry. It's up to Zandia, and Harry, as you say, the carries now looking to take this game back into their own hands as the inhibitor is taken here for Haven. Hook is available, of course. This is a pick composition. You can just get blown up out of nowhere. You have to respect and find the right time to engage. My eyes are now looking towards Mars to find something. The hook just a little wide. Maybe a good pillar can start this one off.
They're backing off. They're going to go topside.
Backing off. They have the Ocean Soul. They have 2 nibs. They don't want to risk anything too much more. Cypher up in 14 seconds. Pillar's just a little short of a pick. Tension building. There wants to be found there. Maybe looking for something on the other side of the wall. But of course, if you get hooked here, there is not much escape for you outside of your base. And yeah, picking up that wave in mid lane, trying to create some priority. Trying to create some priority in the top lane as well is Haven.
Firing up in 1 minute. They have the supers coming in out to the base. If they go untouched, they'll be in trouble when this Baron spawns here. Looks like Harry's going to be the one defending this top tower, but as we've seen, if one Lilia ability hits them, it's doomed. Okay, Blitzcrank.
Or a Blitzcrank hook as well. Harry on the wrong side of the wall now, going to be caught and locked up.
Lucky that there's no one else there.
For Haven just to push into the tower. Yeah, like you say, thank God there's nobody else there to bring the damage. There's just a punch in the backside, but it is a tower all the same. The hook is not wasted either because it will come back up. Well, that one's maybe wasted in my big mouth. But Zypher still 15. There's a hook here. Sorry, not a hook, a final spark. Pick onto Zandiel, but he's going to have to blow the feathers, which is also so very important.
That's a big ability that has gone down now. when they look for her now in the upcoming fights, I feel like they have to just give Baron because of Zania not having that ultimate, just to be able to reduce so much damage from the side of Haven here.
Yeah, and this Baron's going to melt super fast with 5 members here in the ocean. They should be quite happy to take this one up. The passive ticking from Lilia as well as the true damage, and of course all of those stones being thrown by Talia. This Baron is melting, and it's already in favor of Haven. Looks like they're going to run straight to that top side. No resets, no spending their gold. Just going to run in and spot out Harry. The movement speed here from Musker is going to try and look for something. Has the flash available if he wants to close the gap. He's going to do so and get the flash out of Harry. That is a fine trade, I would say.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm disappointed from the side of Haven is that collector on the Samira, but either way, it looks like they're going to push this up and get triple inhib and maybe look for the end.
Maybe look for the end indeed, or look for the hook here onto Selene, and the seismic toss going to throw him back in. He's going to survive, and Mars has found himself an engage. The ultimate spent as well. The looting lullaby now coming down here onto Cypher. No ult spent in the first place. Going to get a connected Q onto 3. There's damage here from Lux is pretty huge. Samir into the backside is going to find Divine Judgment. Keeps himself alive with 1 kill. Going to get the Inferno Trigger and find himself a second.
Can no ulti going forward
on the back end of that one. There's 2 deaths here on the side of Yars. 3 versus 4 in favor of Haven. Got the inhibitor minions now to contest with, as well as the Baron buff still alive. And well, Harry looking for something. He's going to trade Sonya's here with Lilia, but he's going to get seismic tossed back into the fountain all the way from there. No problem for Haven. Looking to close this one out.
Yeah, no ulti.
No ulti here for Zypher or for Mars. Are going to get locked up and blown up as well. I think that's the 3rd final spark. It's not very final for Lux, but it is final here for Yar, as Zypher's trying to create himself a last stand. There's 10 seconds on
game's
the
over.
rest of the members, but the game is over. The Baron buff's doing the work. The minions are doing the work. Oscar and Haven are doing work, and they remind them, despite Zypher's double kill, that they are contesting for this series.
Yes, it's the game 3 happens every time for you know, the game 3 always tends to be the problem, right? And
3rd time's the curse, I think.
But you got to say, I mean, whenever you're playing in a BO5 series, you win the first 2, and the 3rd one is always that one where you're on that high. You know, you're feeling yourself maybe too much. You go for those plays, you go for those picks that probably you shouldn't. You do the things that maybe you shouldn't. You go for those plays, try and go for that montage clip. You know, and yeah, it didn't work out too well for him here. And honestly, as much as I hated Haven's draft, you know, the pick comp that they have, the massive amount of AP that they had, it worked out well for them. That Lilia on that top side was just doing insane, right? That Lilia really,
for sure.
If it wasn't for that Lilia, I think that this whole team would have lost, right? Because that Lilia got that massive lead and was able to set up so many plays with the ulti. Even ulting the Kayle, which normally is so hard to kill a Kayle, Zephyr then has to respond instantly with his ulti, but then just waiting out the ultis to do the damage and keeping the ulti burst damage on top of it. It was really well played. Honestly, I think that you have to give them the MVP for this game because that was just craziness. They pretty much solo carried this game just with the engages alone.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's a good point to mention that Lilia account pick could mean quite a lot coming to this the rest of these games, right? Maybe that's taken away and it looks a little bit more difficult.
Well, at least
it's not a pick we expected to do too well. Of course, the bans make that one a little bit of a pinch for them. But
yeah, well,
the sleep being longer than the Divine Judgment is quite a nice time.
Yeah, well, at least you have got that. Have got the what you call it. Have got the bans for the next game, right? So they can choose what they want, right? I think they should probably just get rid of this Lilia going into the next one. There's no pressure on them. Maybe take them off the Samira in the bot lane because why not? I mean, they've been definitely prioritizing it a lot, though it hasn't been working very well. It's still there, right? So you can do what you want there, right? But I think overall, I think it was just a matter of them just finding the right picks, right? Even the cross map early on didn't work out well for Selene, who has really been the driving force for the team Yara. Normally, when he gets on a roll, it works off pretty well. And this game, the cross map didn't work well just simply because of the wards that they had, and it just really just didn't come out well for them.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe Haven were playing a lot more with comfort. I think they'd banned Blitzcrank before, but taking it away or seizing it for themselves, they looked a lot more comfortable or scared being able to find hooks and plays and keep that snowball going, as you say, off those early rotations, making sure that they were making the early kills first. And with a 2-1 lead, that's how their game started. They got first blood here onto the Samira, and that early flash on that bot side with the cross map, just being able to hold that lead and keep it a lot more cleanly maybe than Yard did, makes this next game a lot more contentious, right? Because if it's not so much a 50-50, if they get a composition like that again, or something that they're that confident or comfortable with playing out, we could see a game 5. But for everyone
Yeah.
that's watching, you'll have to wait and come back to see a game 4. You'll have to hold that point for when we come back, because I believe we're just going to toss it to a break unless you want to throw it in quick.
No, we'll go to a break. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Welcome back, everyone. You join us for Game 4 as Haven find themselves an Ocean Salt and an Oasis in this series, bringing it to 2-1 against Matchpoint. Looking to bring it back to even 2-2 against Yart as the draft keeps starting, but they keep finding only 4 members. So we'll keep joshing around for now. So spirits seem high on Haven and Yart's side after quite an unusual game against the trend of the series.
Yeah, I mean, even though they built such a heavy AP build in that next last game, I'm surprised that they didn't have to build any magic pen to still win that one out. Sort of crazy, but either way, I'm looking forward to this one. Hopefully, Yar can actually close this one out. Game 4, lucky game, finishes it all in one go. But we never know. Looks like they're on the wrong side, I think.
Possibly. I believe it's Yar's choice, and they did join the lobby early, so I should hope they were prepared to join the side they wanted.
Is it Yar's choice? Is it winner's choice or loser's choice?
Loser's choice.
Oh, nice. Looks like we're into draft. We'll swap it over in case it dodges again. Okay, we'll
this
go for
one
it.
looks legit. Yeah, all the members are in this time. It's 5v5.
We now have to wait because of Valorant. That we have to wait like 5 minutes for it just to do the bans because of how slow it is. So no ban. Feels bad.
Yeah, it's a pity.
I feel like you could just.
I feel like if you could establish 5 champions.
Yeah.
Just.
No one's gonna play Yuumi. No one's gonna stoop that low.
Yeah, well, you could take away Yuumi. What else is? Yon, Vego. These champions like that. No one's gonna play Akshan. LeBlanc.
Ari.
Things you never see. Things you never see.
Yeah, it's Ash. I mean, who's gonna play Ash in this series? I mean, Ash is really good and competitive, but he's not gonna be played in this series. I doubt.
No, it's not something we'd expect to see after Samira and Zaya in every game. Maybe we can expect the same again. Not that you want to.
I don't want to see Zaya versus again.
I'm not going to see Lux again either. Yeah, taking their time. Not so much time to decide. I'm not going to see the Morgana at all this series. Keeping that one away. I assume that's possibly a Felix pick as well, since Yoon is a support player. Might have the ability to leak that one into the jungle as well.
Yeah, Morgana jungle. It's okay. It's not as meta as it once was, but it's still able to be pulled out now and then. It's the right circumstances, but I'm pretty sure we're just going to see the first pick Samira anyway. That doesn't really matter, and I think we're going to get the instant response of the Zaya. And honestly, the way that the series is going, I wouldn't say either one of them has got the better of that bot lane, but at the same time, please stop picking Samira. Please. Just any other champ.
Well, we are 25 seconds of the longest for finding out. I would not be surprised to see Samira, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see a shift in priority, trying to change something up. Maybe you want to take in that Blitzcrank, something that worked for you in that last series.
Lilia. Zin's out. Oh, thank God. Please stop first. I mean, and it's going to be the Camille pick straight away because, yeah, Camille's been working out. Every time the ER wins, it's a Camille pick in that top side. To be fair, the kill towards the late game was looking very good, but early on, into range into melee, really just wasn't doing well for them. And Zyra's picked up here. Please don't pick it, please.
Not looking for the 4th straight Samira. At least it's not first pick this time at least. I do quite like the Zins out. His take away from Solidity. Maybe not the highest priority time in the game.
Please, no.
An unusual hover. I am expecting it to change, but okay, I was right to not be surprised.
Proxy?
I haven't heard. I would not be surprised if that isn't. I could feel that being legitimate.
Where though?
I don't know. Support?
It does.
Jungle? You put the Zinzao somewhere else? I've played Zinzao support. It was hilarious and it was pretty okay.
I think Nidalee support is really good at the moment. If you can land that, but surely they don't go somewhere here. The Nidalee pick is a bit odd though, because Zin there's either Zin top, which is a bit odd considering. But it does, I think it can work pretty well into Camille because you can knock her out of the ulti and also out of the E. So it could work pretty well. Looks like, please just, are you going to go the Viego here? Or are you going to go the Volley? Because I think Viego might be better here. Volley's going to get pushed away. Yeah, makes sense. Let's see what Haven can do with actual bans this time around. Because they they don't get bans until this point. Just so bad. But if they get to a game 5, I fully respect it, because that must be so painful with no bans.
Yeah, you got to commend any time that you take.
They banned the Samira. They banned the
Samira.
Samira.
Is gone. We're not going to get ourselves a full Samira game, so we'll have to have a no look here for Sam to see
Thank
what
God he's going to play he's going to play Kai'Sa or Caitlyn now. But either one of those is better than that. Oh.
Whatever it is they pick, I sure hope it's going to be good into Viego, because before Viego, every time that somebody's been on that champion, it has not looked good for the NA team. Multi-kills every time.
To be fair, I think if you're you want them to be playing the Samira now. But like either way, I'm happy to see that champion gone for this game. So we actually have a different matchup, because we've seen the same champs played in nearly every game, except from this one, which is good to see. And
it's refreshing for game 4.
Last one we had a couple different champions, but yeah, Lucian.
Okay, so pinching away at that that ADC champion pool. Gonna prevent the option of pairing that one with an enchanted.
So they're not banning second. They're not banning second rotation either this time.
Oh well, they have time, right? Or
no, they missed the first one.
This is their second ban, isn't it? Okay, yeah.
Did they get told off for doing it the first time around?
Perhaps because they missed a couple of the first drafts, they were actually taking it legitimately. I know they joked that they've just lost their second ban, so yeah, this time no bans available for Haven. That doesn't make me feel very safe on whatever Haven they're hiding with the composition that's already been picked up.
That just seems if they've done that by accident, I think that's just a mistake. But if that's Valorant forcing them not to take in any bans, that's just I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything. Sorry, no.
Yeah, we should probably roll forward as the draft is rolling forward as well.
That's
So yeah,
Thresh picked up here. I wonder if it's going to be Nidalee ADC or Swain. So it's going to be Zinzao top, Nidalee jungle,
Swain Thresh bottom.
Yeah.
All right, sound. So I presume that this is something that they are not just pulling out of the blind. I know they've played Swain in the bot lane quite a bit before.
Swain bot lane is really good, but I just don't think it pairs too great with the Thresh. Simply because if he... What you want is someone who can follow up on a Swain E. The Swain E is best to hit inside a minion wave. And the way that works then makes it impossible for Thresh then to hit the hook.
Typically, yeah.
And it then becomes like a really awkward position. And then if Thresh hits a hook, then Swain then just pulls him and then pulls again. There's so many other champions that would work with Swain much better. My personal favorite, Trundle support with Swain. Every time he puts a pillar, instant pull. Then all of a sudden they're behind the pillar, they're slowed, and it makes it easier for Swain to catch. To clarify, I was a Swain main last season, hitting D2 on the pick, so I do know what I'm talking about here. And that is a Pog champ. Looks like it is going to be this Nidalee jungle. Let's see if he'll have a Yankos jungle. As I hear
I have to keep a tracker of how many of those spears hit.
There's fireworks going off near me. Thank you. I'm casting. Please leave me alone.
Team Ablaze said in their regards.
Yeah. Well, you had a fire alarm last time.
Got fireworks. Kind of marries. Can't hear them. At least I can't through Discord. So you should be sound. Well, not. Yeah, sound. We'll roll with that. Accidental pun. But maybe we could bring ourselves back to this draft, as we say. A bit spotty, a bit hit and mix from Haven, but it worked out for them last time. Triple AP threat yet again. I don't necessarily hate the Thresh, at least into the composition with the Camille and the Leona, looking to find those engages. And of course, the last time Mosca had that hook champion on that Blitz ground, he did quite a bit of work.
The problem with heavy AP, right, is that AP doesn't do AP damage isn't the strongest early game, right? It normally comes in heavy late game, but the problem with having too much of it is late game. There's so many items that have such heavy AP ratios, and they can just completely destroy. Like if this Syndra wants to, she can go on her first reset and just buy the first item for. I had it in my mind a second ago. The Banshee is Banshee's Veil anymore? The magic shield.
Yeah, it's Banshees. You're thinking of the green beads, aren't you?
Yeah. Anyway, so she gets the magic resist. It's basically the Seekers for Zhonya's, but for AP, right? If she gets that on, if she gets that on the first reset, pretty much then she's just free for the rest of the game, because all of a sudden she's got insane MR and also doesn't have to worry about the rest of the game. So Yeah, I just feel like building this. If Leona wants to, first item, this is what I do when I see an AP thing like this. Just go Abyssal Mask, first item, please. Like, you're against Swain ADC, Abyssal Mask is going to be mental against him. Also, you look at the other team. What happens if the jungler comes? Oh, look, you've got defenses for that as well. You don't need to go Locket first item. You go Abyssal Mask, you do more damage. Your team does more damage for the passive.
Yeah.
And they do less damage to you. It's a win-win-win-win-win. The only problem is the Xin Zhao, who's the AD threat for them. But if you just get that, if you get him behind, you literally just build MR and you just sit back. And we saw how hard that Camille was to burst through with the MR in the first game.
Yeah.
Like, this is the problem with heavy MR comps. Luckily, last game, even when they got that lead, they were able to finish it off very, very quickly. I think they had the fastest game of today, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And it didn't get to the point where the heavy magic resist items came through. But this time round, if you prioritize the heavy AP items beforehand, the MR items on the side of you should just be clean sailing to here. Like, if I don't see a Wit's End this game, I'm going to go mental.
So Wit's End, the call for this one.
Wit's End over more. Wit's End over more. Okay, please, Abyssal Mask, please. That's all I want, and I want the it's Verdant Barrier, apparently, as someone said in chat.
Verdant Barrier.
Thank you.
Green was close, all right. And
yeah,
the other word I said, it was close. It was on the money, all right. Like
it's a green bead, so
like
it's close enough.
Yeah, green beads. Green water.
But yeah,
Verdant Barrier. Same thing.
So if they don't go that, then they're clearly trolling for game 5. And also, I wouldn't mind a game 5, but if they can build correctly this game, it's just auto winning draft. So please, just finish this one out quickly. Please don't let them scale up late game and buy that magic pen item, because if they don't build magic pen again, I think this time they're gonna have to. This time, if they don't build it, they're gonna be in a lot of trouble going in. But yeah,
I feel like compositionally, Haven's draft is quite interesting, right? You have quite a bit of early game with the Xin Zhao, and the Lily, after she's gotten past her first clear, has quite a lot of pressure. And then, of course, your mid game, you can kind of carry on the back of Vladimir as long as he does fine within his lane. And the Swain has this huge kind of power spike, I suspect you know as well from lane. And they have triple TP as well, so they could be able to get to a lot of these plays across the map in that mid game. And then late game, of course, the Vladimir would have peaked by then. Swain has quite a bit of health, assuming he's passed. Picked up quite a lot of those souls. We've got a bit of action here. So we are onto the rift for game 4. We might just have a full-on 5 versus 5. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I don't know if the players are ready for it either. Gonna look to walk forward, and here we go. Here's the hook. It's gonna land, and the spear straight here onto Zypher. That's the first kill and first blood there. Onto a scare for the Thresh. The knockup comes in through onto Mars. Mr. Baby Case are gonna have to flash away, and the ignite ticking does just about survive. There could be a hook up in time for something else. It gets to reset. Part of the cooldown if it lands. He's looking for one, does find it onto Slim. He's got no one in the vicinity. He's going to follow it anyways, and I might be able to get some damage down first. Stepping a bit further forward into that tri-brush. It's on vision. The spear going to be a little short there, but the first one did land. You'd love to forgive him 1 foot 2. That's a lead for Haven to start with, which is exactly what you want to see if you want to see a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, great start there. Really able to punish them, but it went onto the wrong person here. It went onto the Thresh. Yes, he's able to get these boots early on and this control wood, but honestly, you'd rather it on anyone else. The Vladimir does pick up 1 Dark Seal stack, but yeah, anyone else probably would have popped off with it harder. Maz is going to have to stay in his bot side, not able to get that fully reset, so he's going to have to come to lane very low HP, but Ignite was burnt, but Flash on Leona down.
Points on the spell. Has got the Hex Flash at least to play around with inside this lane, or maybe if he's going to keep to his true colors across the rest of the map as well. And doing so quite well for this series. Keep our eyes on Mars as per usual.
But yeah, we are seeing a double phase rush in this mid lane, which is going to be very interesting to watch, because obviously if one person has that, it just means that they can do a lot of poke damage, but look at that scatter of the week. That's such a dirty combo nowadays. Yeah, the one thing I would like to note, so Swain's gone Conqueror. I personally run the Electrocute build, but that's a great interrupt. Just to get that extra lane pro, but Conqueror does scale very well into the late game on this Swain, so he's going to be a late game menace on that champ.
Yeah, and it really doesn't assist name. Does land a great bit of grasp and a hook around the minion there, and a double flay is going to find its way onto Zandia and Mars in this play. Ignite coming down here onto Swain in exchange. Andy looking a little worse for wear. Going to flash and away from the grass, but it's going to just connect with Leona instead to get a little bit of a trade there. So flash for flash.
Zandia still has heal though.
And a flash hook here straight onto Mars. Pops the heal, as you say. It's no longer available. Going to be pulled into the flay is Zandia, but he's going to get the kill first with the feathers back. Going to be traded again on this Thresh. This Thresh is huge, but he's going to just give it over to the Syndra, who TP's flashes into this lane. Flash away into the top side as well. It means that wall dive's going to connect nice and easy for Selene to come in and pick that one up in favor for Zypher. So what was looking great for Haven is now a 3-kill lead so quickly for Yarn.
Yeah, that's really, really not good for them. After they got that early kills, they came back really bad. The Thresh got the kill on the Zyre there. I think there was a bit of a miscommunication. The Thresh flayed it out of the Swain passive, which then meant he was out of the range for the Q. Otherwise, the Zyre would have gone down before that happened. The Swain would have got the kill. And it actually would have been okay for their bot lane. But so far, the Thresh has got 2 kills, which means he's going to be tankier. But the Zyre has also got a kill now, which means she comes back to lane with more damage. And your lane's going to struggle on this Swain. Top side, though, Camille not getting these early kills. Yes, we saw the Xin being able to push him off this E, but you know, now that this Camille's got this early kill, if she does get on top of you and you do miss that combo, she is going to be able to chunk you out very fast.
Yeah, exactly that as well. And she has the grasp, which makes for better off trading rather than full skirmishes like the Conqueror does. So with that 300 gold, you'll be able to leverage that one quite well. As you mentioned as well, the gold difference in bot lane, Sapphire Crystal to the double longsword Isaiah doesn't look too healthy as well. And again, if that gold had been picked up by Swain instead of Thresh, it's a very different story.
We are getting some information through about why the Thresh either way. Apparently his mic was broken and there's communication problems. So that makes some sense, because otherwise he would have flayed probably inwards and they would have got that kill early on. I don't think we're going to see a restart here, but I don't know if he's got a mic close enough to replace it. If not, he might have to just join the call on his phone.
With pings, yeah.
Call on your phone, and you can have to deal with it.
Deal with it is kind of the story so far for them. They're going to have to deal with this now 4K disadvantage despite such a nice start. It's not something that they haven't played very well into the mid game with before. We've seen some of these games be a little bit closer. They're just going to have to keep a better pattern of trading upwards throughout the rest of the game. Apart from where in Game 2, they sadly did not keep that pattern going and lost around that Baron. Game 3 was very much a different story. And Game 4 so far is looking contentious, which is how we love.
Alright, I'm going to transfer this over to Duo Camera's also waiting, because there's no point just sitting on a grey screen and everyone just not really being able to see what's going on here. But yeah, overall, an exciting start to this 4th game here. Ya is up in gold, but we have seen an aggressive start from both teams, for sure.
Yeah, I will quickly shout out whilst we are possibly on a longer pause that if you don't want your mic to break, we'd recommend the HyperX mics, who have so lovingly sponsored us and provided us both with mics to bring this content to you, so you can enjoy these long series without any of us having to worry about our mics breaking.
Yeah, I mean, a buttery smooth vocal tones come through these mics.
What was that, Devonshire?
Huh?
Yeah, you said that in a Devonshire accent. I swear to God.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Okay.
I'm
being targeted. With Devonshire accent, with butter. Coming Aberysters.
But yeah, you get smooth crystal vocals coming through it, and yeah, brilliant. Honestly, I love it, and I'm very happy that they sent it to us. And you can also get the HyperX ducks, if you can see them as well. 2 of them aren't actually HyperX, but the rest are ducks. So HyperX. So yeah, I'm sure.
One of them's a duck, but the rest of them are also ducks. And we're also back into the game.
So
we can
transfer us back in. For a second.
I want to go back and have a look at the river to see if there was a duck in for this game. We have the post-pause, so we can take a little while for you guys to catch yourselves back up with it, where the game state is at and where the direct camera is at.
So, by the looks of it, this hook is not going to hit, right? Unless Zandia that dodges up. Sorry, I know this is a pause here, but this should allow the Swain to hit the E on the minion wave here, so that should be a dead Zandia if she dodges down and... Oh no, never mind. I guess Swain
just a little shy is that one, yeah. It did look great in the pause, though. I did have to catch myself back up to find what you were looking at, because I was looking at the top side myself, and I come back and I see a hook that's mid-air in pause. Kind of exciting. Speaking of exciting, Slinny looking for a little bit of blood.
No pool used.
Vladimir, he wants to kill his uncle, but he's not going to find it. Pool not used. Spirit just short, so nothing coming away with nothing on both sides.
Yeah, I really want to see the Thresh starts to use the gold that he's got, this gold advantage, but it looks like they're going to just collapse as a slide.
Oh, there's the pull used very well timed there, Slinny. Not in the right place at the right time, but an excellent flash response there from something out of vision. Going to use the mist to dip and dodge away from the Nidalee. Going to use it as well to get away from the spear on the exit.
If you can
Very
dodge a
nice team
wrench, you
stuff
can
like,
dodge a
but that
Nidalee
is a
spear.
flash. That is very much true, and I'm not going to be throwing any wrenches at Slinny anytime soon. One, because I'm not mean. Two, because he's going to dodge it, because of course he can dodge the spear, as you say, the nice scout of the week. Not so well dodged from. Speaking of not dodged, Andy are going to get hooked up and locked up in the bot side, speared in the face as well. And Mars going to be the one walking away. Doesn't dodge the wrench.
Yeah, I mean, Swain E, very hard to dodge if you haven't played against it, you know, but overall, I will say that this Swain really getting starved from kills here. You know, the jungle comes, steals the kill, the support comes down, steals the kill. It's really not looking good going forward.
Oh. He's still got 3 assists.
Got black
it's
screen,
not
so.
nothing, and it's sure not in his favour, but it's definitely not in Jarl's favour either, just dropping those kills, no matter who they drop onto. You're looking to be the next one to drop, perhaps, is ignited, locked up, stunned up, going to be rooted up as well, and the cat is eaten by the bird, which is not really the way you expect it. Oh, just about resets on the ground. Not quite shy.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive.
Just shy. Yeah.
A little bit aggressive there from the Nidalee, just going in to try and take that Grump away when your bot lane just reset, so you didn't really have priority to go for that. So just a little bit of overconfidence there, but at the end of the day, it's just a kill handed over and it should be fine.
Yeah, has now picked himself up the Hextech Resolver? Is that what we call it? Alternator. That's the sod. Let's pick that one up. Going to be looking to do a lot more damage with their spears should they find themselves connecting into any of the members' faces or banks. No matter what way they're looking, they will hurt. In the meantime, Slinny just farming up a bit of a storm, has a bit of an advantage. The rest of the lane's looking pretty even, despite Zandia having a CS lead. He's going to find himself hooked yet again, pulled in, tucked in, and the double flare going to prevent the Zenith play from connecting too much further. Just Daybreak does still connect onto Swain, able to cut this one back. Oscar going to be the victim here as Slinny stopped farming and started walking into this lane. Does pick up that kill in favor of Zandia. The flash connect here from Zyphon. That wall dive's going to find the next one, and the second Zenith blade. The sweep command's not going to lock him up in tower long enough. Keep him in there. That's big connect onto Slinny. Apparently that didn't do any damage because there you go, but still, very favourable trade for you.
Yeah, really great trade there. They're able to snowball this advantage, and look, they'll be able to get maybe a plate in here. Oh no, they're just going to reset. Never mind, they don't want that, but that's still really good. They're setting up a cheese here, the Fnatic Death Bush on the red buff, but no, looks like they're going to run down. They got a pink ward here. Sneak behind this Nidalee.
They have 4 members here in the favor of 3. I'm not too sure what information she seems to have. The scout of the week is gone, and the flash is going the other way.
Syndra caught.
The hook commands here onto Syndra, as you say, pulled in and then played in and locked up yet again. That's a pick there onto Harry, who spent some time away from his lane there. Vladimir's going to be the one that truly benefits here. Not this way in picking it up yet again. Going to go the way of Nidalee and looking for another one. As the flash play in here, Clinic going to be pulled away from the wall. Has no flash available. Even if he wants to find it, going to use the dash and the smite with the mist. Try and get away. Zandiel next on the menu eats a spear. Instead, blue buff looking to turn for dessert, and there's Haven coming ahead on the backside of that play.
Yeah, that should secure them this Drake on the back end of that play. Honestly, a great synergy there from the Thresh and the Swain there to be able to follow up and get those picks. I think it wasn't for those Thresh hooks, I don't think they would have been able to get anything there and were able to find those picks. And then the Swain pull just comes through and goes up. You think you were far away from your team, you're further now. So, yeah, able to get this Drake now. That's going to give him a bit of an advantage. And the gold lead is sort of closed up a bit. But this Vlad needs to start using those pools.
Start using those pools, maybe prematurely. The damage you take from the pool is definitely less than that Scalar Week is doing. Maybe the Ocean Drake will help him out. Of course, that regen in that lane is going to be super powerful for that Vladimir. He might need it soon since Cypher's in the lane. He's going to connect, or not quite connect to the wall dive, I should say. And Zinzao is maybe the one that's on the menu next. I need to stop saying on the menu, but it seems that Mars is the one going to be picked instead. It's Zinzao on the top side, put into the Hextech ultimatum, and the puddle's going to come down. Slinny going to connect the Heartbreaker, but he'll be heartbroken to find that he doesn't get that kill because Zypher's the one picking it up. Slinny on the backside can't get himself towards that reset. Has the red buff ticking away, but they haven't got the ocean. There's the power gone. Scout of the week could be available, but he's just going to walk away with that one. A kill there for Zypher.
Yeah, good Scout of the week by Harry there. Just ooh.
Oh, another hook command lanterns, and the flash is not going to get away. Yoon doesn't seem to know what the lantern does. He's going to get locked up here with the sweep command as well. Big on the men next in line.
Yeah, I think not knowing where the enemy jungler and top are at that point. really stops you from being able to commit to that. So good restraint there from the Yoon not to follow that on, but yeah.
Still, flash burnt from Harry. Nothing really lost. Now going to have to answer this wave that's going to be pushed in. I think Vladimir has a CS lead. It's quite sizable thanks to Harry having to spend time in the bot side. It has the plate advantage as well, so a gold lead looking pretty tidy. I'm impressed that it's still in Yar's favor. That must just be the raw kill advantage. I feel like the rest of the lanes have been pretty much going in their favor since Zypher's been the one roaming quite a bit, and Zinzao might again be the victim of another gank here. Slinny's found his way in with the mist, and the wall dive is going to connect as well. Zinzao looking to try and survive for this one. Dashes in with a sweep command to try and turn it around, and that was surprisingly close, but it's still going to go in again in the favor of Zypher 4-1. Quite comfortable again for the third time this series on.
Yeah, I mean, that Zinzao really doing a lot of damage, but even in that 0-2 state there, but still not enough to take it down. Is Zandia going to be caught out here? Great hook.
Oh, lantern hook into that bottom lane. Going to pull the feathers out of Zandia. The pull from Swain's not going to connect the stun. You're going to survive away from those feathers quite at the wrong angle, but still, Summoner's burnt again from Yar.
Yeah, the E predict there just slightly going wide, not able to predict the flash there from the Zaya just to be able to follow that up. But either way, that's a lot of resources used by Haven to go on that bot side, and not for a lot. And Viego is counter mapping with the Herald.
Yeah, that's a Herald on the board. They've been playing quite well around them. I think they lost.
Oh, the hook lands again
in the series. Another hook lands. They've just been coming thick and fast.
Just be dead.
Here comes the counter engage this time, but Zandia with no feathers and no summoners can't get out of that one. The Never Move again connects here onto Mars. Going to get the play in exchange, and that's a big wave that Zandia's missing.
Yeah, it's a great day for support Swain. What can I say? Brilliant hook there for Thresh, really carrying the spot lane on it, and it's a shame that they're getting the kills, but Swain's damage is still massive. Harry going down in this mid side.
Speaking of kills, there's just a numbers advantage, and with the pool well timed and the ultimate on top of that, when the Hemo Plague, there's not real any way Harry can do anything about that. It's a long way around to getting to say that with no flash, he's just dead. That's exactly what it was.
But the problem for Haven is that though the gold is even pretty much even here, the gold, the majority of your gold is on this Thresh, and that is scary going into this game.
Yeah, and speaking of scary, Zypher is definitely that 4-1, looking to make it 5-1 here against you. Unable to secure the blue buff, does get the Hextech on him, but is now a little bit stuck, waiting for his cooldowns to come back up as Zinzao's engaged into the fight. They're not looking to take this one any further. Not know where Slinny is, as they don't know. The Slinny is right behind Vladimir here, looking to make some distance and get that Conqueror proc nice and quick. The puddle plus the phase rush is going to get him just out of range of the directed camera, I guess.
Okay. Lantern came down. It's fine. He got out with Lantern. Don't worry about it.
Lantern down, nice and safe.
But they are going to be able to take down one, maybe two tower platings in this mid lane anyway. I know they have Herald. They'll take down three, maybe even more. TP coming through. Are they going to dive afterwards? Scatterwick should just knock him straight out afterwards. No.
At least in the vicinity as well. Scares on the other side, so they get the Herald and they look to get out. I think looking to get something with Scatterwick. The spear is tanked here by Slinny, looking to connect the power of Will as well. Slinny dodging away from his own teams, but Daybreak does just about get away from the spear. I kind of want to see what happens over there, and we're not going to see.
It's just flashes, just both flash the wall there. But honestly, great attempt there by the Thresh. I think just slightly wide. Really, I did not expect that to go that way, but. All that they get the place and get out, but that was so close on the back end that could have gone either person's way.
Yes, in the end, a flash for flash exchange, I believe, or two flashes for one flash.
No,
maybe our advantage plus the play. Did Thresh flash and nearly flashed as well, right?
Yeah, nearly flash, Thresh flash. Oh, that's so much damage.
Vladimir flashing as well, as you say. It's quite a bit of damage. He was able to connect the next Q with that Hemo Plague. Yeah, without that Scan of the Week, that could have just been a solo kill.
But yeah, and it was literally just flash for flash, right? On the exact same people. Jungle support flashed on both teams, but either way, I can't tell the gold because my client is bugged and won't let me press X to find the gold. So can you tell me what the gold's looking like on people?
Yeah, so a K advantage for Zypher.
Now mind Thresh is going aggressive here.
We have some action, as you say, never mind. And the Never Move looking to connect. It does so here onto Slinny. Has no Heartbreaker available. I don't think he's just going to get picked up here by Nidalee. And that's a good advantage and the right member you want if you're looking for this Drake.
Yeah, I think the Swain ulti was a bit ambitious, just sort of wasting that ability. But overall, they pick up the jungle and you should just pick up this Drake for free, which opens up the opportunity of Infernal or Mountain's Soul next. I think it's probably going to be Infernal just simply because we haven't had one, and it'd be nice just to get a a nice selection. Oh, it's Mountain again. Never mind. Okay.
Never mind.
It's okay. look at this
You
aggressive.
can't be too hurt. Zypher already down to a third, going to flash over the sweep command, and it's just locked up despite the 4-kill advantage. Zinzao able to find one back in this lane.
Does Camille have much gold in her inventory? Because that must be. Yeah, buys Triforce. Yeah, I was just overstaying with loads of gold, right? Completing that to disrespect there, because that maybe 03 is in Zhao, but if he had more items than you at that point and he can still burst through you, it's kind of crazy that you stayed.
Only 100 gold behind thanks to that shutdown. What I said was 1,000 gold difference before, but thanks to the Drake being taken and Mill giving over that shutdown is quite different. Other gold across the board, 600 in favor of Vladimir. Pretty even in jungle, and 1,000 gold advantage for the bot lane, but it's mitigated by the fact that it's 1,000 gold in favor of Thresh on the other side, as
Yeah,
you'd expect.
that's the unfortunate part, right? Assists are all nice on like 150 gold for an assist, but at the end of the day, if you're a Swain, you want the kills.
He might be able to find some here, but it's going on just a little shy. Solar Flare puts Mars on the map, and
he's off to the side. He's alone.
Sights, as you say, he's alone. He's by himself.
He's dead.
Yeah, nice spy's going to come down. Sandiar's looking for something. He's only going to find a ward. There's a Zenith Blade, but it doesn't mean
nice donation. Switches it from it going over to the mid lane and gives it to the Xin Zhao. I wonder if that's going to be a problem here, because now I don't think Camille can match the Xin Zhao in this top lane anymore. Without the jungle attention that she had early game to get through, I think it's going to be pretty scary for this Camille.
Yeah, and it could be pretty scary for Yara if they lose this tower as well. They're going to put in some effort to try and keep it. Harry going to be sharing some XP with Zypher as well, which is not ideal for them. Able to defend the tower for now. No tower yet gone, but Swain's getting some solo XP and solo time with that tower as well. I can suspect that one will fall quite soon with a plating gun as well. These towers are incredibly vulnerable. So we just got a bit of a lull. Got the Tyrix taken. Nobody's quite reset since the last fight, so we're sitting on quite a bit of gold, and nobody's really committed to any line assignments, and people are just lollygagging around this river, waiting for something or someone
Camille's going in, though.
to happen. And speaking of happen, here he goes. There's the lockup with the Zenith Blade to follow, and the Hextech Ultimatum on the backside. Oscar's going to be the first one to fall, and that is not quite a shutdown, but it is a lot of your gold gone, considering it's a Thresh. There's a disconnect, so I'd expect there to be a pause soon, unless that one's been rectified because of
no, there we go.
No, there's us.
There's the DC, but I think the problem there was the fact that the Vlad actually maintained his reset there, so they weren't able to turn around and fight that afterwards, and the Swain wasn't there, so it was a 4v3, and they were just able to walk through and get that support kill. I thought for a second they only had overextended, but turns out without that Vlad, they can't just burst through it very easily, and yeah, they just don't have the damage to burst through it at this point super fast, and they're just able to get walked out and get that Thresh on the backside.
Yeah, exactly that. And there's a reset there for Slinny as well, so they now have priority on this top side, and Herald, if you look at the minimap, or just above the minimap, sorry, is up in 2 seconds, so that's probably going to go the way of Yar.
Yeah,
and like to say with the turrets being vulnerable, that second Herald's going to go a long way.
Yeah, I'm seeing in chat someone saying a lot of pauses. I believe this is a Fnatic game that we're actually just reviewing. They do love to spam pauses themselves, so yeah.
It's kind of the meta these days.
It is. That and death bushes are their go-tos. But yeah, I think they shouldn't be able to contest this. If they go for this Herald, I think it's pretty doomed for them, considering the people that Haven have around there. You don't have your ADC there, and you have the Swain there now. So I think that if they were to overstay and get this Herald, I think it would be pretty bad for them. But I mean, it depends if they feel like that coin flip. But at the moment, Haven have got that open track to that mid tower and can knock that down before Yar can respond. So you can trade that Thresh death for that tower mid lane if they respond correctly.
And unless Zandiar walks up, right, that is still a 4 versus 4. Yes, you would exchange that mid tower for the bottom tier tower, but I think you're probably happy to take that 4v4 with the kind of advantage that you have currently.
Yeah, I mean, you're opting into it, and they got a support there instead of a damage dealer, and you've got Swain who can just tank up so much damage with that ulti, has Flash and Conqueror that stack, so he's just gonna be insane on that front line. Vlad has ulti coming up as well, so yeah, Swain should be able to knock down this mid tower here. Looks like Syndra's gonna match him, so yeah, it looks like they're gonna start up this Herald, and Nidalee holds the reset instead of staying, so this is just gonna probably be lost.
Yeah, Zinzao caught here on Vision. Knowing he's on Vision as well, is just going to get blown up here. Zypher, the one picking that shutdown up, getting revenge for that solo kill earlier. teamwork makes that dream work, and the vision is the lubrication for that one.
Is the
Making a
second
massive
pause, but
move.
not pause, but yeah. I
That's,
feel like
that's a cute one.
I feel like that was just a little bit of a disrespect there because they know that they surely would just go for Herald here when it respawns, but it looks like they're going aggressive onto the thrust. Hook lands.
Yeah, we might get ourselves a second pause, as I worried that Mars was stood still for a little too long. He's reconnected, so I don't think they'll be holding on to that one because
Look at
this
the
fight
damage.
looks to be going not quite their way. There's a lot of damage.
Harry said-
Vladimir damage was huge. The scat of the week is
Such
going to
good
buy him some
start.
time. He might not be dead yet. That spear could connect though. Quite. Direct camera is going to take us to this teleport. That's kind of fun. Or oh no, apparently I selected on that one. I'll let direct camera take
Sander
me back
does
to
get
where the
that's-
action is.
He did get these 2 towers bot side before that play. W does land. He can dash back in soon, but
Oh, there's that TP and the feathers on back on that one. So Zinzao was having a hot streak and it's immediately turned cold as Yar brings the storm to him and he brings himself back into the storm. But it seems on the top side of the map, the Herald's going to go the other way.
yeah, Zandia looking massive in this game at the moment. Look at the gold that he's just got secured himself. 2 towers, 3 waves, and a Krug camp. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of gold sitting in his inventory right now, ready for that reset.
Yeah, he's got 2.5k. He's at 8k gold just about now, so he's definitely looking like the most fit member in the game. Happy with that CS lead as well.
He even did pick up that Drake, that Herald, sorry, after that play, after all that transpired. So maybe they're going to use that topside to try and open up some gold. They do have 2 Drakes stacking, so maybe it's the time to put it topside and then go down for that Drake and try and contest it. And if they don't match to clear out that Herald, you get that extra charge on topside and get that tower. But we'll see what they do here. I think it looks like they're just going to walk straight down, then contest the Drake vision.
Yeah, they could split their resources. At the moment, as you say, they look to be grouping and putting all of their resources, all of their eggs in this
Thrush
basket
hits
in the
hook,
river.
but
There's
no
a
one's
hook
there.
here onto Slania, as you say, but nobody's there, so they might look to turn it, considering that no one was there to
Ooh.
answer. The Heartbreaker is used quite prematurely. Swain may be able to find something, but never moves just shy. Slini's having to concede some of this space. The Scatter finds its way onto 2, but it's not quite enough. The Daybreak comes out as well. Zypher on the flank is able to find something, but the Locket comes out in exchange. When Become Lightning finds its way, and the Spear just a little shy. But Slini's going to be on the targets list here.
Camille separated.
For something, but
So that's cool.
all of that gold's just flown up, caught with that hook. It is massive. That was definitely the death sentence here for Yar's chances on this dragon, looking to
That's Soul Point.
space and create some room. That is Soul Point yet again, and that gold lead is ever so close, and it keeps jolting, maybe to a K, maybe to 500 either side. But right now, I am favoring Haven's look in this mid game. Zypher gonna have to get out of here as well. Those 3 Drakes are coming up huge for Haven.
Yeah, and with no magic resist bought on the side of... Yeah, I don't know what they're doing at this point, because so far I can only see 2 magic resist items and...
Zypher might be the most aware of it. There's no AP champions here. His Milk Treads aren't going to do him any favors unless any of that CC connects. That would become Lightning, plus the dash is going to be enough to lock that one up, as well as Mars on the other side.
Haven's just walking through him.
Going to be maybe the next one to fall without the Heartbreaker available. Still, Harry's able to get 1 back, but that is 3 kills now. 4 kills here for Haven in
the Baron.
Their top side of the jungle. Yeah, caught kind of unawares walking into enemy vision. Zandia is going to be dead.
Vlad's coming.
He is very dead. He's a poor little fish surrounded by very many orcas looking to pick this one up. Yoon flashing forward here into the feather. This is going to be traded.
It's a massive shutdown given over. That could be the game deciding here. Herald does get the charge off. That means that Baron can't be attempted anymore. But is Herald going to get the second charge off? I don't think it will. Maybe the feathers pull back.
Oh, he survives on 83 on the feather pullback. He's going to be all right.
He does get the second charge off though.
Sando's just getting blown up by the never move yet again. It doesn't matter if this Swain hasn't got kills because he's definitely still got his damage. Slini now respawn, looking to get one.
Vlad chasing for this.
So picks up the Thresh, looking for something here. Vlad's chasing, as you say, but he hasn't got the puddle to last him to get his way over to Mars. So he is just going to drop. And there's the shutdowns, keeping this game close yet again. And of course, oh no, okay, we're straight back. We're no pause this time on that DC. But yeah, this game is back and forth, and a little bit back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I think there's just an overstep from Haven, who've been playing it so well so far this game. But yeah, it looks like they're going super aggressive here now. And Baron was on the cards for them, and they've just pretty much thrown that away. They could have even got that mid tower instead of going for that dive onto the Leona. And now, is this where Yar can just set up a trap here? Fnatic Deathbush waiting for them to attempt this Baron.
They could do. They definitely have that inline track that we've talked about so far. So yeah, that's quite a bit of damage. Going to be using their priority now on that top side. But they know that the vision has expired. It's going to be a bit of a fight over there, right? But I have a little bit of sporting friendship on the same team. It's going to go the way of Zambia, who is doing quite a bit of work, as we mentioned, on the Zai. As long as he can stay alive in these fights and not get hit by all of that kind of CC that's being thrown up and down their backlines, he should be okay. We're going to be clearing some of the vision. It's the only objective really on the cards. The next streak is 2.5 minutes away, so there's a bit of time before that one has to be worried about. Harry being able to pick up the Duke
that
could
division
mean quite a bit.
division's going to be cleared out straight away, and they've still got that wall on that Baron, so they can't even pretend as if they're doing it. So they need to get rid of the vision so they can at least fake the Baron attempt. But looks like they're just going to try and do an ARAM here. Let's see what happens. But Harry's just sitting off to the side. He's just going to call a recall, but Nilly's going to see him maybe with that sword.
Yeah, AR's the name of the game. You don't want to be caught with your pants down.
But Haven don't have to do anything for
Without the
2
fifth
minutes.
division.
They just have to wait for this Mountain Drake, and they just look at the vision that's already set up for them. I mean, that's a lot of control walls in the same line, and probably inefficient, but either way, they got vision set up for that.
Yeah, but Seleni's the one that's making the play. The Nevermove isn't going to connect. The flash here from Seleni is not going to yield him too much as of yet. The Hextech ultimatum is going to come down as well as the Daybreak here onto 2 or 3. This golden
Massive stopwatch.
is the Swain, but he's going to flash forward and get a lot of damage here. But the Feathers are going to be the one that picks up the kill. Vladimir in the backside finds one as well. Xantiar trying to make the most that he can, but Vladimir is just huge. It's again Thresh that picks that one up. He is Xantiar's main this game. Mars going to be the next one to go as well. There's a 3-4-2 so far, and they're looking to press that advantage. Let's get for maybe a little bit more, but he hasn't got teammates anymore. But there's still a win for Haven in that jungle.
Yeah, and do you know why that is? Because there's no magic resist. Where is the magic resist? You know that there's Swain. You know that there's Vlad and Nidalee. Like, come on. Build some magic resist to be able to get through this damage, because at this point, this looks like it could be going to a game 5 if you do not do this.
Yeah, they're going to pick up that tower as well and look to pick up the kill in return. IR, they're going to chase. There is no ultimate Crescent Guard available for Xin Zhao anymore. There's no flash available for Selena, but he's able to connect the stun anyway. There's 2 1v1s going on now. Cypher looking to connect the sweep command does, gets that slow onto Xin Zhao. Going to flay out of the stun is Sliny. He's going to get a spear in his face because Yoon's now arrived to the place. Looking to assassinate him. The Sterix Gauge is procced as well. Cypher's unable to find that kill onto Xin Zhao. He's able to walk that one out. You look to clean this one up. He's going to get re-engaged on, but the hook's going to connect this time onto Sliny. Swain's in the vicinity now as well. He's going to be able to pull the members back. Has the Never move as well. He's going to lock them up. Mars going to be able to find Oscar on the backside of that one. Sliny has been slain as well. There's no reset, so they go magic available here. Xantiar going to be walking into enemy vision. He's going to get TP'd flanked on the backside. Mars is the only one left standing in this fight. Harry's late to display. He's been somewhere else this entire time. I'm not sure where. Mars is going to be the one that suffers for it, though. The Never move connects there onto 2, and that's huge. And a double kill there for Xin Zhao. Again, I think you could be right. This could be a game 5.
Yeah, it's got to be game 5. And I got to say, that play all happened just because Zephyr went to try and greed for a double kill, trying to get that Xin Zhao shut down. Like, when the Viego was going for the Thresh, you need to communicate which one you're going for, because you didn't get either on the back end of that until you got other people there. And at that point, then Desire committed so much to get the Thresh that she ended up dying with the rest of your team. You need to get these clean communications if you want to win this game and build some magic resist. Look, the owner's building 2 armor items in this point. Who you armorizing, please?
You just assume that's going to go the way.
Topside's got armor,
now, but it's only going to mitigate the Xin Zhao's eclipse, right?
Topside's building armor.
I guess shit. There is a cloth over there as well. There's only one no magic mantle and 2 sets of Mercury treads. I think it's going to be Merc treads for Selene as well, as he has been locked up quite a few times. Looking to find a kill here onto Vladimir. You say he wins this. I think you're right as well. The Heartbreak is going to come in and try and get that answer kill. He's not get the second cast of Q, so they just about closed that one out, but he could have been seconds away from a 2v1 win there for Vladimir, as he's saying.
Yeah, I think he didn't. I thought he had ultimate there for a second. I forgot to check, but if he had ultimate there, they both die. But either way, this is really, even though it's a nice pickup there, he's the one probably without the shutdown. He's probably the one person who's dying.
And the spear and the hook connect at the same time as well. I believe the Mountain Soul is picked up as well. That's the second answer kill there onto Mars in that top side. So Haven now with a substantial 3k advantage in this mid game, plus the Soul, most importantly, to close this one out. Of course, these games have been messy so far. All of these exchanges have been messy. It only takes one good fight, and one fight where Xantiar is alive, or for Harry with a Scout of the Week, or for Sliny to get those resets, which we have seen, for them to come back into it. It's not really over yet, but it's very much in favor of Haven as they start up this pack.
We've seen bigger gold leads fall here, especially in best of 5s, but it's really not looking good going into this. Zephyr probably caught out here, gets a nice little dash over the wall, but he's run away from his tower. Is he going to get caught out on the backside? Xin is looking for him here. Should be able to pick him up. No, he's deciding just to go back to this. Nope. No, he's indecisive.
He's connected. The wind becomes lightning. He could get the charge as well if it was off cooldown. In the meantime, Harry going to be the one caught out. Is going to be very close to dropping. The electrocute comes through as well. He's going to be picked up yet again by this Thresh, who is absolutely killing the spree. Connects the hook as well. Those death sentences are very much death at the moment. The way this game's been going, Mars is going to fall as well. There's another hook that lands. Oscar coming up huge this game and the last. Linny unable to find any resets. It's a triple kill for Xin Zhao, who had not the best start to the game, but is ending it in great fashion.
Yep, looks like a game 5 to me. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. The drafting of Haven, even though I think it's completely and utterly mental, they're still able to win this. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be going 2-2 into the into the game 5. And I'm sorry, I'm trying so hard to like not laugh about the fact that there's just I can't English hard sometimes. But yeah, this looks like a game winner play
here. This looks
here.
like it could be the ending fight. As I say, it's not quite over until it is over. His Intel might be the first one to go. Remember, they have this gold lead, but they haven't had the full reset. Zypher
there's no ultis down
on the other side of the fight. There's no ultis, as you say. Mars going to be one hooked. A huge spear there onto Harry. What can they do about that one? Zandia unable to get the feathers in and behind. Vladimir is still alive, has the empowered cube, but he won't be able to find the targets. Linny has not got the Heartbreaker available, but if he finds a reset, that could be it. Zandia going to have to flash away from the Swain. The Zenith Blade isn't going to connect either. Looking to get him, but he gets the Lantern out instead. Charging forwards, and he's going to think better of it. So they're able to staunch the end for now. But mental, as you say, this draft, mental has been the game so far, and mental, I think, just about destroys this series if it does go to him.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best fight you're going to get, because that's when they had no ultimates at all. Like, look at the side of Haven. They didn't use a single ultimate because they didn't have it up at the time. If they had, I think that would have just gone completely in their favor, but their team is so reliant on these ultis that they need them. And that was the only time you could actually make a play happen. But now, I mean, they're resetting. They've just spent even more gold. They're going to go to this Baron, just pressure it. And then if you force the fight there, then I'm pretty sure Haven just win and take this to game 5.
Yeah, now cresting a 5k advantage. Baron on the cards as well. And I suspect they burn this one through quite quickly, especially with the Leandries available on the Swain.
And now how do you mentally reset going into game 5 as Yar? Is this going to be a reverse sweep that we're going to see here, or can they reset?
Reverse sweep would be an insane thing to witness, and it'll be worth going to a game 5 just to find out. You've got to love those high moments, but we'll have to see if we get there. As I say, this one is no short of tension itself at the moment, as the Baron has now been started with the Ocean Soul. They're going to look to get over that. They have vision of it with the control ward, but that one's going to be cleaned out just as quickly. They have super minions in the mid. They have a top wave as well. This Baron is now down to 4 to 5. It looks like they've given up on it. Yeah, the Slinny's not in the vicinity. That is Baron now for Haven.
Yeah, you just got to play. Their only hope left in the game is this Elder, but are they going to be able to push for the end before Elder even spawns at this point? Because they're full HP here. They've all got ultis and they're running straight towards your base.
Yeah, so he's not there. Yeah, he's going to start the backing now. You can see all the members of Yar kissing the fountain to make sure that they get their last goodbyes and their last items in as well. Oscar is going to be looking to take the tower. I'm not sure what that one's about. The lantern come down prematurely as well. That could be a bit of a window. The first hook goes wide. This could be opportunity. The spear lands into Mars, and this
engages on the Swain.
It's just a little shy as well. Engaging onto the Swain. There's Redemption comes down as well, sending the one to look to try and fade this one. Zypher's not in the vicinity to get that kill. Looks to be first hit onto Zinzal. There's some of the gold gone, but Vladimir's the one finding in. The feathers are backwards, looking to try and get behind them to pull the feathers back. Does just about do so, but it's not going to do any damage. Zandia's the one going to go. Slinny is still alive, and he's getting his resets, though. Like I mentioned, that could be the win condition. Harry's still alive as well, looking to get the scat, has the will of power available for when it comes in. Slinny looking to time those resets, does get a second one. Could just be able to clutch this one out. Zypher looking to get that healing, looking to stay alive as he did in the first game, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think he's going to get the passive, and that magic damage shield is going to go some distance. The hook's going to go wide.
Zypher, get the reset. Well, get the reset, please. Please get the reset. Get the heat.
The Baron buff's going to hit on those minions, and those minions are going to be hitting on the Nexus since the last tower is gone. Unless he pulls out a 1v2 hit on 3/4 health, he won't be able to do it. You're going to get the Lantern around the other side. Those minions are just too huge. Haven look to be bringing us to a game 5 here. Mars is the one alive, but it's not going to be enough. Zypher's going to go, but the Nexus is going to go first. We are going to a game 5.
I don't know what to say about that one. That was, my only question is, where is MR? Please, where is MR? No magic resist. I think you've frozen or you're pulling the exact same face for a long period of time. Yep,
Well, I'm not that so good
you've
of
frozen.
comedian. Yeah, I'm probably just frozen
Yeah.
since the game's end. I think that's a bit of a pattern. My blessed little laptop.
Yeah, honestly,
I can describe what I look like. I'm a little bit gobsmacked.
it's
I think the same as you.
it's fine. You come back now. It's perfectly fine.
Sound.
But yeah, absolutely crazy. I think Haven played really well early. They're able to get that gold lead going, and they're able to maintain it. And I think I gotta give props to that bot lane. I mean, those swing those swing was starved from the kills early on. Look at the KP that they have. I mean, a 6-4 2023, 6-4 22. The synergy is almost on point there. Someone decided not to let Thresh get the assist, but otherwise, I mean, that is completely and utterly crazy. And that Thresh was on point with every single hook getting the.
Yeah.
There was very, very few that they missed, and even being able to get the Camille engage or the Viego engage with the hooks was pretty crazy to see, and it's something that you don't really expect to see at this level.
Yeah, I think major commendation going over the way to Oscar there. I think last game as well. I think I was pleasantly surprised with the Blitzcrank as well. Normally, sometimes you see it picked and it just kind of flops, right? The hooks go wider, then it's engaged on, and it doesn't mean anything. But quite the opposite this game and the previous game as well. Oscar definitely coming up clutch, bringing Haven to a game 5, which is not something I had expected for this series, especially finding out about those bans. But of course,
yeah, I know, no bans. Imagine if they had bans.
No bans. Imagine
Be...
if they had bans, how different this game would be, right? Maybe the series is already over, and it could be even Haven's favor if they had those bans. It's really that significant.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, and I think I hate to say it, but this game, it was just them just coming bot all the time, but there was just no. It was clear how they wanted to play the game, right? It was very clear from the side of Haven how they wanted to play the game. It was clear what damage type that they had, and it was clear what you build to stop it. And I am a stickler for builds, right? Building is probably my favorite part of this game, working out build strategies and all the rest of it, right? That's my go-to, like, for fun thing, right? And this game, yeah, did not build much magic resist at all. When they got 3 AP carries, and the Zinzao was so far behind early that you didn't need to worry about him. But yet we see AD build. We didn't see a Wits End build on the Zaya. We didn't see a Wits End on the top lane or even Slinny. And we didn't see the Abyssal Mask on the support. Now,
no.
We didn't even see the Banshee's Veil picked up in the mid lane either to reduce that damage. Now, I'm not saying that it would have won them the game easily, but it would have been, it could have changed those fights, because some of them were so close to, like, early on before they snowballed, that it would have probably put them in the winning condition.
Yeah, the winning condition is exactly where you want to be ahead of this game 5. 2-2, the scores are all tied up. I mean, well, you'll have to join us because you don't want to miss this game 5. I think we're going to take a short break just before it starts.
A short break, recover the voice. We'll be back shortly. Right, we're back then. Ready for game 5. Looks like someone's come prepared. Esports whale shirt on. Yeah, this. Yeah, that. Yeah, I mean, it's a complete and utter mental diff when you have to not ban a champ and win. Uh, but yeah, absolutely crazy there. Wait, that I didn't unmute you there apparently.
Oh,
It's completely fine though because you didn't say anything worthy.
oh yeah,
Nah,
yeah.
it's fun. It's fun. I can just mute you for the rest of the game. It's fun. Game 5.
Oh,
The
I
play
can
by
set a
play.
fire alarm off if you want that again.
It worked out pretty well the first time round. Yeah. So game 5 here. Surprised they were able to make it this far with honestly no bans, and it's pretty crazy. I wonder what the side of VR are going to ban because there were some pretty impressive picks from the side of Haven in the last game, but they were very heavy AP on that side. Looks like they're just banning out this mid laner though.
Yeah, Vlad taken away this time. I feel like Beak has had a very weird champion pool this series. It's been the Lux, it's been the Vect. I can't remember what else it was they played, but Vladimir now as well. Oh no, sorry, yeah, it was 2 games of Lux, wasn't it? So pinching away that pool, but I don't know if that's necessarily where I'd go. I feel like the Thresh could be option for the ban list.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he played it, I think he preferred to stick it with Swain. I think that was more of a problem. Put him back on that Samira and just pick something that counters it. But yeah, that Swain was a real problem in that bot lane, and they just weren't expecting it and completely popped off. But yeah, it looks like they're just putting these bans towards this mid lane. Obviously, Haven, no bans. Pretty annoying, but yeah, they have to deal with it. I wonder what the series would look like if they did put bans, because maybe they would have. Maybe it would have gone completely different. Maybe if you put Harrow like maybe if you ban out some champs that they have like crossing over, maybe it would have been a bit different. But yeah, it looks like they're just first picking this Thresh, and I can understand why they were feeling pretty good on that Thresh, and I can't understand. Though I disagree with the Swain Thresh lane, I think that you just pick it again here. You know that the Zai's going to be the response on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. I remember before playing against Haven that Swain Zara lane was quite the problem, and we ended up banning it despite being pretty confident in the picks we had against it in the first place.
Yeah,
Again, that Swain's coming up big for them, and this time it's paired with the Thresh, but the Blitzcrank's the answer.
yeah. Blitzcrank very good at countering the Thresh. Obviously, if you just hook the Thresh when someone lanterns, you bring both of them into you. Very good combo. But there's like Thresh Veigar is the combination that has been blocked up here, and Diana. I wonder if that's Diana jungle. I hope so. But Veigar can go mid or ADC. I'm going to assume it's going to go mid just simply because I think that the Swain's still open. You can still take that in the bot lane.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a second round of bans, and it hasn't been picked up here. So going to the next round of bans, is it going to be banned out?
I know, and this is an unusual pick for Harry. I don't think we've seen him play it all split long.
No, we haven't.
LeBlanc was open, Akali was open, everything else Harry was
I,
open, and it's the TF that comes out in game 5.
Yeah, I think that Lissandra would be the angle here based off the team comp. I mean, you could just stop the Dino as he's going in with the R. I think that would have been the better call. But TF, I guess he just wants to play that roaming style that is pretty common in pro competitive play at the moment. Looks like they're banning out that Tom Kench. Are they just going to ban out the Tom Kench and the Lilia again? Just get him off those champs, and you have a chance to pressure that top side. You've taken away his Zinner as well. So what's he going to play? New champ in the top side.
Got the other option, of course, as well. The last time it did struggle a little bit. They could, of course, jump again towards the Camille. I don't know if they're thinking of having something else on that top side. Of course, the Kale's the other thing they took. Oh, we have bans for this one. Okay, so yeah, we're taking away the Camille this time. I'm not going to have to think about that one any longer. Samira, the last ban.
Oh, don't worry. I didn't put the draft up. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's a talking draft. Don't worry. It's completely fine. Happens.
Drafts are normally something to listen to anyway.
It happens now and then when you've done 5 games back to back. It starts to wear on you. So it's looking pretty rough here. on my end, not the drafting side.
If you don't want to look rough, I recommend you to go and check out Armor. These t-shirts are pretty clean if you want to look pretty crisp. And Jinx is the answer. Backs against the wall. They've seen Jinx do it before against their favor. This time they're hoping it'll work out in their favor, leaning away from the Xayah since it's been banned.
Yeah, and I mean, with this being the last game in the 5-game series, whoever wins this does go on to that final, and we do know who the finalist is that they'll be facing. Team Chunk, who is, I believe, the only person that Yar lost to this season.
One of two, I believe, in the regular season. They beat
One of
us,
two.
I think 2-0 with their Ivan pick, and they were a team that I didn't know about, but I said when I watched them that I was quite curious and I enjoyed watching their play, and I'd hope we'd get to see them again since it was a best of or a single round robin. And well,
Okay, well, this looks
as
like
long as we win this series, we do get to see them again. But yeah, for now, we still have to win this game.
I mean, it's just a weird and wacky drafts of Haven coming out here. No ranged attacks here for to go in up to the towers. They have got a Veigar. I wonder if that's going to be. That's got to be mid lane, right? And the Yasuo's got to be going to that bot side instead. I thought they would still pick up the Swain here, just keep that full AP going, but I guess they got that sign in the top side, and we know what Sion's like in top side. The full bounce technique, go for that int Sion, complete and utterly insane. But yeah,
yeah, there's even the chance you go lethality this game, right? Since you're going to get melted by Gwen no matter how much health you have as a Sion.
Yeah, but you can always just go the whole breaker. You can go whole breaker with the Prowlers, right? But you can also just go Sunfire and just be a nuisance for the Jinx late game, because if the Jinx doesn't build Lord Doms, it's just not going to shred through the Sion, and you're going to need other people to do it. And I mean, I've seen some pretty crazy combos with Sion that when people don't build Lord Doms, and he can just stand in the middle of a whole team and be fine, especially when Hullbreaker is active. So looks like a pretty fun draft. I think that the whole point of this draft is that the TF is just not going to be able to compete with this Veigar in lane, so he's just going to be taking the Bromes as much as possible. Hopefully getting this Jinx ahead. I believe that's their late game win condition in my eyes. Obviously the Gwen can be good, but Gwen is never going to be able to do well against Sion really in that side lane, because though the Gwen can kill the Sion over and over, the Sion still always has that pressure on the tower. He can always he can always die for the tower and then just get the demolished proc off on the tower, just instantly one shot it. Like, and at that point, then you just he's just inting one by one to get each demolished proc off. And if you don't know this, if you catch the wave, the faster you catch the wave, the more time you have to run, right? So wave spawns every 30 seconds. So if you catch it at say the inhib, right, you then have 30 seconds before the next wave is going to crash at that inhib again. So you can go just farm camp for 30 seconds, come back and do it again. Or you have 30 seconds to roam, and then you come back and do it again. So it's a pretty crazy pick. I love Sion, if you didn't know. But yeah, honestly, I do like Haven's draft. I do like Haven's draft. I think it's really fun. I like the Diana Yasuo combo. I like the Sion. I think Veigar's their late game insurance. They have that scaling. The Thresh was popping off last game and hit some really nuts hooks, especially when you consider the fact that Xayah also had ulti and he still hit hooks even though of the ulti. But you gotta say that Yar has so many tools to allow them to get early leads, right? They got the TF, they've got the Zinzao and the Blitzcrank, right? TF just
early Gwen as well into Sion, I suspect, is still Gwen favored. Yes, by the time you get to the side lane issue, Sion has definitely his own threats.
Yeah, but top lane doesn't matter. No, I'm joking. Top lane is carry meta, but it's Sion, and you can kill him as many times as you like, and you can take that gold. But as soon as he's worth nothing, he's just going to keep going to your tower and get all the platings and catch you up in gold. As long as you have good CS, and he's so easy to CS on, so it doesn't matter. The thing that I'm focusing on is just this bot lane, right? If you get this bot lane ahead, this Jinx is just going to shred through, especially with that Lord Doms, as I was saying. Obviously, I'd like to see the Wit's End build again, please. Look, they got Viega Diana, please.
Yeah.
I know it's not great, but or at least build QSS maybe. QS it's not the best QSS, right? But you can get out of the Thresh hook or the Veigar cage. If Veigar cage lands on that Jinx, you're going to be one shot. So it's at least it gives you that magic resist as well for the Diana engage. So it's going to be a matter of that, right? But the important thing is to abuse the range melee matchup that they have bot, because Yasuo very easy to abuse when he's ADC if you're playing it correctly. if he's able to get those minion dashes resets and able to get on top of you, it's not good for you. It's really not
Yeah,
good.
and continually build the shield. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're chipping him down more often than he can basically slide, right?
Yeah, so
So by the time that he wants to get that knock up onto you, he's already at half health. So his all in doesn't necessarily kill you, but then he's already at half that you can then punish him for trying that all in.
yeah, it's always good to just, even if you have to give it 1 or 2 CS just to choke out his passive, like it's completely worth it, because then you get the opportunity then that he can't walk up and just get a massive shield and just be able to soak through half your damage when you want to actually fight him. So we'll see how this. Well, it's time to keep an eye on this bot lane, because I think that's where a lot of the pressure is going to be coming in.
Okay, so we have our game set for our game 5 semi-finals here for Valence. Yar on red and Haven on blue. Eyes on the bot lane are our prizes for the early game. Of course, just about everywhere else where any of the action happens, which it is definitely bound to the way the series has gone so far.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see any cheesy level ones. We did see it last time. They do have a Scion on Haven's team, which is going to be pretty crazy for this, as well as Vigar being able to get multiple stacks. But they do have a Blitzcrank on the side of Yar, so they're just going to get a ward and move. But will they be able to spot them when they walk in, or are they just going to be cheesing in this bush?
It's the 5th man I believe we've seen for the whole series. I think now they're beginning to expand, and of course this is where the early advantage started for Haven last game.
Yeah, they've done 3 5-mans back to back. I feel like it just gives them so much confidence going forward into these games, even though it's on wards. There's question mark pings coming down. Just like if it throws through that hook blind anyway in a solo queue game, you get all those question mark pings, but just from your own team. So overall, I mean, it's a nice ideal level 1. You get the idea of, maybe if we make something happen, it works. But at the end of the day, you don't lose anything. They just got better vision. But look at how scared they are about this Diner trying to choke out the farm of the Xin. Look at the walls they've got on every entrance to his bot side jungle, just so this cross map that we've seen happen twice not happen again.
Yeah, and of course there's 2 sweepers picked up as well on the side, dropping those early wards, trying to get control of this lane or get more opportunities to gain clear some vision. Yeah, not looking to drop any balls for this game 5 as they might have done, at least in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 games have been close until, the tipping point of the last game where, the Swain got a few kills and the Vlad just started one shot in the back line. But for the most part, they keep pretty even in gold. So see how this game goes going forward. I think it should end up staying close, but look at the abuse the sign is already sustaining in that top side.
Yeah, and that used to be worse. Gwen's definitely a balanced champion.
I thought
definitely better than it was, to be fair.
The only broken champion on release was Dr. Mundo. I don't know what you're on about.
I don't know what you're on about either. Just Mundo. A bit sus. But speaking of, there's a flash and an excellent hook there onto Zandia. Ignite. It's going to have to flash away as well. So flash, ignite for flash is technically AR trade, but health favor definitely for him.
Yeah, I think you take that as a side of Haven, right? You get that massive chunk out of him, and now all of a sudden you can't walk up to this wave for a couple seconds, but on the other side, you now know the Thresh has no hook, and you have a jungler coming down.
Yeah, Mars going to get the punch and the hook on the backside. Slini in the vicinity as well. With the wind becomes light, they're going to get the dash as well. That's first blood this time for Zin's out. Give it to Jinx is the call, but yeah.
It wasn't the call, but not the answer.
Cool, but not the answer. And I mean, I don't hate 400 gold going over to Slini. I believe he's had a pentakill on this champion at the end of last season. So if it was going anywhere for the early game, I don't hate it.
He has done very well on the Zin, but I think that when they talk about link gaining assurances, I think this Jinx is the one for you, and getting that early kill would have meant that she gets that free lane pressure. All of a sudden, now she's only get 75 gold from that kill at the expense of her flash. So now she's that easy prey. But looks like Diana's going to be getting this.
Harry's waiting for the top lane to get into range.
Zin's walking up.
He's zoned out, but this is time that Diana has burning.
Zin's walking up as well. Looks like they're going to just.
Yeah, Prison being burnt here on Slim. He's going to get caught on the dash, but he's now in the vicinity. 3 members to 3 as Thresh is in the vicinity. The danger ping comes out as that as well. So
Blitz is moving up as well.
Spending time still sitting here, as you say. There's other members still coming in. Zypher's being called back to the play.
He's baiting.
Been walking forward, as you say. Level advantage actually here for Slenny plus the 400 gold. Flash away from Yoon, so that's a win there Yeah, looking for a little bit more as the hook comes in and the gold card around the other side. Yoon's stuck in the middle of it. And remember, no flash, just going to get ignited. Give it over there to Mars. That's a kill onto jungler. When you take those, here's a flay and a hook from Oscar, but it's not one I don't think you want to take. Yasuo's coming in as well. What can he do? I don't know how much he can get done at just level 3. The passive is burnt. Going to look to dissuade the rest of the play. And the rest of the members are happy just to walk away from that. That's scuttle advantage and kill advantage. And Diana is going to be quite a bit behind after that.
Yeah, but so is Gwen. Look at the CS difference that he's just arisen in the top side, as well as him probably being able to get this top tower plating. Jinx is will be able to catch up on farm in this bot side, so this Yasuo's roamed up for pretty much nothing at this point, except from just pressure. And yeah, I mean, though it looks good for Haven at some points, Yard just take a massive victory on that.
They do indeed. You can see already in the gold lead, that's at 1.2k, which is the earliest gold lead and the biggest we've seen so far. As long as they're not going to lose stuff on the backside of it, like Zypher just about stepping out of that one, that could have been a lot closer and a lot worse for him.
It just reset TP. Reset TP, Zephyr, please.
Like he might be trying to use the passive to utilize and stay in this lane a little long because he knows Slinny is on the way. Sion doesn't know this. No mist available like you would see typically on the Slinny gang, at least the last 2 games that they go. Not going to happen this time.
Oh, Windwall. Okay, I respect that.
That's something I forgot to note in draft because the conversation drifted away from it. But the Yasuo pick here for the Windwall is surprisingly useful, right? It's going to block the needles here from Gwen, so she's going to have to come further forward and maybe even out of the Hallowed Mist. Of course, the gold card and the rockets and the hook, all on the side of Yar could be mitigated by a good use of Windwall.
Yeah, it's a good pick, but if you use the Windwall wrong, it just opens up your team to get shredded by everyone else, right?
You're thinking the same as me. Maybe Zypher has the opportunity to kill him.
No, I think his Sion's got ulti coming up now, and I think if he lands an E first,
gold card coming up as well, but they'll spot.
It's going to be interrupted now.
Gonna get the flash out. Didn't get interrupted. I don't think Vigar made it there in time.
Looked like it though. It did look like he was close. I think he just missed the E cage actually, but either way, not nice. Nice force in the flash. I think if Sion had just waited to land the E slow onto the Gwen, he probably would have been able to hit the ulti with ease. Or just wait for Zephyr just to use the dash slightly forward or something. Either way, a nice aggressive play there, and his wave is frozen topside. Zephyr just a bit worried to push that out a little bit more in case he wants to TP back to it, but you can just leave that and just walk up slowly, and yeah, that'd be nice freeze for him when he gets there.
Well, Harry gonna get caught in the prison here. Taking a bit of a chip as well, so that's a little bit of AP there for Vigar. You'd love to see it. We get the resale the same. So overall on that top side, just a flash in exchange for the Destiny. So that's a pretty big win, although that Destiny is quite a big playmaking tool, and if it doesn't come to something, you're kind of fine. Still, he did get a flash, but typically you want that kill there.
Yeah, we're gonna need some mid pressure just push this out as soon as possible, but just so they can make this move on Drake. Sin is moving there already. Probably gonna start it up on the No, they're gonna go back down to bot. They know there's a ward there.
Respect the fact that the Sin's out was they're gonna get the hook to look first. Gonna land it here on the Threshers outside of the Windwall. The Chompers are gonna come down, flashed away from, but Slinny gonna flash to follow as well. Ignite ticking as well. He's definitely dead. Gonna get picked up there by Slinny. Harry vicinity as well, just to be safe.
Chompers you slightly late just to make the Zinzao have the flash there, but either way, a nice kill pick up there. Very nice, and it should just secure this Drake on the back end of that.
Not level 6 yet, so not too much threat here. Just going to be using that wave. Build that passive up. And as you say, the Drake going the way here of Yar, the way they want it to go. Of course, game 5, a lot at stake here.
Lots of stake.
It's going to go the way. It's taking a little while longer than I expected. Nobody's really in the vicinity there to steal it, but there it is, down to 54, and the last ult is going to that one up.
Yeah, and luckily, because that Diana didn't really... I don't think she knew that this Drake was going down. They weren't able to cross-map it for this Herald, so... Sneak can reset here and go up to...
He's coming out here from Zypher. He's got the last cast, going to tear through Sion here. He's going to get this snips into the backside. They're going to get the flash Q there just to make sure. The bottom side, there's Chompers coming down, a bit of action, as well as the teleport. Looking to turn it around. No hook, I don't think available. Harry's just going to get the reset and pull himself into that bot lane.
Yeah, no, Yasuo to use that. I thought he would have used it on the Blitzcrank there when he got that knockup, but saving it for the Jinx instead, probably a smarter decision.
Yeah, saving it as well for the Diana ult to come in the backside. There it is. There's the lockout. There's the combination. The last breath. Zandiar taking a flash just to buy himself a little bit of time, but it's not going to buy his life back. Oscar going to get hooked on the backside. It's landing the vicinity. Lands the wind, become lightning. Gets the audacious charge there straight onto one, and next going to find its way onto the other. As you say, the stun. Yasuo going to fall, and that's a double kill again for Slimmy. 4-0.
Yeah, massive for the side of ER, just able to punish that ganking opportunity. Yes, this Veigar is going to pick up maybe one tower plate and then crash away from mid, but at the end of the day, Jinx
Rocket lands and they have the Destiny. I feel like they could try a pincer move. Yeah, here it is. Here's Slaney 4-0. He's going to get the gold card. Locks him up under the tower, actually. That could be significant. Gets the gold card down in time. Unable to find the return kill. Going to pop the Crescent Guard as well. Gets the flash out of Veigar. And nothing else. Destiny spent there for that one again.
Yeah, I think the Jinx ult was simply just to clear the wave and the tower, just so she can get that extra CS. But either way, it worked out really well. It's a shame Harry got caught up in the Veigar cage, but looks like he might be able to count punish this if he steps up too far here. The wave is pushing into the Veigar. He has no pressure to go up.
Yeah, no pressure. Has no real idea of where Slaney could be. Has no flash, of course, as you identify. Be very much under threat. Just going to trade the resets. In the end, time plate available there for Sai. Going to get the pressure of that wave pushing. I mean, he's going to do the work for him, so getting a little bit back, but could be getting a little bit back is going to get the wind becomes lightning. So if he decides to flash, not that he has it available, and not that he's going to be able to flash anyway with the hook on the other side. He's going to pop the ultimate. I'm not really sure if that's
going to be able to pick up on anyone.
Find the trade kill. It's going to get a bit of a beat up, but nothing else. It's going to go. Yeah, gets a grass proc. That's what the passive's for.
Was not a good death, but you know you take those. Like it's not a good death, but it's fine. But there was 3 people up in the top side. There's not much you can do about that situation. I did think for a second that the Blitzcrank hook was going to pull him so he could get the ulti off, but luckily Mars blocks it on the outside so he couldn't get away. Yeah. Very well played. Surprised we haven't seen this Herald started up at all, though, with all this play going on top side and this massive amount of mid and top pressure. And looks like we're going to be translating it into it now.
Yeah, the members are all on the side. You've got Jinx happily playing weak side on the bottom, maybe giving over more than you would like, but as long as you get the Herald and you get the Herald into a tower, you're pretty happy, especially before play, because you're giving over plates on the bot side for it.
Yeah, they can use it. They should probably, well, they can maybe use it to try and open up more, but you do not want to use this top side, remember, because if you do, the Sion has more time to roam between getting that. So you want to use it mid, probably, unless you have to open him up more, get those higher roam timings before he needs to come back and catch the wave.
Yeah, so currently, plate traded in bot lane for the Herald. Maybe one in mid lane as well, I'm not too sure. So as long as you get the Herald into 2 plates, you're pretty even on trade, and like you say, some places better than others. Mid lane possibly the best, just because you'll open that TF to walk around the map a hell of a lot more.
Remember, you got to use it before that 14-minute mark, and it should be fine, but they might be able to use it around that Drake timer as well. Bear in mind that is up in a minute 20. They maybe want to put it down before that, maybe get that mid pressure guaranteed, but for the most part, Harry has been doing very well with that mid pressure.
Indeed, he's found 2 flashes for his Destiny. He has it now again available. Only one of those flashes has come back in time, so might be able to find something with it. Has yet to complete his first time. Has taken the Predator as well, which I kind of love, making sure that you can close distances to that gold card, maybe not necessarily needing to go for a rapid fire cannon into the late game, so it can build more towards damage and just deletion. But of course, if you're able to find a successful gold card onto most of these members, apart from the Scion, they should probably drop pretty swiftly.
Yeah, Predator's meta, very meta at the moment. It's played on pretty much every mid lane. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more this tournament so far. Most people play it now on the Syndra. I believe it was picked up at Worlds, even though it was on the wrong patch, but yeah.
Oh, flash knock up here straight onto the Yasuo. Going to get the shield broken here by the ultimate. Going to get flayed back onto the tower response there, and that Wimble's going to buy him some time in the box. Not going to be good enough, is that Wimble. Going to be picking up the kill here on Blitzcrank. Clearly going to be picking it back up on Yasuo. That's a good trade so far. Zandy are going to get the zap on the backside. Zypher looking for something on the top side as well. Going to be putting 9 needles into the face of Sion. Going to be getting the snip on the backside of it. Just half. I think he's too upset about that one, but a 1-for-1 on the boss side.
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting around, maybe to push another wave, and then they can maybe use Herald when the wave crashes again, because they know Diana's going to have to show somewhere else, so they might be able to walk up again.
That could be the one caught here. Maybe dodging around the edge of this prison, some of these Veigar spells. Just so happily holds his way out. They're going to get a red card and pick up those minions as well. Dodges the threat of Diana. Mars in the vicinity as well, just to back him up in case. No Herald dropped on the bot side in the meantime, but that wave is crashing and they're going to get themselves priority into that Drake. Expect the directed camera to take us over there shortly, since the members are beginning to gather. But maybe that's why they haven't. I'd expect force, and there it is. Another one for the series.
Yeah, I think there's some internet problems going on. I think, we know that there's internet problems going on if there's this many DCs and reconnects, but yeah, I'm hoping to see some good setup around this Drake now. Honestly, I think looking at it now, the Haven will probably be able to get some good movement from from the bot side, move up through, and then Via can pincer from the other side. But it's going to be a matter of who they pick to collapse on, because if Yar decides to switch one shot this Veigar, then you got Diana at Yasuo combo that could just one shot your backline if you're not too careful. So we'll see how they play this now, but they have to play it carefully.
Well, speaking of careful, Zypher's going to have to be exactly that. Gets the Scion ultimate, the Unstoppable Force has to flash away from the Decimating Smash as well. Similar bit on top. In the meantime, my directed camera is not taking me to where I want. So I'll bring myself into the bottle lane because that's where the action's happening, and it seems like Yar have conceded the action here. The turret plates have fallen without use of the Herald either, so they lose out on some of that gold unless they get that tower, because they're losing out on the Drake as well.
Yeah, I think they were trying to use Jinxel to steal that, and they thought about the Herald in the end, but maybe just a slight late usage. They still might be able to pop down this tower, but they could have got more gold with it if they had used it on the. If they'd used it, what, 10 seconds earlier at the time, they would have been able to get those. Yeah, probably a kill's worth of gold there. So maybe a slight misplay there. They lose the Drake, and they don't really get the most out of that Herald, which means that they did lose a lot of gold bot side for it. But Sunny caught out
He
here.
might be caught here with a greedy back. He's going to get the Crescent Guard to dodge most of that damage. Goldcard's going to come through. He's going to use the Audacious Charge to try and get out of there. Gold Drinker as well has to flash away after the wind becomes lightning, but he's going to get followed. The hook just a little wide. Still on the chase, though. All the rest of the members Goldcard locked in, but he's not going to be able to turn. The cage is good enough, and it does lock up the shutdown there from Slinny.
800 gold given over to this Veigar. 800 gold. Now, Veigar doesn't need a lot of money, but that is going to be pretty nice for him. Maybe he goes Deathcap second item. Maybe he goes Void Staff. I doubt he goes Void Staff based on prior experience, but that is a lot of damage.
Damage already, and imagine 800 gold added to that. That's a completed first mythic as well. He's got the tier stacking in his back pocket also. That Veigar could become very threatening very quickly, and those prisons have been doing pretty well so far this game.
Yeah, see, normally the build path for this for Veigar is to go is not to go Ludens, but looks like he's going for it anyway. Get that magic pin for late game anyway, because you get it on the passive of it either way. But obviously, though you have that, it's not the best thing to rely on. You still want to get Void Staff if they start building MR.
If they start building MR, indeed, it hasn't been the case of anyone really.
Stop reminding me. Stop reminding me.
Apart from Zypher in the first game, maybe over-indexing on MR, but it definitely worked out for him. Meantime, we'll take a look at the items as well whilst we're on the topic. Kraken Slayer completed for Jinx, going to be doing some work now. Support's yet to get there, of course, but the jungle difference is the biggest one on the board. 10 CS advantage in favour of Yoon, but of course, that 5-kill lead is doing its immense amount of work bringing Gold Drinker to the table first.
I'd love to see the Jinx go into Little Dom second, but I think it's going to be just that rotation into Runans.
Comes the Destiny with the gold card though, and I should expect, yep, there's the Everfrost to follow. The Flay's going to come through, but it's not going to be enough. There's a kill on the bot side as well. That's one's free, and there might be one to follow on the top side as 3 members are here, and 9 needles are in the back of Sign. He's just a pin cushion at this point. Zypher dodging away from the Dismaying Smash as well.
3 are Haven here though, but do they know?
Do they know? Indeed, they haven't got the full combination, but as long as that Vent Horizon lands, or they're able to drop someone, that's making Smash short as well. Yoon has the ultimate as well with the Moonfall. Going to be looking to close that gap. The Event Horizon finds its way onto 2, and the Moonfall onto 2, and the Decimating Smash just about onto 2. That's the first kill under that tower. The gold card comes through, but Zypher looking to survive and turn that one around. He's been doing a very good survival impression so far. He should be signed up by Bear Grylls as Harry looking to find the gold card on the backside. He's going to find himself just walking out ever so sharply.
He's prancing back in.
Now, looking to get something, as you say. He's got the gold card. Gonna walk away from Decimating Smash the Jigsaw. Oh, if he committed to that gold card, might have been able to find something, but probably would have cost him his life. So Yar coming out just about ahead, and Zypher very close to giving over more than he'd like. Still coming up very Yar favored.
Yeah, very aggressive dive there, attempt, but obviously they didn't get the person they wanted, but they did get the Diana on the back end of it. Very, very nice, very good for them to extend this gold lead, but they won't be able to get this Herald on the back end of that play, which is what I assume that they forced that heavily for. But either way, 1 for 1 in that top side jungler for jungler. Hopefully now, once I think it's Slinny's going to clear his bot side and then maybe come back up for this Herald, but Diana is in that top side, so maybe she just rotates straight into this Herald before he even knows.
Not to mention as well, there's a kill in that bot side. Very briefly, the director cam took us to. I assume it's just a case of Blitzcrank, landing that hook onto. I assume it was Yasuo. I think Blitzcrank picked up the hook. Sadly, I assume that was the ignite taken away at that one.
Yeah, I think it was. I think he got on Yasuo, right?
So
there was a hook into Chompers and just an instant kill there, but Yep. Drake up in 50 seconds, so we're going to see the decisions here. Which team wants to go for Drake over Herald? Oh, Dinah's looking to path down here, so probably giving up this Herald. Looks like we're going to be getting a team fight here for this mountain.
Well, it's been a bit of a story, a team fight for dragons so far this series. Normally there's been a couple of picks. We've got a Destiny available if they want to use it, but at the moment they're just looking to pick without it, making their own fate sealed here for Yasuo. He's going to get locked up with Everfrost as well. The Wimble comes out super late, but that's the soonest he could have gotten off because that chain was pretty clean, and that's a pick there immediately. So they're playing 4 versus 5 as Blitzcrank finds himself a Diana in the jungle, just clearing out Krug, stuck around a little too long, and Slim is going to be the one picking that one up again. The Destiny comes out now, is going to be putting himself just ever so shy of the event horizon by themselves that space.
And
that should be the Drake.
Yeah, that should just be a free Drake. Maybe they can translate it into Herald as well, but remember Baron comes up pretty soon after, so they gotta make their mind up, but deciding to chase for kills here, try and get that gold lead extended.
They might be able to find one. The Blast Cone going to be getting him out of this. Lily unable to find the Wind becomes Lightning. Zypher able to find himself over the wall. The Earth Drake becoming a friend of Zypher is going to be able to get these needles back as well, but the rocket's just a very big needle, really, isn't it? And it definitely blows up our scare. That's a kill there for Jinx, who is your late game insurance and is starting to climb in that gold as well. She's getting excited.
She's caught between two. She's probably gonna have to flash out here. Yep.
Yeah, let me know. Just a little jump. There's the flash direct to camera, getting tired as well. As well as the players, I suspect, in this 5-game series have been at it for just about 5 hours now. When it gets to 11, so tiredness coming into effect.
Yeah, let alone pre-draft workouts and all the rest of it. It's probably going up to about 6 hours of work before this game. Pretty tiring, but either way, it looks like Mountain Salt is being fought over in this bot side. This is the problem.
First tower, they're secured, and Islini beginning this fight is going to get caught in the event horizon, but he's going to use the Crescent Guard to buy all their space. Primordial Burst is still available, however, the Everfrost going to connect as well. There's the Primordial Burst. I still think that was negated by the Crescent Guard. If they pick up Jinx on the backside, as well as Slini in the first place, Yoon going to be going next, thanks to Zypher tipping into the backside. Harry going to get caught again in the second custard cage. Mars stuck in between all of the members. This is a Haven victory for this fight. The Dragon hasn't gone their way this time. Mars unable to find a pick here. This one's probably going to go the way of Yasuo, I expect. Yeah, there's that one. So there's another crit getting the advantage. As I talked about it, I might have just jinxed Jinx in this series.
Yeah, and that's massive for Haven. And this all happens because Yard decides to chase those kills topside. Yes, they got the thrush at the top side, but they could have just taken this Drake ages ago and not been in the situation when Diane and Yasuo were dead. So all of a sudden, they just forced themselves to be in this position. Is Jinx Rocket going to steal it? No. But yeah, they forced themselves to be in this position to have to take that fight afterwards. They thought they were in a position where they were strong enough to take any fight that comes their way, but Diana Yasuo just, as soon as that Yasuo gets onto that backline, he just shreds through the Jinx at this point. And
might have 4 deaths, but definitely has 4 kills. Harry might be looking to add to that one. Good God, the Primordial Burst is absolutely obliterated if Destiny's in and gets a free portal back to the fountain as well for flash out of Vigar at the least. Tower caught on the bot side as well, so that gold lead that was looking like a healthy 5 to 6 case now shrunk now 3 after that.
Yeah, and now it's really scary for the side of Yar, right? That Vigar has scaled a lot. He has got those shutdowns in those last few fights. And if he returns with a death cap, I mean, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, Harry looking for something here, but he's going to find himself a windmill. Sorry, Mars, not Harry. And as you say, right, like you say, death cap on the way, maybe. He's got the Phoenix Cone action stats, so it's probably...
He's going towards Zonya's first. It's too safe. Give me death cap next item, please. Just be able to one-shot Jinx with a Q. That's the build path I go for. Death cap second is literally the best way to go. Instant one-shot. You can get 1k AP at 20 minutes if you play it correctly.
Yeah, and we're at the point now where Slimmy's gold or his kill advantage is going to sort of tailor off of the build that he's going for. Of course, you mentioned it earlier. You'd prefer to have maybe seen it on Jinx. It has done well to snowball this lead, but he's been the one picking up these kills. Whereas
Rapid
on the
fire,
other side
though.
of Haven, 7 kills for Vigar and Yasuo combined.
Rapid fire on Jinx, though, I think that is not good at all. Okay. Yeah. Lord Dawn's probably Lord Dawn's would have been better here, or even Runins. I thought it was going to be Runins originally, but because Runins is like crazy on Jinx, right, to get that multi-spread across them. But looks like it's just going to be that ability to hit from further away. But how far away do you need when they themselves don't really have much range anyway, except from that Diana engage or a Vigar cage. At that point, it doesn't really matter if you're close enough to get that. So maybe Lord Doms would have been better here, but
have the lethal tempo as well as the
Oh.
person to stack up. The gold card's going to be mitigated here, but Selene's going to be able to actually prevent that one from going too much further. The Destiny's going to come out as well, just in case it goes any further, and make sure nobody else is coming. The gold card going to be connecting this time. The knock up here from Blitzcrank as well. The power fist going to be hooking back on the other side. The wind becomes lightning isn't going to connect, but there's enough CC across all three members just to keep them up. Speaking of CC, she is CC'd and locked up here in prevent Horizon. Going to get Primordial bursted out as well. Cypher now caught in 1 versus 3, has the needles to go through, gets the snip, but it's not going to land onto anyone. He's able to dash back over the wall. Apparently that champion's just untargetable, but they did get the jinx, and as you say, the rest of the team's coming up. Unit in the vicinity as well has the moonfall to make something happen. Yasuo with the last breath as well can make that even bigger. Zypher going to get chunked out a little bit.
Vigar's left alone.
The Vigar is left alone. He's going to get flash punched up with the gold card on the backside of it. That's well played and navigated skirmish there for Yarn. They're looking for another one. She dashes forward into the gold card. The Wimbled's not going to be able to prevent that one. Flashing away from the move for looking to turn that around. I don't think the team was ready for it either. Just going to get stunned up.
Please, Baron.
Come through and Yasuo can follow up.
Baron, it has to be Baron.
They're walking around to that vicinity. Jinx is on the way there as well. You have to expect there is no jungler for 25 seconds. There's no Vigar, which is most of the team's gold, for the same amount of time. So that should just be Baron for Yar looking to put themselves firmly forward in this series. Yar going to lock the gold card, still in the pixel brush. Could be at risk of being hooked. Could be at risk of deleting somebody else. The Wimble's going to come through. It's going to prevent the gold card as well. The hook's going to go a little shy. And here's Jinx in the vicinity. Keep your eyes on Zandia because the comps are going to be huge. The last breath comes out, but I don't think it's doing anything. Yar with a 5 versus 3 are going to do this one nice and cleanly. Vigar's TPing on the backside, but I don't think it's going to be in time. The Event Horizon is going to come through. He's going to lock up 2. Might be able to find a pick there onto Harry. Gold card's going to save him from the Scion's body. The Primordial Burst is going to find Selene Steric's gauge, but nothing more. Members of Yar are now low. I don't think they're going to be happy doing this Baron since Yoon's in the vicinity as well, but they do find themselves some kills and cement their lead a little further.
But if you're Haven, you take that. You just traded people who really weren't worth a lot of gold. The Scion's not worth barely anything at this point, and yes, Yasuo is worth a little bit, but either way, you take that instead of giving them the 2k that Baron is worth, and the XP and the pushing power. That is massive for them that they're able to push them off of that. And also, I think that they didn't need to send that many members. I think they probably could have just finished off Baron and then turned, but they decided to turn anyway. Mountain is up in 30 seconds. They can have to go there and contest the fight again. And all members are up, and there's not many ultimates missing from the side of Haven, except from that sign ulti.
Yeah, the Primordial Burst is going to be up in due time, I think, for Vigar.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a short cooldown. Has the Banshees, not the Zhonya's, taken this time, going to be protecting himself from the Blitzcrank hook. And of course, the gold cards and just about everything else coming his way.
He built some MR. That's interesting. Ooh.
Oh, but the Banshee's available. Not this time, as the hook lands here from Mars. It's going to get locked up. It's going to get absolutely berated. And the ult on the backside, the last breath's going to buy Yasuo some time to try and get himself out of the pickle he was in, but he puts himself in a pickle jar instead. Zypher looking to zone away from the back of the pit. The hook's
the hook lands
onto the jungler. Going to have to delete this one before she's able to delete the dragon. And that's exactly what
the ward on there.
2 blades, 2 scissors. There's also going to be enough. Going to be able to find maybe another one. Pops the ultimate just for security. Oscar going to be the one dying on the backside of that.
Okay, Baron this time. Baron this time. Thank God. Okay, so there was two massive things that happened there with Thresh Lanterns, right? First one, Sion TP to the Thresh Lantern. That therefore meant that Vigar wasn't able to take the Lantern because it doesn't let you take it when that's the case. So that really, really just killed the Vigar end place, right? The second thing is that Mars put down a ward on top of the Lantern in the second one, right? But because there's a control ward in the pit, it then meant that it stayed there forever, which then meant that they were unable to press the Lantern. Crazy. Honestly, probably just won them the game. Both of those plays just won them the game. One misplay by the enemy team, one good play by our team.
And that's what you love to see for Game 5s. It's always those clutch little moments, those tiny little things. It doesn't always have to be those big engages that can make or break a game, and this time it's those small little wards, the small little interactions with just the Lantern that make that play also your favored. I don't know how close it would have been otherwise.
It's still...
They would have gotten the dragon, but yeah, it definitely secured them that fight, that 4th row, and the Baron on the backside.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, looking at this, the Vigar is still obviously a heavy scaling, right? And he can still one-shot their backline if he gets the opportunity. But, I mean, this is still a massive gold lead for the side of Yar. And going forward, I mean, if we do make finals, you can just say there was 2 extra games with just practice games and good practice for us casting. So, yeah, I mean, sure. I'm feeling pretty confident for them to be able to end this one out. But we do know that they do struggle at that 30-minute mark to pull a game out. So...
It took them 3 Barons for game 1 to be able to close out. In this game, that's been a little bit more contentious in the early game, and of course, there's probably a lot better win conditions on the side of Haven this time, and a lot more confidence in their bucket after trying to make this reverse sweep happen. Remember, this is game. Well, this would be their 3rd win in a row if they're able to clinch it. Of course, like we're saying, yeah, we've seen them throw bigger leads before. It's all to see whether they can learn from those mistakes. At the moment, they're just going to be using this Baron buff to utilize taking out these outer towers. And remember, these outer towers are worth so much more than they were a couple patches ago. Baron buff, the carry minions are doing their fair duty. Slimy trying to create some space for it as well. Destiny on the top side, as well as TP available for Harry should something happen. I suspect Sion should be able to interrupt.
Are they going to make a pick on this? On the Shasta? No. Okay, so they're just going to reset. They're just going to clear waves here. I don't think they're able to take down any towers with this Baron, which is sort of disappointing. But at the same time, they should be able to get mid prior here, and they should just keep being able to clear waves as fast as possible. But if they can get a pick on this Veigar, it could be game winning here. But are they going to go for it?
Any pick could open up the advantage. That's the second tower they've got, and they were able to find one in mid. They now connect the second one from bottom. Looking to bring this wave now into the mid tower, trying to get some chip.
Pause again.
But, another pause, just to keep the tension riding high, just to build a little bit more suspense.
We need to get a pause counter. Whoever does the YouTube edit, can we get a pause counter, please? Yeah, absolutely crazy. I think Yar can finish this one out, but pushing into base against that comp is going to be so hard. You got Veigar for wave clear. You got the Diana Yasuo engage. It's going to be really hard for them to be able to push in. The only thing you can do is try and force them out for an objective and fight them there at this point. I think that is Yar's normal strategy, or hope for a Blitzcrank hook, right? If the Blitzcrank hook hits the right people, it's game winning. The only person you can't hook is Sion and Diana. If you hook either one of those, or even Thresh, sorry, because Thresh will play as well. Any of those then allows Yasuo to follow up with ult and then Veigar cage, right?
And of course, Veigar has a Banshee's Veil, and Yasuo, the only other target you want, has a Wind Wall. So the 2 targets you are looking to hook have protection.
Yeah, so you really want to be able to hit this Veigar or this Yasuo. They're your 2, if you kill them, you're in luck, right? Or if you do hit the Diana, you have to make sure you hit that Blitz R straight away to silence them before you can get that knock-up app and just one-shot them. But even then, their wave clear will still be there in this Veigar, so it's going to be hard, but I think this could be good.
Could be good. Well, I should hope so. It is short of a 9k gold lead. Drake's in their favor, and as you mentioned, the next Drake is not too far away. 2 minutes. I just realized I hadn't had my scoreboard up this entire time.
Yeah, so I just hydrating there with my HyperX water. Just thought I'd bring that up just whilst we're in the pause.
Yeah, can we get Kit Kat sponsors? Is that what we're trying to do?
No, not Kit Kat. We're not allowed to mention brand names.
Aren't we?
No. Any other biscuit is a grape.
I do love unbranded biscuits from time to time. I have a very cheap store of a particular brand that I'm not going to name that does a very good price on biscuits and cookies. But yeah, the only reason I suggest the other one is because they do have the motto "Take a break," and of course it's there on the so it's just fitting. I do appreciate that little cheeky brand, but cheeky brand showing up in draft, at least in this series.
I don't like biscuits telling me what to do, so I don't need that.
Fair enough.
But yeah, look at this. It's a 1-3-1 here, splitting out the map across everything here. This is pretty good technique here, but at the end of the day, all those waves has massive wave clear here. Are we going to be able to pick off the Thresh here? Now W goes wide, and that ward's going to stay in that bush. But yeah, the problem is, even though we are doing this 1-3-1, is that the wave clear on Haven is pretty massive here, and unless they can force a pick onto someone, I don't think they're going to be able to break open the space. They are just waiting for these cannons to come in. Looks like they're backing off of this pretty hard. Jinx is going to be able to get a couple autos on it and be able to do a bit of damage, but then they just walk back in and just push at the wave straight away.
Yeah, the threat of the hook there from Mars was able to buy some space to chip in on that tower. Our mind of the stakes is that this is game 5. Reverse sweep could be complete from Haven if they're able to, as you say, hold on to these waves, mitigate this Baron, and find some of these shutdowns on the enemy team.
Oh, Baron's gone now, so they only lost. Baron? They lost two towers with it, but Drake is up in 50, and there is a lot of vision set up ready for this Drake from the side of Yar. So walking into that vision blind might just lead to a blitz hook into a death. So Got to be very careful. Is Thresh going to walk in solo and just try and clear out this as fast as possible? I think so. Oh, Diana's going to give him a hand. Great to see that.
With a Destiny and a double TP available as well. But yeah, as you say, you don't want to be going in solo as a Thresh. Normally supports die solo trying to clear wards. I've done that many a time. That'll be a reinforcement, never hurts.
Yeah,
look at the red wards on the side of Yar as well. They're very ready for this dragon.
Yeah,
I love to see that. Oh, that makes me so happy. I love red wards.
Shame that there's no TP flank wards anymore because they've been cleared out, but they should really try and clear this control ward here at the back of the pit. They're leaving it to a ranged person to be able to clear out, but they are seeing where Haven are coming from. They should have spotted them on some wards here. Looks like Slinny's coming in to get some wards on this side, but Zephyr's off on this one side. Are they going to check this?
Available as well. Zandia could be the one on the backside of this in threat. Going to have to flash away to make space there, but the rest of them have been filtered into the pit, and that's exactly where Yar wanted them. Zypher having to flash away, but we're getting now the resets onto Jinx with the AoE. The gold cards are now available. No Banshees is available for Veigar. He's the one that's stunned up. He's the one that you have to be looking at. Zonya is going to be used.
Let's hook.
To create some space. The hook's available as well, putting Veigar right into the trap of Jinx, who's going to be able to put that damage down. Just about dies. Almost going to get chunked down, but on the other side, TP coming in with a gold card. He's going to get the zap here onto Sign, who has no ultimate available. He has no real way out of this fight. We're going to get the Lantern trying to flash with the extra distance, isn't going to find it. The gold card's going to be there as well. The Predator, I don't think is available as of yet. He's looking to get a little bit more. Really, they should be looking maybe to close or maybe to the drag rather than splitting their resources, but it's still a very successful fight for Yar.
Yeah, just sends into the Drake, send Jinx to bot lane to farm against the Scion and just push it in mid and then be able to open up that base. Looks like they're backing off of being able to push this into the base. Oh no, looks like Maz is going for it now. A bit too late though. They have reinforcements here.
They have answer, as you said, the reinforcements. They're going to be using the Scion to clear some of this wave.
But look at how low that tower is. If they were just there just slightly earlier, they could have actually knocked down that tower, and then all of a sudden you got an open base for that Baron, and it makes it so much easier for you because that's their problem. They struggle to take down those Nexus towers on the outside, but once they're in, they're good normally, except from one time where they had open access.
That one time with the Jinx and they open it, yeah.
But they got the Jinx. They got the Jinx. They got the Jinx.
But they've got the Jinx this time. Their one crutch is
who has Lord Dons.
Their legs instead. Who has Lord Dons as well. I forgot to mention during the pause to take a look at the items. They're going to build towards that GA as well. So Lenny able to maintain his for this fight.
It looks like Haven has the vision set up for Baron. So are they just going to walk in face check? Look at the Skyra's Bloom. Jesus, that was hard to say with all the S's today. But yeah, it looks like he's alone though. He's team coming back to back him up here. Mars, please don't hook the Scion.
They're going to have to wait for Zandia to get into vicinity as well. He hooked the Scion.
Please.
Turned out all right there. The Destiny is available for Harry as well. They might be able to try and split them up from this fight. They could just pull them in to something that they don't want. They have the macro advantage. Here comes the Destiny. You can see it popped. It gets rid of the Banshees, I forget to mention, so that gives opportunity for them to land that gold card, and it exactly does. Can they get members in the region? Yes, they can. He's done there long enough. Going to use the Zombie as well to buy that time, so that's just a dead Veigar for nothing. What else can happen? Can Haven turn the fight around? Yoon going to be the target. Celine with the GA still available, going to be finding his way onto Yasuo. Yasuo finding his way onto the two on the backside instead. He's just going to get
Maz is alone. They don't know it though.
Maz is alone, but he's got the punch. He's going to get a zap into range as well. Jinx is under fire here from Yoon, has the GA, but it's not going to really matter. Yoon, the one dead, and that's 3 dead here for the side of Haven. They might not be safe in their base anymore.
They can just push for the end though.
Might be bringing a cold storm their way. That could be it. This could be the game 5.
Protect the minions.
Excited
Let's
on those protect the minions. No one's going to take. They're going to let the minions take the decimating smash. He's going to clear that wave for the most part. They're going to knock up Jinx as well. The GA is available for her, but that tower's gone, and there's no backdoor bonus anymore. They're diving this tower with just the Crescent Guard, and it's enough. They're doing incredible amount of damage to that tower. They're going to do an incredible amount of damage to Haven, and that's the Nexus in favor of Yar. In a game 5, they bring it back and cleanly close like they never have done before.
Amazing. Honestly, I'm astonished they were able to pull that one out of the bag. Honestly, I thought the Veigar was scaling so far that he could just one-shot anyone, but the perfect engage there from Harry, just be able to find that pick. You're gone black screen again, so I'm just going to have to scream and shout. I think you're No, you're back. Okay, don't worry. I thought you overheated, but no, honestly,
I do need to buy it.
Honestly, the movement speed from Harry to be able to get through that cage and get that yellow card off, and then straight into the Everfrost, then just root him in place. And I feel like there was a bit of a misplay there. He wasn't able to kick the Lantern. I don't know if it was a bug or just human error. He was probably spamming on it and he just couldn't get it off. And then when he finally did click it, he was just pulled into the W of Xin Zhao and just instantly one shot. And after that, then they don't have the damage to continue after that, and just shredded through everyone else because the Veigar was just the main crutch of that comp. Like we've seen in the previous games, they just have one massive carry, and after that, then they just got shredded, and yeah, complete and utterly crazy. I just think that the way that Harry was able to avoid those cages going into that late game was just so easy, and he just shut down that Vigar so often. He used the Destiny to get off the Banshee's Veil to go back in and get it. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, a great performance, I think, from Harry this game, being able to use the Destiny. Most of the time, I think it was off cooldown, or most of the time I looked at it, he was also looking to use it. And of course, bringing out those flashes from members early, were able to create some lane advantages. And of course, lane advantages lead to roams, and being able to put Diana behind on that Scuttle Crab early enabled, Slinny to be able to find a lot of those advantages. And bot side, being able to leak that and then pair up with Harry across the map. It just kind of comes all full circle. And in a 5-game series, full circle is exactly what Yar have just about clinching out in game 5. It was a little bit tense for some time, keeping it close for Haven, but sadly they were
just practice games. Just practice games. It's fun. They
just
were
a bit of bonus, just to keep it exciting.
Honestly, I gotta say that this time around, the after the last 2 games, it must have been so hard to recover mentally for this last game. Okay, because the last 2 games, the last one especially, like after a certain time, it just became like just someone just running through them, right? And to reset from that and be able to come back in this last game and just pretty much just wipe them out, right? This is 10 kills to 30. They didn't have much map pressure. The only thing that they had was this Vigar. Every other lane was pretty much behind, except from Yasuo, who got a couple of kills, but then proceeded just to get hit by every single hook that got thrown his way. And honestly, it was a nice way for them to end it. Maybe it took a bit longer than it needed to with the gold lead that they had, but as soon as that base opened, it was GG.
Yeah, exactly that. And I don't think you can blame them for being slow, at least in the last game, right, where everything is on the line. If you make that misstep, that could be the entire game gone. And with the position that Vigar is in, you have to be very delicate about finding your fights. And exactly that. And I think that's really a compliment to Haven. Bringing this game, or this series, sorry, to a game 5 is not what I expected, especially with the ban disadvantage that they're in. I think Haven definitely deserve a round of applause for the performance they put up today. The drafts as well, not necessarily favorites or meta, but definitely pulling out things that I hadn't expected. I don't think Team Yar had expected too much as well. And bringing chaos to the game definitely gave them the ladder that they needed to bring them, like I said, to this game 5.
Yeah, I definitely want to say that, like, if it wasn't, well, I think if it wasn't for them not having bans, I think they might have actually been able to take this game. I think they could have taken this series, right? Because there are so many picks that we, like, as Yar, just like pull back onto comfort picks so often. And with those gone, we may have been able to see some more interesting drafts from us. I think that the furthest we strayed from normal was the last one, right? The other ones were a bit more bland, but overall, I gotta say, props to Haven for playing through, even with the circumstances that they were dealt. But they had an off-roll jungle as well. Got to bear that in mind. Support main in the jungle. That's a rough statement to be in, especially when you have to play carry jungles in these games as well. But overall, yeah, really happy to see them pull through this and making finals next week.
Yeah, exactly that. So for more of action like this, especially against Team Chonk, a team that we lost to, and we're looking for revenge against, and a team that I was quite excited to have seen for the first time then, I'm much more excited to see now after their swift victory in their semi-finals as well. So yeah, coming off maybe a little bit more timid or a little bit more practiced, as you might say, into the finals, you can join us for the same time, same place next week. I don't think we're getting an interview and it's gone quite late, so maybe we'll be quick to close this one. So if you've been sat with us, thank you ever so much. Thank you to HyperX as normal. Any closing words before we turn this one off for the night?
If you see if you see a team pick 3 AP, please just build some magic resist. It's not hard. Please, just a little bit, just a smidge. Anyway, GG. Look forward to next week. Join us same time Thursday for the finals.
Yeah, finals all the way. So thanks for our stage advice. Build some MR. Maybe if you want to see some MR built, like I said, same time, same place next Thursday, 6 p.m. right here on the Esports Wales channel. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for joining us next time, because you'll definitely be there, as will we, in a bit.